we explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open-plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. 1, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. 2, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. 3, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise. What happens on the sailboat stays on the sailboat.
Hey guys, welcome back to Wisp Eating Babe ASMR. Welcome, my beautiful people. Welcome once again to my channel. Thank you so much for joining me today. As you can see in the title of the video or the thumbnail, not sure which one it is, I've decided to do a little something based on how to get rid of low self-esteem and build confidence. I get a lot of questions on how to build confidence, on how to stay confident, and how to be confident. And I read a lot on the subject. I've always been a very confident person. I did have a part of my life, like I've said before, where I started lacking a little bit of that confidence, and so I found this article that I really enjoyed, not even close to being true. We continue to learn in life, even as adults. Learning is a never-ending process, and your principles and assertions will be challenged as such. That is so true, guys. I'm a big believer in the day you stop learning is the day you stop living. You can be however old you are, and every day you learn something new, whether you like it or not, whether you want to or not. So, very true statement. So the question is how you build confidence and self-esteem as a grown-up. So that's the question. Having little to no self-belief is not a mental illness, but can easily lead to depression. It's about how you perceive yourself. Having little self-esteem means you don't see the value in yourself. Low self-esteem can be deeply rooted with origins in traumatic childhood experiences, neglect, or emotional, physical, or sexual abuse. If you feel that you suffer from a lack of confidence and poor self-esteem, there are a number of simple things you can do to boost yourself and potentially break out of the negative space. You don't need to do all the things at once. You just have to take one step at a time. So, number one, this is kind of like an exercise. And again, guys, this is not coming from me per se as me writing it, but it's coming from me as I'm reading it to you, because as someone that tries to practice self-love, self-care, self-confidence, love yourself unconditionally, perfectly imperfect, when I read this article, it really, really touched me. Like, it really said, you know what, this is a great article. So I want to read you the exercises again. Remember what it says. You don't need to do all things at once. You just have to take one step at a time. Number one, excuse me, you hear my mentality. Number one. Where's my head? Who knows? Okay, let's get serious. Number one, find the root cause of your insecurities. Factors that can affect your self-esteem differ for everyone. Your confidence might have been lowered by a series of negative events, such as losing your job, being bullied or abused, poor health, and difficult toxic relationships. In my opinion, that has a lot to do with it, starting from home. Just saying. If your confidence and self-esteem are being lowered by something beyond your control, something you can't change at all, then it's important that you find a way to learn how to make peace with your reality. The beauty of life is it gives you back what you put into it. Do not let anything put you down, especially if it's something beyond anyone's control. In my opinion, right now, for example, it might be a dumb example, but it's a valid example, guys. This whole pandemic that's going on, and we've been in quarantine for so long, it's killed so many people so far, all over the world. If you think about it so hard, it freaking starts to get depressing, and you start to wonder and start to panic. Don't do that. You know why? Pray or meditate or whatever it is you believe in. But you have no control of it. You and I have no control over it. We do our part. We stay healthy. We stay safe. We stay in as much as we can. We do whatever it takes to take correct measures to avoid Vincent after showing how he destroyed her apartment, how he beat the shit out of her, how, I mean, you name it. This guy was a fucking, excuse my language, guys, but it pisses me off, a monster. But she made him seem so perfect and so ideal, when in reality, this guy was a damn monster. So, before you envy anybody's life, think about these things, guys. Nobody, and I mean it, nobody has a perfect life. We all have struggles. Anyways, don't ever compare yourself or your life to anyone or anyone's life, ever. Trying to just live the best you can, the way you can, with what you have. Striving for your dreams and your goals. Moving on. Alright. Number 2, think and talk better of yourself. Big believer in that. I've always said, you receive what you put out. You have to look at yourself with love. Okay? Just listen. Think better and speak positively about yourself. When you think and say something over and over again, you start to believe it 100%. One thing I do not cleanse my mind after being exposed to negativity is meditating and listening to positive self-affirmations. And you guys know I'm a big believer in that. I made a whole video about it. These are the most helpful tools I can recommend. I can empathize how much they have helped me maintain positivity and build my self-confidence tremendously to feeling like I can take over the world. Absolutely. Because what's inside of here is extremely, extremely powerful. My love's extremely powerful. And what you put into it, what you stick into it, I'm telling you, it'll happen. If you feel and you strongly believe, it'll happen. I promise you. I practice that, and I've been practicing that for a long time. And I swear to you, there's nothing that I have not put in here that I have not been able to accomplish. And sooner than later, it happens. Whether it's at my time or not my time, it happens because it happens. What you say and do to yourself teaches others around you how to treat you too, and what you allow will continue. On a previous video I mentioned, I think it was in my Q&A, I said that to build self-confidence, how you do it is start with yourself, and don't let anyone treat you with any other respect than the way you know you deserve. So, again, what you say and do to yourself teaches others around you how to treat you too, and what you will allow to continue. So only you have control of that. You have full control of all of that, my loves. You are in full control on how you get treated. If you get mistreated, it's because you allow it. There's, again, situations where you have an argument, let's say with a loved one. It could be your parents, it could be your partner, it could be whoever. And sometimes out of anger we say stuff that we may not mean, you may not mean. You gotta be careful, don't confuse it. But if it's something that you know, because we know, whether we want to make ourselves blind of it is different. We know the difference. You're in control of that. Moving on, number 3, focus on your wins and accomplishments. Focusing on your accomplishments is a good way to focus on yourself and eliminate comparison. Doing this reminds you of the value and contributions you create as a person, and you should celebrate your skill set. it's not always about you. Sometimes giving helps you and makes you feel better about yourself and builds your confidence, believe it or not. So that's something you may want to keep in mind. It's an instant feel-good technique. Celebrate your wins no matter how small. Take some time to reflect and praise yourself. So my loves, that was part 1 of that article. So that part is, understanding where that low self-esteem comes from and converting that low self-esteem into confidence. And that gave you a little bit of how. Okay, a lot of that comes from self-love and self-care, which would be another part. This is getting rid of low self-esteem and building confidence. The next one would be like self-love and self-care. So if you're interested in me giving you and reading to you that part or that other part, next level part, let me know and I'll be more than happy, because guys, this helps me so much in my life. I am not perfect. I am so far from perfect, guys. I am so far from perfect. But I always try to practice what I preach, and I promise you I'm not a hypocrite for what I try to practice what I preach, for the simple fact that I am a big believer in I receive what I put out. If I try to be a hypocrite about things, guess what? I'm only hurting myself, because that's what I'm putting out there. Anyway, my beautiful people, with that being said, I really hope you enjoyed this very short video. It's probably very short for my usual videos, but it's something I really felt in my heart that I wanted to share, and I will like to continue to share, because a lot of you send me messages in reference to or about or asking me, and I feel that this can help a lot of us, and I am more than happy to share what has helped me and what continues to help me on my everyday life, to building my self-esteem, to building my confidence, to building my self-love, to understanding self-love, to understanding self-care, to loving myself for who I am, and loving the process of every step of what I'm going through, as hard as it can be sometimes, because sometimes it's like, why is this happening, or why am I having to go through this, or why, but if we like just take a moment to understand that everything happens for a reason, and not necessarily for a negative reason,
So today's session is on what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in a subconscious from the day we were born to the day we are here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment. Yes, but that's true. But mainly, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment to made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're not, maybe not the size. Is it in as a model walking past, it was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size, or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, well, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is what's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. Now, the things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say, I think this about me, but they just say, I have bad skin, I have too many spots, or look at all this pigmentation on my face. You know, everything is turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans, people feel they're too skinny, they're just falling off them, they don't have the hips for it. You know, all these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing, we try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories or reduce what we're eating as the junk food to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape, this body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that. And we forget it because of the society and the community and the environment we actually live in. Another thing we've got about body image, what body image means is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, or well, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. While you're at primary school, and then when when your big transition for you when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is it? Taunts that they say. Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious, and even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously. Subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, like we were like one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just call Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe, they say that they called them out of fondness, but just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she did a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay, so yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture. That's a sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. We grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. one being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. The higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4, and do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and particularly even with myself when we were getting married, you know, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned, you know, everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for and within the family, as in marriage? You know, where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and is all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, you know, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences of within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, you know, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. And goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing, name calling, was Concord. It was called Concord, just and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. You know, no one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was Becky Four Eyes being called that. You know, these little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. You know, and I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me. You know, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred? For these people that were saying these things to you. He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram. I suppose they're negative Instagram because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we're strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare them, but okay. Unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay. Compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. So basically you're not asking them, how do I look? Do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, sorry, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues? They're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to it. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful? Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any do. Make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Oh, you look, never believe I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you. And soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or, looking at the good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you'll create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. Positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. You know, whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, say them out loud, like they say affirmations, say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to go into the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, or even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. Could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Yeah, take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? Spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body, we've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs, we can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for, and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you, and you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor, just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and being walking on the ground and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth. Absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual. What is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground, coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it's so connected, and it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, that's quite a big. It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Has somebody said something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay, so when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be, being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump of it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein. And then being fit. Of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? You know, there was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my god, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it was something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right, if they were going the right direction or not. They end up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class, and that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, you know, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results. But this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you're when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, you know, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale, or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you'll start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. So there's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you. And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results, when we're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else. It's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not. I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. What if you need it? Then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness, and when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me. The client that's come to see, it's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be them, be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I'd never done it before, didn't even know how the
Great engineering managers practice an inclusive management style. What does that mean? And how can you cultivate one? Well, in this episode of the Engineering Career Coach podcast, Jen Bunk, career coach for tech managers, is going to tell us exactly how to do it. She's going to list the points that you can use to create and cultivate an inclusive management style with your team. Let's jump right in. All right, and now I'm excited to welcome in our guest, or I should say welcome back our guest for today, Jen Bunk. Jen is a career coach for tech managers, and she is the CEO of the People Stack. Jen, welcome back to the Engineering Career Coach podcast.
Thanks, Anthony. So awesome to be here today.
So for our listeners and our audience that maybe didn't hear the last episode with you and aren't familiar with what you do, maybe in your own words, give them a little bit of a background on how you spend your days.
Yeah, well, how I spend my days, my mission and our mission at the People Stack is to help technical managers upgrade their careers, to really walk the path toward whatever it is that their dream career is. And that means commanding a premium salary of at least $200K a year if you live in a high cost of living place like, say, San Francisco or the Bay Area. It's going to be higher than that. Maybe it'll be a little bit lower in certain parts of the country, but it's really getting paid for the value that you're adding, and doing that with a Zen-like work-life balance. So that's really what it is that we do. We focus exclusively on coaching technical managers.
That's awesome. And like you said, everyone can give some kind of value. And I think a lot of engineering managers, technical managers, they're giving value, but they're not necessarily getting in what they should in return. And sometimes they're just not comfortable, making it clear what that value is. And I don't think you need to do it in a way that is, necessarily like they're bragging. But I know even like in my life as a consulting engineer, it was important to kind of let the clients understand the value that we provided to them, so that they knew that what differentiated us from maybe other consultants or other engineering companies. And some people are uncomfortable with that, but if you're uncomfortable with that and your competitors are not, then you're kind of going to lose out. So I think what you're doing is very, very important, and I'm really happy you're doing it. So thanks for doing it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, so we're going to talk today about an inclusive management style. We're doing a lot of research at EMI. We've identified kind of 4 key drivers of great engineering managers being an inclusive management style, providing career growth opportunities for their team, interpersonal engagement, and the ability to manage projects. And we're going to talk to Jen today. We're really going to touch on 2 of those, the inclusive management style and interpersonal engagement. We're going to focus a little bit more on the inclusive management style. And so, Jen, let's kind of dive right into this, because it is an interesting topic. It's certainly something that listeners out there can start to do in their careers if they want to, kind of create that kind of atmosphere that's much more comfortable for their team. And I know that one of the first things that you like to focus on, or kind of in the list of points that we're going to go through, is building trust. So maybe we can start with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it has to start with trust. So when I think of inclusive leadership, I think of how do we include everyone who we possibly can. And that means not only making sure that you're communicating to everyone that you possibly can and including them in conversations, but it also means empowering everyone that you possibly can. So if you're an engineering manager and you have a team, that means empowering everyone on your team and hopefully even everyone in your organization to do what it is that they are great at. So and you can't do that, and you can't create that space for making sure that everyone's included and has their room to shine and show their superpowers. You cannot do that if you don't have trust. So it has to start with building trust, and it's not just a one-time thing. That's the other thing that I would add for now. That we can talk about this more and unpack it even more. But like, it can't just be one conversation that builds trust. You got to start somewhere. And so it starts usually with one conversation, but it's really about a series of conversations that are going to happen over weeks and months and often years. And that's how trust is built.
Yeah, that's great. And I like that point there at the end of how, it can't be a one-time thing. I think that with these 4 key drivers, I mean, we can tell an engineering manager, a technical manager, like, here are 4 drivers that if you do these things well, you're going to become a great manager. Your team's going to love you. So that's great. But you can't then take those 4 things and go through them like an engineering punch list and just say, done, 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 done. It's more like something that you need to cultivate habits. Like I always tell my kids, always build better habits, build better habits. So you got to cultivate these habits around these 4 drivers all the time in your career, and all the conversations with your team, and all the emails with your team, and all the correspondence with clients and different things. And so I think that's an important thing to highlight here at the beginning of Jen and I's conversation, because as we go through some of these different points, these are things that have to just become normal for you, that have to just become all the time things. And it happens for great managers. It happens even if you go into sports and you look at the teams that tend to win consistently over and over. It's because they're building better habits and doing all the right things. So that's something to keep in mind. So Jen, the next point that we want to dive into a little bit is, getting to know your team. Talk about that.
Yeah. So a lot of times people say, okay, great. I understand that I need to build trust. How do I do that? And there's no easy way, like we just talked about. It's about developing those habits, and that happens over time. It's really about thinking about your career and building the path to leadership mastery as a marathon. But how you start is with conversations, and how you start is really by getting to know every single one of your team members, every single one of the people who you work with, all of the stakeholders, all of the decision makers for the projects that you're working with. And so when I say know them, often what I tell my clients is know them to their bones. And what I mean is like know them, like know their soul, like see the inside of them, and enter their world and really understand where it is that they're coming from. And then you even take it to the next level and you say, okay, I can actually even appreciate where they're coming from. Like, because it's one thing to keep an intellectual and say, oh yeah, I get it. Right? Especially if you've been there before, right? And you've experienced something that they've experienced before, or been on a similar project before, or have a similar personality. It's really easy to build trust with people and to know people, and to appreciate people who are the same as us and have similar backgrounds and who have been on similar projects as we have, or if it's a kind of project that you've been on before. That's really easy. The challenge comes when it's people who are different backgrounds, or maybe there's something new contextually. It's a new kind of project or a new kind of challenge to tackle. So it's really, then it becomes even more important to really know where everyone is coming from and appreciate that, like really understand who they are as a person, their personality, their beliefs, their values, their experiences, their triggers, like what might trigger them, like the negative and the positive triggers, like what might trigger them to like just be very, to get angry, or to get maybe even hostile or aggravated or demotivated. And then also like what are the things that tend to put them in those kinds of states, but then also the positive side of it as well. What gets them motivated? What really gets them in a place of joy, and I want to do this, and let's do this together, team. And so that happens over time, but the only way that you can really do that is, again, is through a series of conversations and a series of communicating with people and really asking the questions and listening so that you can really appreciate where it is that they're coming from.
Yeah, and again, it's another one of those things, as you can see, which is a pattern here that, you know, you have to do on a regular basis. You have to continue to do it. You know, you're not going to get to know someone overnight, right? So you're constantly doing the learning. And another thing that this, I think, really kind of highlights is one of the bigger challenges of engineers and technical professionals becoming successful managers is the variable that gets thrown in once you become a manager, which is people, right?
Yes.
People are like totally different. It's not like an engineering equation. It's not like a problem you can solve. Every person is different. Everyone acts differently. Everyone has different communication patterns, different responses to different things. And so unless you know people and you get to know people well, you can't learn their different patterns and work with them the best that you can. I mean, you know, part of management, in my opinion, is, you know, you have to know kind of the strengths of each person on your team, the challenges they have, and, you know, things that they like to do or don't like to do, so that you can kind of manage effectively. And so, you know, to Jen's point, when you get to know people, you can much better manage kind of the relations between you and the different team members and really get the most out of everybody, and put people in the best positions to succeed, which I guess kind of goes in well to our next point, which is making assumptions or not making assumptions. Maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Right. And so sort of dovetail out of this, like we're talking about, and to tie it back to the larger idea of inclusive leadership, right? There's no way that you're going to empower others to be their best and make sure that they're actually included as part of this game, as part of this fabulous journey of building whatever it is that you're building together. There's no way that you're going to be able to do that without trust, without really knowing that. And if you make assumptions, so a lot of the times when clients come to me with challenges or problems, it's not all the time, but there's a pattern that comes up is they're making an assumption about what other people are thinking or feeling. When really the way to kind of solve that problem and just nip it in the bud is just ask, like, I'm curious, why did you say that? You know, I'm curious, why did you make that decision? You know, you can get up all up in your head about like, oh man, they decided to put this other person on the project and not my team member because they hate me and, you know, they're against me, right? And we go there, right? But you could, and that's fine, and you recognize it. We're human. We feel things like fear and anger and disgust sometimes, but to move out of that, a lot of times the best way is to just not make an assumption about it and ask the person with curiosity, with compassion, hey, I'm curious why you put this person on the project and not my team member, because I thought my team member would have been a great fit for this project. That's cool. You know, this other person is going to rock it. It's going to be awesome. But in the future, I'd love for you to consider my team member for this. So can we start a dialogue about this? Sometimes it's that simple, but like you were mentioning in the beginning, Anthony, that sometimes people feel a little bit weird or don't want to open up these conversations, like especially when it's around like self-promotion or anything like that, but anything resembling self-promotion or talking about like even promoting somebody else who's on your team. But it's often about saying and asking the hard thing, that thing that you don't want to ask that person, right? That thing that you don't want to ask, that conversation that you don't want to have is very often the exact conversation that you need to have.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that goes into the next point. I guess just to drive it home a little bit more was ask a lot of questions, which is, you know, kind of what you're framing out there. But I think, you know, this is something, again, that happens consistently. Like if you get into a staff meeting, you know, what happened on this project? We had some trouble. Let's talk through it a little bit. Tell us, you know, what worked, what didn't work. And you have to keep asking questions. I think one of the challenges sometimes with leaders is that we tend to think like maybe we reached a certain level, which means we know more than the people that we're leading, but a lot of times they have more answers than us.
That's definitely part of it, right? And that's definitely part of not making assumptions, especially as we get more and more removed from what our team is doing. And that just naturally happens, right, as you become more and more experienced as a leader. Like it may start to be, it's 2, 3, 5, sometimes even 10 or 15 years since you've been doing what they're doing on a daily basis. You're developing as a leader for sure. You're developing leadership skills, but not making assumptions about, the way that something should be done or how it should be built, for example. But it's also about just it's really a key to building that trust is asking more questions than making more statements. And really, like, my favorite question to ask, if you're like, okay, I want to ask more questions, can you just give me one? It's why, right?
Right.
Because often what's missing from this whole equation of making sure that people are truly included as part of a mission is that there's no mission.
Right.
And there's no way to include people in a mission if that mission isn't there or if it's not clear. And yes, the onus is on senior leadership to make sure that that mission is there and that mission is clear. But the onus is also on the managers and the team members to if they're not sure what the mission is, to ask, right? Why are we doing this? Okay, I get that that's why. Why are we doing that? Like the 5 whys, you know what I mean?
Right.
And you can really get to the heart of, why am I here? The existential question of, why am I here in this seat 8+ hours a day? Like, it's not just to build stuff.
Right.
There's a larger mission here. And if you can help people get connected to that and ask those why questions more often to team members, to senior leadership, to everyone, then that's also going to create a more inclusive environment as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think a big part of an inclusive environment is including your team in the bigger mission or vision of the company or of the project that they're working on. So if you tell me to go and, design this roadway or portion of a roadway, and I'm doing that all day, 3 weeks in a row, it can become monotonous. But if I understand that this roadway is going to, get people safely one place to another, or whatever the case may be, it takes on a bigger meaning because I'm being included in what the overall picture is. And I know that that's an important part of it. Ties into a bunch of these 4 drivers is, connecting people with, the bigger picture of what they're working on, so that they do feel really a part of that. So I think that kind of all comes together there.
For sure. And then the other thing that I would add on there before we move to the next point is that what a lot of people miss, because folks like you and folks like me, we talk a lot about organizational mission, like know the mission of your organization. Like why are you going to work? Why are you building the things that you're building at the end of the day? But the other thing that I would add to that so many people miss is, what's my mission in my career? What's my individual mission as a leader? And knowing that's going to help you show up better as a leader and be a more inclusive leader as well, because you're going to be able to behave according to that mission and get people on board with that mission as well. And you're going to be more motivated to do better and to always show up as the best leader possible. So that's the other thing that I would add in terms of mission is, yes, know what your organization's mission is, but also make sure you know what your mission is for your career and what kind of leader that you want to be.
Yeah, great point. And that's something too that I can see for managers that can fall through the cracks, because you're thinking about your projects, you're thinking about everything else, and you're thinking about maybe you are thinking about the bigger mission of the company, and you're not thinking about, what is this person interested in specifically, and where do they want to go?
Yeah. And the more that we get connected with our own missions, then that's how we're reminded, oh, wow, people on my team have career missions as well. Like, I know one of the pillars is about career development, right? Like really making sure that you're talking about the career development of your team members. So that's going to overlap with this. And so if you don't really have a sense of how you want to develop your own career, and you haven't done that intentionally, you're not really going to be able to help somebody else do that. But if you're doing it for yourself and you've been on that path and you've made some mistakes along the way, like, that's actually even better, because then you can help your team to do that as well and be empowered to have the careers and build the careers that they want to build.
Yeah, which is also goes to a larger point that if you are a manager and you're focused on these 4 key drivers and you are practicing them, your team members are also by habit learning them, and they're going to exhibit those drivers and their management styles, and they're going to become great managers as well. And then, that's how you cultivate, a very positive leadership culture throughout an organization. It starts with, the managers building habits. So, all right. So Jen, talk about compassion and empathy and how they're tied into an inclusive manager.
Yeah, they're tied into it because of trust, right? So we started out talking about trust. How do you build an inclusive team, an inclusive organization? Well, it all starts with trust. How do you build that trust? You have to have empathy. And this kind of touches on what I started to talk about before around, you have to know them, you have to understand them, but it has to go beyond, I get it, right? It has to go beyond the intellectual understanding of, yes, I get it. I can give you a 5-step plan on how to get through this, right? That's important. Like, that's the strategy and that's the tactics. But when we're talking about empathy, it's really about that heart-to-heart connection, feeling their pain, like literally for a second, feeling what it is that they might be feeling. Because then that's really when you're going to be able to enter their world and say, oh, wow, I don't just get it up here. I get it here at my heart as well. And now we can move forward from a place of having that heart-to-heart understanding. Because especially with engineers, right? Engineers, you're super smart, right? You're super motivated, but we live up here most of our day because we have to, right? Because if we make mistakes, then the bridge collapses. Then the road isn't built as well as it could be, or whatever else it might be. And that's an important part of our jobs as engineers and as people who build stuff, right? Like, safety is important, and mitigating risk is important. So that's why we stay up here, why we stay up in our heads. But it's really kind of cultivating that muscle and that habit of learning how to move out of your head and into your heart, and having that empathy and having that feeling for another team person, for another team member, or for another person. That's, if there's a number 2 thing that clients come to me the most with, it's, how do I deal with this person? I don't get it, right? So number 1 is don't make assumptions. But then number 2 is really kind of feel what it is that they're going through, right? Like, for example, a team member might be underperforming, right? And for some people, where we might go is, oh man, what's going on? Like, you're not motivated. You gotta just start working harder. And like, you might start to get frustrated with them, or who knows, right? They're underperforming, and you just start to blame them. And it just becomes this whole thing. So you notice how you might be making assumptions there without having a conversation with them. But when you do have the conversation about, okay, you're not performing up to par anymore, what's going on? It's really about listening to them and understanding where it is that they're coming from. Now, I'm not saying to make excuses for anyone. Like, we have performance standards that we want to meet, right? And it's about getting them back up to those performance standards. Like, for example, they may be going through something at home. Like, maybe their mom just died and they didn't tell you, and you don't know that. And by the way, they're not going to tell you that unless there's that trust. But let's say something catastrophic happened in their family, and they're dealing with something outside of work. You want to create that space for them to be able to share that with you. And then you could say, okay, I'm going to give you, a couple of days off so that you can go grieve and spend some time with your family. My heart goes out to you. And then you can come back, after a couple of days. And so we can all, sort of experience that and feel that in our hearts, because even if you haven't experienced that exact thing, we have that capability as humans to have that heart-to-heart connection. So that's what the empathy is really about.
Yeah. And I think while empathy can be, difficult and you need to really practice it, I do think that what engineers have going for them often is that in most cases, they've been through the engineering ranks, like the people on their team are going through now. So they kind of do have somewhat of an understanding of what they're going through in terms of the career ladder, and, what they're dealing with on some of the projects and with some of the clients and some of the stressors involved in that, which I think for me was always helpful in management as an engineer, because, I felt like in those ways I could relate. But I agree with Jen in that getting to know them also more on the personal side will help you even more with that, because you'll be able to relate to some of their other situations and circumstances. So that's very helpful.
For sure.
So our last point here, Jen, before we jump into our take action segment, is talking about controlling people, what we can and can't do. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. One of the things, so if we're talking about inclusive leadership and really the larger the larger goal here is how can I be the best leader I can possibly be? How can I show up as that superhero leader and make the largest impact that I possibly can? And one of the larger concepts that often comes up when people ask questions around this is control. And often where people get stuck is they're focusing on things that they cannot control. Mm. Oh my God, my boss hasn't given me a promotion, right? I've tried and tried and tried for the last 3, 6, 9 months, 2 years, and my boss just won't give me a promotion. And if you focus on it from that perspective and have that internal dialogue going on, what you're focusing on is, in the way that you're looking at it, is what you can control. Because at the end of the day, let's just say in this case, it would be your boss's decision whether or not to give you that promotion. You cannot control your boss like a robot and just make him give you and reprogram your boss to give you a promotion, right? But instead, you can focus on what we can control, which is how we show up. So what we can control is how we respond to other people. So yes, your boss may say, yeah, I'm not really sure. There's still a few more skills that need to get upgraded before you get a promotion. So you can choose in that moment to play the blame and shame and how dare you game. But if you do that, then you're focusing on what you can't control. But if you say, okay, I get it. There's still a few skills. There's still a little bit more measurable impact that I need to give and show in these areas. What can I do? How can I show up? So that's one bigger example that has much more higher stakes, potentially higher stakes results there. But even if it's just I don't know, someone blows you off or something, you're supposed to meet with them. Right, you're supposed to meet them at 10 o'clock, and you're sitting there, and you're like, "Where's Jane? Jane's supposed to meet with me." Right. If you play the blame and shame game, where's Jane? Oh my God, Jane's always late. I can't believe it. Ugh, she's so terrible. How can she do this to me? But you can't control whether or not Jane's on time. That's Jane's choice. Poor Jane. If there's Janes out there, we love you. But instead, you can say, "All right, gee, I wonder what's going on." Again, turn on that compassion and that empathy. Oh, wow, I hope Jane's okay. I hope everything's okay. And then just focus how you can respond in that moment. All right, cool. I can spend 15 minutes. I can respond to some Slack messages. I can respond to some emails. And if she's not here in 15 minutes, I can just decide that she either forgot about it or something else came up. So it's focusing on what we can control versus what we can't. We can control other people. We can control our reactions and how we show up.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm actually rereading this book that I like a lot right now called Zen and the Art of Happiness by Chris Prentice. And there's a great line in the book where he says, stress doesn't come from the events that happen to us. They come from how we respond to those events. That's how stress is created. So, exactly to your point, something happens to you inevitably, especially in the world of engineering, on engineering projects, things happen all the time. And, the way that you respond to those will have a major impact in terms of your success overall.
Absolutely.
Certainly the way you interact with people too.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I would stack on top of that is there's a difference between reacting and responding. Because where a lot of people might go here is well, I'm going to feel angry. If Jane's late, I'm going to feel angry, right? That's okay. You can, there's that knee-jerk reaction. Right? When the doctor hits your knee, there's going to be a reaction. It's almost physiological. And to a certain extent, we may not be able to control that because we're human. We feel things, right? We can't always control what it is we're going to feel in a given moment. So it's allowing yourself to have that reaction of, yeah, I feel angry. I feel sad. I feel worried. I feel fearful. I'm scared. Allowing that, sitting with it for a moment, giving it a label, yeah, I'm scared. I don't know if I can swear or not, but right. But I'm really scared out of my mind right now. And then you can choose how you respond to that, right? That's what we have control over. We can then say, all right, I can respond to this fear and curl up into a ball and cry and never come out of it, right? Or I could say, all right, the fear's there. Why is the fear there? How can I turn that fear into an opportunity? or whatever it is,
Sure.
you know? So it's really like distinguishing between the reaction, that knee jerk, like gut reaction that we're gonna feel because we're human, and then what happens in the 5 to 30 seconds after that and how we respond.
Right. And I know probably a lot of listeners are thinking like, well, that's impossible. Everyone's going to have that like knee jerk reaction. But what I found myself in just working on this specifically is that it is, again, the cultivation of a habit. It's a mindset. Actually, you're changing your mindset so that when things happen, there's like a little bit more space for you to, respond and say like, okay, let me think about this. Maybe there's something really great that I could take out of this as opposed to not. So, it's, again, none of this stuff is easy. If it was, everybody would be doing it. So the idea between Jen and I having a conversation here is to bring some points out that you can try to work on if they work for you and integrate them into your management style.
Yep.
So with that, Jen's going to stick with me, and we're going to come back in a minute, and we're going to wrap this one up with our Take Action Today segment and give you something actionable that you can take and try to become a little bit more inclusive in your style. All right, we're back with Jen Bunk. Jen is a career coach for tech managers and CEO of the People Stack. And today we're talking about an inclusive management style, which we found to be one of the 4 key drivers of successful engineering managers. Real quick, I just want to recap some of the points that Jen ran through here, and then we're going to wrap it up with you and give you something that you can do immediately. Jen talked about, building trust with your team members. It's something that you have to do all the time, not just something that you're doing every so often. You need to build that trust with them. You need to really get to know them, kind of enter into their world so that you can, build that kind of level of engagement and that inclusive management style. Don't make assumptions. That's something you need to ask and flush things out as opposed to making assumptions. And in terms of asking, ask a lot of questions, because the more information you can get, then you can have that inclusive style. You don't have to guess at things and have people think you're not, connected with them necessarily. Jen talked about compassion and empathy, really putting yourself in your team members' shoes. If you want to become inclusive and include them in things, you need to understand how they think and what they're going through. And then lastly, we talked about controlling what you can control. You can't control what other people do necessarily, but you certainly can control the way you respond to it. And so kind of cultivating that mindset. So all great stuff, Jen. What we want to do now is give our listeners maybe one thing. They listen to this and they're maybe on their way into work. They're on the bus, on the train, on their commute. When they get there, they want to start to be more inclusive. What can they do?
Ask more questions. Ask more questions than statements. Right. So take a look and be more mindful of, okay, what I just said there, was that a question or was that a statement? And set a goal that in any given day, you are going to ask more questions than making statements. Because when you ask questions, then that allows you to then build trust and get to know people and not make assumptions and have empathy for people and control what you can control. It gives you that perspective that you're not going to have if you didn't ask the questions. Very often we get into statement making mode. So that's what I would challenge everybody to do, is get out of statement making mode and ask more questions.
Awesome. And again, that is something you could do today when you get to the office. You get into a staff meeting, get in a conversation with someone, ask some questions. And to Jen's point, you do have to be careful, because sometimes we go into it saying we're going to ask more questions, but we start asking a question and we end up with a statement, like we ended up saying something. So all of these things are things that what you need to just do is be aware of them, right? Changing anything begins with awareness. And if you catch yourself and say, okay, I'm making a statement instead of a question, let me make an adjustment. As long as you can stop yourself, you can make that adjustment. And I think that's what management's all about. It's continually improving, continuous improvement, refining your tools, your strategies, the actions you take. And if you keep working on it, there's no doubt that you can develop these 4 key drivers, or develop in each one of them. And I think the inclusive one is important because it ties in closely with some of the other ones, like we talked about, the engagement, the providing career growth, right? They're kind of very layered together. So Jen, thank you again for coming on the podcast for a second time. We're really taking advantage of all of your insight here, and we do appreciate it and how you really laid those out for people. And real quick, before we let you go, if our listeners want to learn a little bit more about you and some of the programs or the coaching that you offer, what's the best way for them to do that?
You can check out our website. It's thepeoplestack.com.
Awesome. Jen, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Had a great time.
I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please leave your comments and or questions in the comments section below this video. Also, if you'd like to view the full show notes for this episode, visit engineeringmanagementinstitute.org or see the link in the video description. There you will find the key points discussed in today's episode, as well as links to any of the resources, websites, or books mentioned during the episode. Until next time, I wish you the best in all of your engineering career endeavors.
For folks who don't know, this is Ryan Macklin. He is an engineer turned game designer turned tech writer, and he focuses on empathetic communication. Also empathic communication. He does some cool things with board games. And he does work at Google. And for those of you who did not see the picture earlier, he is a very giant kitty who is nicknamed the Blessed Orb. So I'm gonna let them take it away and do their presentation, and we can have questions afterwards and continue introductions.
So, I mean, we're all here as doc writers, and presumably you want your writing to impact people, right? You want to help someone with a vexing problem, or empower them with key knowledge, or win them over somehow, get them back to what they want to do, and you certainly don't want to make their day worse. And to do that well, you've got to understand people. And this should be easy since we're all people. I mean, and maybe I won't speak for y'all, but like, I'm a people. But this isn't. I mean, we already know this isn't, but like, you know, it is one of the big struggles of tech writing. Folks come to your material while they're panicking, while they're wishing they were anywhere else, while they're angry, wanting to turn anything to a fight, and all sorts of other emotions that makes our job not straightforward. So how do we handle writing for people? So as Rose said, I'm Ryan Macklin. I'm a text and UX writer at Google. I'm in the Ann Arbor, Michigan area. I have an aforementioned cat. With the Instagram will be at the end of the slides, I promise. I have many tattoos and also anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I got a little trifecta there. But that trifecta drove me to take empathetic written communication as a personal career focus. And today, my talk is about distilling a framework I've worked on for years into roughly 25 minutes. So kind of get on with it. My thesis boils down to that empathetic communication means meeting your readers where they are. And they come to your work in all sorts of different emotional states. And there are dozens and dozens of these nuanced states, so I've simplified them down to these 5, what I'm right now calling personas, but I'm actually workshopping a different name right now. It's sort of like what you might see in like a brand new UX study, but it's not about what the users are doing, but what they're experiencing internally. As you can probably see now, I had a lot of fun making them. This is Avery, our anxious armadillo, Blake, our bored bear, Cam, our curious cat, Finley, our frustrated ferret, and Pat, our proud peacock. But it's kind of silly to introduce them because you've actually already met them. You've already written for them. You've already been them. You just maybe haven't thought deeply about them because they're so baked into the experience. So let's really get to know our friends here and see how we can help them out. So we'll start with Avery because I leave them sitting in the waiting room. Like they're just going to get more and more anxious. And Avery's already pretty anxious, so which we'll dive into why. But first, what does Avery's mental state mean for us as writers? Well, it's that Avery doesn't feel safe. Someone coming to our work in this sort of distress state is going to be hyper vigilant. They don't feel safe right now. They're reading our instructions or our email or our UI or whatever. And their brain's being chewed on by their anxiety. Their attention is pulled to perceived dangers, which means that they're either not paying full attention to us, or they're paying the wrong kind of attention to us, where they'll fixate on something on the screen we don't expect them to. And that gets their anxiety spiraling out. Before I go further into Avery, I really want to call this out and be really firm about this throughout the entire talk and in life in general. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with Avery having anxiety. That emotional space is valid, and it comes from somewhere legit. Maybe it comes from our app or service or documentation or something like that. Or maybe it comes from something that has nothing to do with us. But either way, it's legit, and there's nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with this state. We're not trying to fix a person here. So Avery being everywhere, imagine someone who's on edge because they're expecting an important call, or someone who is going about their day all chill before hearing a sudden car honk close by. I mean, you've probably all been in the situation where suddenly your heart rate is elevated, right? In that situation, you've got a little Avery surfacing. Same as if someone is apprehensive about making an embarrassing or detrimental mistake in our app or service, or like sending a mass email with broken links, or deleting critical data. And I am calling myself out there in both of those cases. And this is something you'll see in all these personas, this concept that it doesn't really make a significant difference whether the emotional state is because of our app or service, or if it's because of something totally unrelated to us. Because they're still users in natural states of mind, and they're still trying to get something out of the material. There's some slight elements to it that are there, but really I approach this problem from a emotion first, reason second philosophy. So how do we care for our Averys? So one thing, definitely make no mistake, what we do as documentation writers, as sort of any role like this, is a form of care work. Helping people in distress is a form of care work. And in this case, two of the techniques I keep in mind for Avery are keeping to a sense of tone intentionality and making sure there are clear paths out. And tone intentionality is about watching the language you use to avoid reinforcing emotions that spiral, like anxiety definitely spirals. For instance, I avoid the word hopefully in instruction text. So that give a sense of maybe this will, maybe this won't. I want to encourage that in the mind of an Avery. And I make sure that any uses of caution or warnings are actually worth the elevated heart rate that they could trigger in an Avery. And the other technique involves making sure there's a clear escalation path, a path to some sort of support material, someone to contact, etc., in case the anxiety builds to a point where it feels impossible to process the information, where they can't really process the information by themselves, and they need or feel they need, which is effectively the same thing, that they need to get somebody else involved, or they get information that's framed in a different way that might help them break through sort of the anxiety barrier that's in their head. And I mean, these are just two techniques. I'm going to share a couple of techniques in each of these slides. I'm sure you have plenty of other techniques in mind, and I'm actually trying to catalog a lot of these for a much bigger project. And you can probably maybe guess that Avery could be an entire 25-minute talk alone. Because the effect of anxiety on cognitive processing is not a thing like, oh yeah, it happens, and you sort of move on. Although that is literally what I have to do in this talk to get through it. But yeah, like I said, so I'll stop here, and you'll kind of see as I go through this that the other techniques I mentioned will refer back to Avery, and some of these other techniques can be used in some of our other personas. So. Let's go ahead and move on to Blake then. So this is me cosplaying as Blake by being very tired and low. And this is the sort of person that we're going to be engaging in now, which is our board bearer, Blake. And we're going to go on by being a little bit meta first, because there could be some Blakes right now listening to this talk. As I overly hinted at just a moment ago, some Blakes are tired, either physically or mentally. So they're not an engageable friend of mine. You can kind of cue your, before I've had my coffee drip, right? And some are dealing with depression or dissociation or situational sadness, which are very hard psychological states that are so consuming. And and some may just be disinterested in this topic. I don't know why they're here. Maybe because a coworker or manager told them they should watch this, and but they're not necessarily engaged yet. These are all ways in which a person can manifest their Blakeness. Now, some of the Blakes out there, they weren't Blakes to start with, but they turned into Blakes because the content isn't what they expected, or the delivery isn't connecting with them. And again, both of those are absolutely legit. And there are plenty of other reasons, but hopefully this is sort of enough to broaden your sense of empathy when it comes to this sort of disengagement. Because if there's one thing that I sort of cringe at, it's when people say boredom just means you're not interesting or you're not creative or whatever. It's no, it is a legit state of mind, and it deserves as much empathy as anything else. And just like there could be Blakes, right here in this talk, there are Blakes in your system generating emails, your support articles, your policy documents, etc. And so the way I care for Blakes when I write is I try to show why my material is worth them spending their precious mental energy focusing on and digesting it, which also helps those who come here accidentally from wasting their time and energy on this material, because they get to say, oh, this is actually not for me. And two techniques for that are just information highlighting and bubbling actionable material to the top. And information highlighting is a grab bag of concepts. These are all things that many of us are doing. Having clear and precise titles. I used to hate TLDRs, and I've learned to embrace them over the last couple of years. Strategically bolded passages, things like that, whatever really catches the eye and says, here's why, here's what's going on. Here's the reason to devote attention to this. This one's called the value proposition, and it makes this obvious and relatable. That gives many a reason to invest mental energy, which maybe needs to sit up, or get some coffee, or take a walk, or whatever helps them sort of shake off that bored and tired feeling. And our second Blake-friendly technique is about cutting sort of unnecessary content and bubbling up what's important to the top. Whatever makes up the material put in front of others takes brain energy to process. And if you've ever had a point where you struggle to focus on something, you can just feel that sense of where just your brain just starts to drip down as you're going from one paragraph to the next to the next. So cut out what's unnecessary and move what's necessary to the top. There's this classic documentation faux pas of starting with historical information that's maybe interesting, but definitely unnecessary. I've seen this often, and I used to do it when I was a software developer. Again, you bubble that actionable material to the top. If you absolutely need to keep that unnecessary material, and I will always love stressing it's unnecessary when talking with engineers and project managers and stuff who are really passionate about the historical material, because they're really passionate about the project and want to share things that are passionate to them with users. Move it to the bottom or make it a separate page you link to. Whatever you do, make it so that you reduce the effort that Blake needs to expend to get to the part they need. And I could also go on for a long time about Blake. I have a rant about how screenshots are often a detriment, but Blake needs to zone out now. And again, I need to finish this talk. So now we get to talk with Cam. This is where people's attention comes back because I've just put a kitten on this screen. So Cam's a bit more specific than the two we've seen so far. After talking with Blake, you would think we'd be excited to have some Cam, since being curious is the opposite of checked out. But there are some detrimental sides to curiosity, and that's why there's a Cam in this talk. When we're curious, our minds are primed for questions. When there's a question stuck in our heads, we're hungry for the answers. And it's part of our human nature. Again, I'm making an assumption here about our humanity, to look for those answers. And it's human nature to cough in the middle of a presentation. So if you've ever had some random bit of trivia trip you up, like what's the next line of that song, and you couldn't keep from pulling out your phone to look it up, you were compelled to close the loop in your head, created by that question popping in. It wasn't important to you to know the answer to this, but it was just nagging, that nagging you wanted to be rid of. I stumbled upon this concept years ago while reading David Allen's classic productivity book, Getting Things Done. He talks about how the mind can only hold on to like so many unresolved loops before it's essentially at a bandwidth. Questions of the mind operate in that same space. It's part of how clickbait headlines work. They pose a targeted question in your mind to get you to click on the link to close the very loop it created. And that's important because while the reader interest is desirable, unregulated curiosity presents hurdles for us. And those cams, they're kittens pawing at any random laser pointer. And every link on your page, in your email or something like that, is something that a cam will paw at. And instead of focusing on the body material, they'll see something like this. And this is something I see a lot in automated email notices. Like, hello, due to our blah, blah policy, which is a link to some doc, you should take some action. Let's say the actionable part now. And in a reader whose curiosity is regulated or not engaged in the first place, that's not an issue. But for unregulated cams, that's an interesting link. Maybe clicking on the link and reading it briefly satisfies their curiosity, but it's as likely they find something new on that page to be curious about. Some of the laser pointer from the side or related topic section, and so on. And they're on a different journey already before you've cemented in your original communication that they need to take some action. The mental loop that you wanted to create in them was cut short. So from that, we'll go ahead and let Cam go chasing something. So bye, Cam. Now we need to be careful because we've left Finley, our frustrated ferret, on hold for a while, and they are not having it. Any of you who have ever worked in support like I have can probably already empathize with getting a customer who's been really frustrated and has been on hold for a while and is very happy to know that to start with. Like these people, they're frustrated before they get in our queue. All of that time that they've been waiting sort of adds up to that micro frustration on top. And that frustration is a communication fog, which is not unlike anxiety. The thicker the fog, the harder it is for a support agent to break through it. So as writers, we want to diffuse the Finleys we're writing for. And when we can't do that, we want to at least not compound the situation with like adding micro frustration elements. Because that's just going to make that frustration fog harder for someone else's job. And Finley and Avery are cousins in a sense. And just like how Avery could be anxious because of our product or from something external, Finley could be frustrated again from our product or something external. Getting cut off in traffic or getting into a fight on Twitter or finding out they didn't get the promotion they fought for. Then they try to log into our account and it doesn't work. What might have been an annoyance in the moment now is like a full-blown meltdown. And to their credit, some Finleys do try to regulate themselves, recognizing that lashing out doesn't help, but they and we, when we're dealing with them, are still playing at a higher difficulty level in getting them help because they're in that combative brain space. And that combative brain space means that Finleys are looking for a win. What if our docs can't help a Finley? Can we still try to give them a win before they contact support? I think we can. And this is where my first technique comes into play, which is about empathetic acknowledgement. You've probably encountered this with UIs that apologize for inconveniences or support docs that acknowledge a situation what the user's dealing with isn't fun. And other places where passive text that we write tries to imprint the feeling of like, hey, your feelings are valid. Hey, we see you. This technique is also a part of support tactics for a reason. It's not a women form of solving Finley's problem, but even just being validated is a small win. And if that's enough to get a Finley to calm down, to get a Finley to help center themselves, that makes our job easier. And that makes any support agent who has to deal with them their job easier. And ultimately, it means Finley's job of helping themselves is easier. And like I said, you might know that, like I said, I've used the concept of centering with a Finley. I've used the concept of sort of like centering or regulating with Avery. And this goes for any agitated state of mind. And the further agitated somebody is, the thicker that communication fog that I mentioned is. So that technique about de-escalating Finley, the other technique I use, which really relates to communication fog, is to watch out for micro frustrations or micro confrontation language to avoid adding to Finley's frustration. That includes anything with a condescending flavor. Things like starting a passage with obviously, or I've even removed like remember that from passages after sort of an experience over a decade ago of realizing that wasn't actually helping me. As I mentioned earlier, and I think maybe at this point, hopefully enough of you have pieced together, techniques for one help persona help Finley, and like cutting unnecessary material and bubbling stuff to the top for Blake, or being mindful for outbound links for Cam. And they reduce the amount of time Finley spends before getting the help they need. That's great. And vice versa with these ideas about watching the language we use, and making sure that we are able to affirm people will definitely help up some of our other personas. And if we can help a few Finleys out by showing them care, we're showing care, again, let's bring it back to this point, we're showing care to our support agents who would otherwise take these irate calls and be in a more difficult position. So thank you, Finley, for letting us borrow you, and I hope you find some chill soon. That leaves us with Pat, our proud peacock. Pat's another specialized persona like Cam, one particularly prevalent in high expertise fields like software development, but really can pop up anywhere. And pride, like curiosity, is fine on its own, but pride unregulated can turn into arrogance or smugness or entitlement, and a desire to recapture a feeling of superiority they feel like they've lost for some reason. So what does this look like? Well, on the casual end, it can look as simple as someone commenting on your grammar, which helpful people also do. But whereas the helpful person comments and moves on, in the back of Pat's mind, there's a desire to keep looking, to focus on flaws and on the material substance, or rather what those Pats perceive as flaws. And the thing about the two specialized personas in this talk is that they're not often aware that they're in a state that's not optimal for them. Avery, Blake, and Finley might be aware they're on edge or checked out or irate, but Pat or Cam aren't necessarily as mindful because those states are harder to be self-aware of without training, and that lack of awareness makes addressing communication issues harder. So how do we deal with that? Now, how do we deal with users that are in this confrontational headspace who aren't necessarily aware of it? We're writing passively to many users, hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions. So we can't just hit each one of them up on chat, are you okay? Or like, hey, you're kind of being a jerk right now. You've gone a little bit far. The best we can do is to try to make our material like Pat resistant. And the first section I have is to sort of keep and maintain a taxonomy or a glossary or lexicon. If you can ensure that your terminology is clear and consistent throughout all of your product and your support documentation and everything else, you can reduce some of the Pat pain points. Again, this also helps everyone else, and which includes you when the inevitable rebrand or redesign comes along. And if you want to build one, you don't even really need to start with like a full-fledged, like the word taxonomy can be like intimidating to some people. Like you really can just start with like a simple glossary, like, what can you do to ensure that your basic terminology is clear and consistent, right? Like ask these particular questions. What terms do you use and how often? Nouns, verbs, adjectives, or sort of identified as flexible, so you're using in the right parts of speech and you're not getting colloquial in some of the usage. What terms have subtle differences from the common language meaning versus what terms are pretty much the common language meaning, or what terms are really super not? Do they have synonyms that you want to use? Do they have synonyms you don't want to use? What sort of colloquialisms are you comfortable with, or do you expect support agents to use, but you may not necessarily want to use in your documentation sort of for official purposes? And when you know these key terms, you also know Wordzoid casually. For instance, a key term in your system is the word aspect. You shouldn't use that word casually, such as an aspect of Pat is literalism. The other suggestion I have is to get your examples reviewed by experts who understand your users. It could be code example on a dev site, which many of us are dev docs people. We have done this a lot. This is not new. But it could also be a business example for an ad tech help center. It could be anything like that. Like, it doesn't just have to be, think about, looking at your code, but think about looking at all of your specific elements. Get them reviewed for relevance as well as accuracy. Pats can get hung up on the details, particularly with examples. So to get ahead of them, get these robust reviews, especially if an example is long and critical to understanding the doc. So that's enough about Pat. And in not a lot of time, I've walked you through 5 significant categories of emotional states. And I didn't include one like Ray the receptive rabbit, because as long as we're considering our other users, we'll handle our calm, respective ones with no problem. And for those of you who are familiar with accessibility and inclusive design, you might realize this is semi-secretly an accessible communication talk. And it follows like a similar philosophy to accessibility, which is where when you make your work accessible to more people, it benefits everyone, not just those people. One thing that happens when I give this talk, and I've given this talk a bunch, is that people map themselves just with one persona. They're like, oh, I'm totally an Avery, or yeah, I'll admit I'm a Pat. And that's too narrow a way to think about it. This is not a tag yourself meme. Like, take me, I'm a pretty anxious person, but I also get bored. I have plenty of times when I'm curious without focus. I definitely get frustrated, and I'm not proud to admit that I have my proud side as well. And we're all of these at different times. We're also all receptive at different times, being that sort of Ray the receptive rabbit. We're also those as well. And we're certainly other states that I haven't covered. You might feel like you genuinely lean one or two ways, but all of these are inside. So there's a couple calls to action. Like, this is all fine and good. It's all like writing philosophy. What do you do with it, right? Well, first, you can take something you've written recently. You can mark it up with how you think each of these 5 personas would take it, and maybe get 2 or 3 of you together to talk about what you found. And second, when you catch yourself in one of these states, examine that state. If it's combative or high heart rate state, center yourself. Note down if the material caused that state, or if you were already there when that happened. Were you there because of something related to the material, something separate, or a combination? What you learn from self-examining can raise your emotional proficiency, which raises your ability to tackle these sort of problems. And just to end again, that these emotions are valid no matter where they come from. That's really, really clear. Like, there's no shame in what our users are feeling. I don't want to, ever in sort of this talk or anything related, suggest that that's something that we should think about. So again, this is me. I'm Ryan Macklin. I just got back on Twitter. And again, my cat has an Instagram. And I also am the co-organizer of Write the Docs Detroit Windsor, which, like everything else, is online right now. So, check it out on Meetup. And here's like a little quick reference that I have here, which, since it's getting recorded out into the world, is there sort of some questions that I consider. Feel free to also, screen cap this if you like. I will go ahead and leave it up for a moment. That is my talk on emotional personas.
Thank you, Ryan. Are you happy to take some questions? Either folks can post them in the chat and I'll monitor that, or people are more than for those who are happy to do audio and video, please feel free to jump on that way.
Yeah, totally.
And did you want to record the questions as well?
Yeah, I can record the questions. We'll see if like maybe I'll cut them or not, depending on the size of the video. But yeah, let's go ahead and record them.
Great. It looks like we do have one from the chat, and it says, where do you draw the line between harsh language choices versus straightforward imperative statements?
So it depends on, for me, it would depend on the subject. The more serious the subject, like especially if it's something where there's a destructive element to it, like you could, delete all your data from this. I would go with very, very pointed statements. There's actually a bit, like, again, this is like some of the like advanced Avery talk that I've given has actually been about when to actually create anxiety in people and the right kind of anxiety. And some of that is to make them aware of, like, make them very much feel a sense of trepidation to say something destructive that they're going to do, whether it's financially or logistically or whatever. But like, it's still like, you can still do that and still keep with tone intentionality at the same time. There are straightforward sentences that you can say that don't necessarily have to involve like unnecessary cautioning or any sort of like micro-confrontational language. I don't think they're necessarily two different things. Softening language is great, but like tone intentionality can also work for hard language, for like really pointed language.
I could add to that, Ryan. I'm guessing that one of the phenomenon you might have encountered is that if we have an idea that users tend to make a certain kind of mistake, even if it's not a serious one, or even if it just ends up going slightly off track and then you can come quickly back on, one of the documentation solutions is to warn people not to do that. But in a lot of cases, if they do that, it really doesn't matter and it's fine. So that would be a case where it might be really easy to create unnecessary warnings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the bit there is, and this is very much a I see this from a lot of times. I'll see this from like people who are support agents first, writers second, because this is the experience that they've had to deal with, and they're translating that individual user experience into a doc for a broad audience. Which, again, I was a support agent a long time ago. This is one of the things that I had to learn. But yeah, so like getting to that state of how do you write it and not have it be a warning, or how do you write it and have it be a soft warning? And that like is I'd say, like, I mean, that ends up being like why writing is also partly an art. I think also at this point I can stop the screen here so I can actually see everyone. All right. So yeah, that is I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Yeah, I'm the one who asked it. It does. It's something I come up against, quite a bit. Mostly I ask because I write, API documentation where you're always giving enough rope to hang yourself with.
Yeah.
You're when you do these things, you're messing with real data that's potentially not yours and unrecoverable.
Yeah.
So.
We have Chocolate, and it looks as though they asked, how often do you check the personas? How do you plan content changes for newly added and removed personas?
Well, I don't, like, these personas have been pretty static for me for a number of years. It's really about, it's a mental framework for making sure that the end product that I'm sending out to users has a sense of users in mind, instead of just I'm not trying to achieve an objective for my product team. I'm trying to achieve objective for my users that also happens to be the objective my product team wants. Or even, that's actually something that I do, is I even try to say people instead of users, because it's a subtle difference, but it's a really important one. So I'm people first, product second. Even though the product is what's paying me, although the people are paying the, never mind that you can follow that logic. But I would say a lot of it is in a sense of is in the sense of like patterns. It's like this this sort of style of email. Like I write some like philosophy and structure docs as part of my day job, and some of it is like, here's when we should use a TLDR, because this is the sort of email that's about to tell you you're about to lose access. Right now, my main writing for Tech and UI is about access management systems. So I write a bunch of automated emails like, you're about to lose access, or someone needs access, or things like that. So a lot of it is like, like how do I make sure that a board Blake actually will read this email and address it? So that's where I'm like, okay, here are the things that I do to combat that. For things about losing access, how do I make sure that somebody who's anxious doesn't panic and freeze up? So it really is about a series of questions to ask in a lot of these situations, and about patterns to follow. I'm talking with some people right now, and this is going to be like a long time from now, but I'm talking about like internally maybe having some language checkers and like sort of like natural language processing to catch some of these, but we've just barely started those conversations. I'm excited for that. Right now, it's really just been very much in the art form approach of, how am I making sure that I'm doing this in a very human way. But yeah, and when I've done this long enough that it is just sort of baked into my process in general. But it is, so it's really just how I write, how I think about the patterns that are in my head or documented somewhere that I bring to my writing. I don't know if does that answer your question?
Yes, it is. I think it sounds like these personas are like guidelines, writing guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're all, it's a combination. It's like it's a philosophy that is, it's about how to think about writing guidelines. Mm-hmm. The effect that these writing guidelines can have on people.
Have you promoted this actually to your fellow writers?
Yeah, I have. Like, this is within Google, and then the company I was at before. This was sort of I was like basically brainstorming and working on this for a while. But yeah, this was, and then everyone's basically said I should actually give this talk. This is the third time in like a month I give this talk. So I'm trying to get the idea out there. I have a lot of people who are interested in sort of in this as a framework to teach people sort of how to think about writing. And I'm looking at also how to turn this into material so that people who want to learn how to do writing, technical writing, can use it as a sense of philosophy. But that is like, a lot of these things are down the road. But this is a way to teach philosophy of writing rather than teaching just the mechanics of it.
Please let me know when you actually roll out the material. I will definitely sign up.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably what I'll actually use my Twitter for, so feel free to follow that. I like almost never use it. I left Twitter years ago, and my mental health was great after that. So I'm dipping back in because I'm a glutton for punishment, much like Rose is, but in a different way.
That's why we're friends and get along.
And I love how I just referenced something that's not actually going to be in the recording. Kind of, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, well, yeah, I'll definitely let you know. I will not be quiet about it when I create something like that, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, looks like you had a question.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had examples of the before and the after. I thought of it right away when you had the worried ferret and the frustrated. Well, the armadillo, I think, was the worried one.
Yeah.
But I always come across phrases that say, "Do not do this," and I'm like, "What? Don't tell me that. Now I want to do it." So it'd be nice if you had some like before and then after tuning.
I don't. like at this point, I don't I haven't edited anybody else's writing that deeply in a long time to have that example. So really, it's just me knowing like a lot of these rules are just baked into what I'm doing. I think the before and after I probably have might be internal stuff where when I have gone through and done some rewriting of it because it needed to be updated anyway, the CSAT of it increased, but that's all internal stuff I couldn't share anyway. But yeah, that's I would love to be able to put something together. Like there's a lot of places here where I wish I could put examples in, but like it already is on the edge of a long talk. So, and that's what I want to follow up with is actually get deeper into each of these concepts.
And Ryan, one of the things you mentioned early on is that you were thinking of considering a word other than persona. And I can understand that because I've seen that word being overloaded and diverging in meaning in ways that has made it difficult to communicate at my company for sure.
Yeah.
A couple of words that had occurred to me was one being archetype, because it seems like you're coming up with essentially kind of emotional archetypes of emotional states and of the users move through.
Mm-hmm.
And the literary side of my brain was wondering if allegory might even be an interesting one, because I bet a lot of allegory would be a term that has not been used much in technology yet.
Yeah, like I originally called it persona because I wanted to draw people in for that reason of like, what do you mean? But I think at this point I don't need that anymore. But I just haven't had another thing to call it yet. I've had some suggestions, like somebody suggested roles. Somebody suggested profiles too. But profiles think has a similar thing of like kind of being overloaded, but it's still generic enough that it could kind of work. But yeah, no, I like those. I'll have to chew on those. I'm going to spend a while on thesaurus.com one of these days and just, which is one of my little joys is naming things. I will spend weeks figuring out the name for something and that I'm working on personally. And so it'll just be a lot of thesaurus.com and other searches and learning about words I didn't know about. Like if I a few months ago learned about the word ambit, which I'm not going to define for you. I'm going to say go search for ambit, ambit, and maybe you can use it in your own stuff.
Does that need a not safe for work tag?
It is a legit, totally cool, safe for life and work.
Great. Thought I would double check. I didn't see
I respect that.
Would be,
you can,
but
it's
most of us are no work machine, so.
It's a Merriam-Webster search, not a Urban Dictionary search.
Nice.
Just noted, you said ambit, and I saw everyone's heads kind of swing that way.
Yeah.
I was guilty too.
Yeah, it's my favorite new word. I had to, since I'm still a game writer, and I had to come up with something for a game term, and trolling through the thesaurus. Yeah, that's what I came up with.
It's a good word.
Yeah. Any other questions? I'm also happy to turn it over to the Happy Times. Which it sounds like from the silence, I'm totally going to turn it to the Social Happy Times. So I'm going to stop this recording. And thank you.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt. Not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? You know, one of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, "What's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later." And he knows. I mean, after 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth. We're tightening our back muscles. We're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to. When they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, it's been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away, and I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? It was. That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? You know, if the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, you know, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? You know, maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If, you know, they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. You know, I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No, it just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? You know, if you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. You know, I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery, because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons, because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. You know, we talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this good. Hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And, you know, I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves. When we're having a bad day, say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? You know, at work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, you know, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity. And adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, you know, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty. We can talk about compassion. We can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
We will also have you on video, and so we will be spotlighting you all as you all speak. And we begin.
All right, welcome everyone to our Mental Health Matters, the era of empathetic entrepreneurship. I'm really looking forward to hosting you with my co-facilitators today, Salima and Dylan, who you'll learn more about very soon. But we have an hour together, feel comfortable. This is about well-being, so we want to make sure that you feel able to be yourselves in today's meeting. And if there's anything, please feel free to reach out to us through the chat. But I'll get right into it. If I could have the first slide go up, or second slide, as I speak through firstly an introduction and then take you through what the agenda will look like for today. All right, so my name is Safia Abji. I am a trauma-informed coach and a well-being consultant based in Nairobi, Kenya. And my organization focuses on a human-centered approach to creating systems of work and how our values align with the work that we do. I founded my business almost 3 years ago, but have been based in Kenya for about 8 years. And although I was trained as a coach almost a decade ago, most of my coaching work was pro bono until I started my full-time practice. So during my time in Kenya, I've worked for international NGOs and after many years within the management consulting industry in Canada. While in the development sector, and some of you may resonate with this, I worked with many youth in the economic inclusion space. And I'm actually a longtime friend and advocate for the Sandkelp Summit, as I've worked very closely with a number of entrepreneurs across East Africa. What I recognized during this time was that there's a gap between creating jobs and opportunities for young people and their diverse realities at home. In development work, there's often little consideration of the impacts of cultural and personal challenges that can create barriers to employment. From gender inequities to financial challenges, to access to technology and mentorship opportunities, to stigma towards the geography that they live in, and little understanding or investment on issues of mental health and needs in general, I was often getting asked for support as a coach first by my beneficiaries rather than for vocational training and employment support. The truth is that no matter where you come from, when you don't have the appropriate systems to support you as a whole human being, you only bring part of you to the job. This is an unsustainable and potentially destructive approach to economic inclusion interventions, as we are often supporting those who are looking for work to strengthen their sense of confidence and see it as a pathway to meaningful work. Sorry, guys. And so, to meaningful work and growth. So as a result, I started my coaching practice and consulting business to focus on the systems we have in place already and how to be more inclusive in the solutions we create, not only focus on the bottom line, but actually those who contribute to it. I wanted to facilitate this session to put a spotlight on the topic of well-being in the workplace, because as much as this is being spoken about on the outside, especially since the impact of the pandemic, we are still not having important conversations within the spaces where transformation is possible and very required. Today, we'll provide a small taste of why we need to start scaling these conversations and create cultural shifts rather than a bandaged solution to rising issues of mental and emotional well-being. Now, thank you so much for listening to that. Before I move forward, I wanted to take you through slide 2, which is the agenda, so you know kind of what the flow of today will look like. Now, our flow will be very fluid. We have opportunities for Q&A at the end. So if you are, if we have a lot of questions and we're having a great conversation, we are happy to continue that moving forward. But also to let you know, we have a bit of a brainstorming exercise at the end to start thinking about workplace well-being. So once we're done with introductions today, we'll go into an icebreaker. We'll talk more about why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. We'll talk a little bit about your own personal well-being and assess that. And then we'll hear from Salima and Dylan on their own entrepreneurial journeys and why well-being has become important for them, as well as do some speaker Q&A. And at which point we'll do a bit of brainstorming around how to improve the culture of well-being in your workplace. All right, let me hand it over to Salima for introductions, and thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. Thanks, Safia, for the lovely introduction. My name is Salima Balani, and I'm a 9-time founder. Some failed, some exited. Lots of my story we're going to share soon. A TEDx speaker and the best-selling award-winning author of this book, Innovation Starts With I, recently launched in November 2021. I'm also the founder and CEO of Ripple Impact, which is a business accelerator that helps entrepreneurs grow their businesses and scale their platforms. So essentially, we're the team behind the scenes to many entrepreneurs, helping them grow and scale their businesses. I also teach design thinking and entrepreneurship at Johns Hopkins University at the Graduate School for International Studies, and I often guest lecture at business schools. I'm also currently a student myself in the lead executive education program at Stanford University's Graduate School of Business. I contribute to Forbes. I talk a lot about innovation, entrepreneurship, remote team building, and I've been published in 15 different research publications between the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. I have a previous career in international development, which is very much aligned with what I'm doing today, since we do work with entrepreneurs all over the world, especially in emerging markets. And I've done a lot of work on how to promote a circular economy and improve refugee livelihoods using hydroponics and water-saving climate-smart technologies. And I've done a lot with that in the MENA region, including insect farming, which is a new thing I've been up to. And why this session is important to me. So mental health has been a really important part of my own entrepreneurship journey, and it actually helped with the unleashing process, since a lot of us have to go through some sort of unleashing and coming out of the closet when it comes to, finding ourselves or becoming ourselves as entrepreneurs, these new versions of ourselves. And I really resonate with the James Clear quote, which is, entrepreneurship is a personal growth engine disguised as a business pursuit. There's a lot there. And I love the title of the session with empathetic entrepreneurship, since I have a quote in my book, and it says that empathy is the undervalued stock that enables those who have it to be more successful in many areas than those who lack it. So very relevant in today's times, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, and very excited to be here. Thank you.
All right, Dylan, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Dylan Jiri. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, and I founded a business in 2007 that does work in the live event space, predominantly with working with a lot of technicians, high staff turnover, and since then have evolved myself into furthering my studies in strategy, coaching, and really helping people understand emotional intelligence better. I am what I call a distracted entrepreneur, which means I like to get things going and then move on to the next thing. I felt that I needed to become an entrepreneur because school was challenging for me. I got 5% for maths in my final year and wasn't able to go to university. But in 2018, I was fortunate enough to finally make it to Harvard Business School, where I studied entrepreneurial strategy, and the following year became a accredited strategy summit facilitator. And I've been working with people all around the world since then, helping them set strategy in their business and helping them become leaders who empower the people in their business to become the best versions of themselves, which then allows business owners to step out of their businesses and work on it from a top-down approach rather than getting stuck in the operational side of business. So I'm very happy to be with you guys here today. Why am I here? And why is this session important to me? Well, I myself have struggled with many mental health challenges. And I think that sounds so shocking, you know, but mental health is very broad. I particularly struggled a lot with anxiety. I had my DNA sequenced in 2019, and I have the IL-1RN gene, which makes you more susceptible to depression. And through a lot of self-work, I have learned to realize that being positive and having an upbeat mindset takes a lot of daily work and daily habits. And although my friends are always shocked when I tell them that, you know, I have to do all this work to sort of make sure that I'm mentally in the right gear to face the world, they're like, that's so strange because you're always so positive and you always have such an upbeat mindset. And so I'm really hoping to share some of that and why it's important to you. I also am on a mission to live a life without fear. And that has really changed my life considerably, knowing that everything is going to be okay, no matter which direction it goes. So thank you for having me today. I look forward to engaging with all of you.
Thank you so much, Salima and Dylan. So many questions I already have for you and your friends of mine. So thanks for that great intro. Dylan, I thought we could get started with the icebreaker. Are we ready to go?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much for allowing me this opportunity to do our icebreaker. For me, there's a couple of reasons to do this. I think we should all continue to develop our virtual event or virtual capabilities, everyone, it's become part of our daily lives. And even though in-person events are back in place, I think that virtual is here to stay. I think also that with a topic as deep as empathetic entrepreneurship, it's important for us to also get to know everyone in the room. So I want us to do an exercise together. And I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on right now. So don't worry, no one's going to have to say anything. No one's going to have to speak, but I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on. We can have everyone turn their cameras on. Hopefully we have some people turning their cameras on. There we go. Thank you, Elsie. And what we're going to do is I really just want us, we're a group of people that have never met each other. And I really want us to see if we can, in 2 or 3 minutes, get to have a more empathetic understanding and get to know people a little bit better through just a series of questions that I'm going to ask and we're going to answer via our cameras. So I want you guys to pick up a piece of paper. It's always better if it's a colored piece of paper because it makes the screen look really beautiful. And again, if you've just joined, I'm going to invite everyone to turn their cameras on and then block your camera with a piece of paper that is that you have on your desk. All right. If you want to leave your video off, that's fine. There is another option. You can use the raise hand functionality if it applies to you. I always like to do this seeing people's faces because it gets us to have a better connection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a couple of questions and I want you to, if that question is relevant to you, so if I ask you, do you prefer cats over dogs? If it's a yes for you, all I want you to do is click the raise hand button or remove the colored piece of paper. And over a series of questions, we will all get to know each other a little bit better. So for those people that don't want to turn on their cameras, if you can all just click your raise hand emoji or any of the emojis, you can click the heart emoji, any of those, just so that I know that you can hear us and that you can see us. Otherwise, we can start now. So let's cover up our screens. All right, everyone, cover up your screen with a colored piece of paper. And we're going to start with a couple of really easy questions. So the first one is, do you have a tattoo? Do you have a tattoo? If you have any tattoos, click the raise your hand functionality or take away the piece of paper. All right, thank you very much. All right, let's reset and go to the next question. Were you born before the 1980s? Were you born before the 1980s? Okay. Thank you. Let's reset again. Were you born after the 1980s? Born after the 1980s. Okay. Lots more action there. All right, let's reset again. Another easy one, and then we'll take it one level deeper. Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Okay, we're seeing our travelers here. Thank you very much for sharing so far. Let's take it one level deeper. Have you ever been, so everyone just cover up again. Those that have raised their hands, drop your hands, cover up. Have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been arrested? All right. Thank you very much for sharing. All right, next one. Are you COVID vaccinated? Are you COVID vaccinated? All right. Thank you for the participation. I really appreciate everyone sharing. We're slowly starting to build a safe space and we're slowly starting to get to know each other a little bit better. Okay, here comes the next one. Let's reset, cover up our cameras again. Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? All right, some smiles there. And I hope some great memories coming back there. All right, fantastic. All right, we're almost halfway through. I want to ask a couple more questions. Let's reset and cover up our cameras again. Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's reset again and go one level deeper. This is the last round of questions. Are you currently experiencing grief? Are you currently experiencing grief? All right. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, let's reset and lower our hands. Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Thank you so much for sharing. All right, let's lower our hands again. Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Thank you. All right. And last question. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's reset. Are you curious to become a more aware person? Are you curious to become a more aware person? All right, well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And I hope that you've gotten to meet a couple of people, even though we haven't seen everyone's faces. I definitely have a better idea and I feel slightly more connected with everyone on this call. Safia, back to you.
Wow. I need a second to inhale and exhale. So if everybody wants to just take in what we experienced, and just kind of enjoy what a beautiful intimacy that created in such a short time frame. And just exhale out so that you can come back present to the room. Thank you so much, Dylan. That was very powerful. Okay.
My pleasure.
Getting back into statistics and information to support the self-awareness piece, which it sounds like everybody wants to be a part of. If I could ask Parita to please put up slide 3 for us. We're moving on to why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. So here we go. Let me just minimize my screen. So the Great Resignation, quiet quitting, anti-hustle, what do they all have in common? A recognition that behind the work that we do, there is still a person who requires more than just treating their work as a reward. When your work feels like a transaction that doesn't connect to your deeper sense of self, so this would be your freedom of curiosity, exploration, connection, values, and purpose, employees will burn out from being treated like a means to an end. I'm sure you felt this way in your own career. And so this is a reminder in this session that we are all human first, and that is the thesis actually of empathetic leadership. So the slide on here is for you to take a snapshot of. You can read it while I'm going through it. I will touch upon this, but you'll see why they become relevant. And I really highlighted for you there, though, what the kind of key message is from each of them. We have issues of climate change, issues of war, oppression, the global pandemic. So beyond their obvious effects, these situations have taken a brutal toll on well-being. And for the younger generation, the impact is particularly stark. And that's something that we should all care about because we are living in a majority youthful world at this point in time. A recent survey reported that 52%, that's the majority of young adults, are experiencing feelings of depression or hopelessness. How do we achieve well-being in a world so overrun with crisis? One of the answers across generation has been quit your day job. Over the past 2 years, almost every industry has been impacted by the Great Resignation. Younger workers in lower paying industries such as retail, food services, and healthcare started the trend, and they were eventually joined by long tenured, higher paid employees from industries such as finance and technology. This phenomenon has prompted many companies to take a second look at burnout and well-being. According to the University of California, Berkeley, a psychologist there who did some of the earliest research on the topic, burnout occurs when emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and a reduced sense of personal accomplishment are all present simultaneously. In the words of your average worker, it's the result of being overworked and undervalued, as well as disconnected from a feeling that your job is actually important. While companies have turned to mindfulness rooms and unlimited time off as a way to combat the issue, which in my point of view, are just tactics to calm employees instead of addressing the key issues that are actually require the calming in the first place, neither is shaping up to be a long-term solution. The Great Place to Work Institute recently partnered with Johns Hopkins to study the well-being of more than 14,000 employees from 37 countries. What they found is that across people, places, and cultures, factors like personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connections made the biggest difference to employees' health and happiness. If we could move to slide 4, I just wanted you to take a look at this because there's actually 5 dimensions. I'll just wait for that slide to shift, but there's actually 5 dimensions of employee well-being. And what the findings found is that personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connection made a bigger difference. Parita, are we able to move to the next slide by any chance? Thank you so much. And so what's interesting about this, if you actually look at the slide, we spend a lot more time often on the mental and emotional support piece and financial health. So a lot of bandage solutions. And what we're hearing now is that if we actually deal with the root issues that create a sense of connection in the workplace, we may not actually have to spend so much other time on the other 2 dimensions. So that might be one of the biggest gifts of the Great Resignation. The conversation it has sparked around purpose, engagement, and organizational values. Surprised that so many workers were willing to sacrifice financial stability for more fulfilling work, many firms have been forced to ask, what can I do better? This is especially true as we learn that the majority of those who left their jobs don't regret doing so. A Harris Poll survey from March indicated that only 1 in 5 workers who quit a job in the past 2 years would make a different choice today. A better quality of life has left most with absolutely no desire to turn back the clock on their decision. The Washington Post followed up by interviewing some resignees late last year. While they were concerned with the current state of the economy, the vast majority are thrilled, quote, with the changes they've made to their work lives. The testimonials speak volumes to the importance of well-being. Quote, I may make half as much, but I feel like twice the person, said a former New York City chef who went on to get certified as a substance abuse counselor. Another quote, sorry, my screen keeps getting bigger. So in another quote, the stock market wiped out the equivalent of 1 year of my pension and I still have no regrets. The improvement in my personal happiness is priceless. This is from a former teacher in Florida who lost 10% of her pension by not waiting longer to retire. These testimonials illustrate something very important. Money doesn't drive retention. So according to the Great Place to Work, employees who experience high levels of well-being in the workplace are 3 times more likely to stick around. Being happy and healthy matters immensely. And for companies that understand this, purpose remains the vital lever. After all, people who say they are living their purpose report levels of well-being 5 times higher. That's huge, 5 times higher than those who say that they aren't. Connect employees to the value of their work and the challenges they face might not seem so daunting. So personally, being a coach who supports emotional freedom and purpose in my own practice over the past 10 years, whether I am coaching a C-level executive or someone climbing in the professional chain, 100% of the time, and that is no joke or exaggeration, there is a recognition that when your work is not connected to a deeper sense of self, the rewards of superficial success create more temporary feelings of fulfillment and begin encouraging questions of whether we are living in ways that make us truly alive. And when we start thinking about whether we're truly alive and awake in what we're doing, that starts to create a transition and transformation most of the time. Often, our work is actually a coping mechanism to hide from hard emotions we haven't fully recognized and dealt with. So from a trauma-informed approach, and if anybody has any questions on what trauma-informed work means, it will become much more popular, I think, in our daily jargon as we move forward. But a little bit of insight into some of the things that I deal with. So we have something we call high-level and low-level coping mechanisms. Your low-level coping mechanisms look like your traditional struggles, not that they should be traditional, but struggles like escaping from our realities through addiction to alcohol, to drugs. But high-level coping can look like addiction to work. It can look like addiction to accolades, to getting degrees, to going to the gym. These are things that our society still rewards, but they're still coping. So the pandemic has forced us to take a deeper look at our lives and how we are living them in ways that weren't sustainable to our long-term fulfillment, and with more recognition of how current employment systems aren't set up to address the emotional and personal freedoms we desire. The systems are now being forced to change. We need to start approaching ourselves, our teams, and our clients from a perspective of how they best contribute to the systems of our organization and reward them in ways that are meaningful. This includes viewing whole organizations built by whole humans and not just the roles that they play, especially when they spend the majority of their time thinking about completing and being at work. Okay, there was a lot in there. And there is a slide up right now. Those are the 3 dimensions that were the most significant to employee well-being. But what we're going to do now is move on to prioritizing our personal well-being. And we will be using the slide to help us with one of the polling questions. So hopefully we can keep it up there. But Parita, I would like us to launch our first polling question. So I hope everybody knows firstly that this is an anonymous, the answers are anonymous. But they are about you, so get comfortable. And your first question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate your overall satisfaction with your mental and emotional health, so your personal well-being? 1 equals extremely unsatisfied and 5 equals extremely satisfied. Please answer now. Really interesting. So there's 22 of us in the room. If hopefully all 22 of us can vote, we can get a real good feel of who's in the room and how everyone's feeling. How do you feel about your mental and emotional health at this moment in time? Okay, we've got about half the room who's answered. Give it another 30 seconds. All right. Should we end the poll? We'll give it one more, maybe wait about 10 more seconds if anybody else wants to vote. Otherwise, we'll end the poll. Get your answers in there. Remember, they're anonymous. Okay, let's end it. So if we can see the findings. All right. So the majority was at 4. Interesting. And then the next was at 3. This is very, very parallel to what I usually see in most rooms. So it just goes to show you that we're never quite at a 5 and quite at a 1, but we're usually somewhere in between. And there are various factors that will fluctuate this depending on what's happening on a daily basis. And so actually, it's a perfect segue to our next polling question. But if anybody wants to take a snapshot of this, by the way, this is not proprietary. Feel free to use this. You can take a snapshot. Otherwise, we can stop sharing that one and move on to the second polling question. All right, polling question number 2. On a scale of 1 to 5, how much of an impact does your work have on your personal well-being? So now this is, how does your work impact your personal well-being? There's no impact, use a 1. If there's high impact, vote 5. Okay, I'm seeing these results coming in a lot faster. Feels like it might be really relevant to our audience. We have about 60% have voted. All right, so how is your work taking a toll on your personal well-being? High impact is a 5. About 10 more seconds to get the rest of the votes in. If we can have those remaining 7 people, please vote and get a good view of how we're feeling. Okay. Let's end the poll there. All right. And the results are in. The majority are on the higher end of the spectrum, which is interesting. So we have many people who are feeling like their work life is contributing to how they're feeling on a daily basis. And one of the parallels that I wanted to draw here is that often, and this is what we were talking about through just why mental health is becoming more of a priority, or your well-being is, because quite literally, you know, we're hearing about burnout, we're hearing about resignation, we're hearing about quitting, but people aren't having these conversations. And a lot of the ways that we're now addressing these issues in the workplace are very much bandage solutions, right? We have, you know, mental health awareness weeks, we have events, we have, you know, a day off to be able to deal with the things that matter to you. But, you know, if we can actually shift the way that the environment is supporting your mental health, and that means any environment, not just your workplace, but any environment, we can actually start mitigating the risk to actually feeling some of the ways that we are. And so this just goes to show that for many of you, whether you're entrepreneurs, whether you're investors, whether you're accelerators, you still work within an organization and your work still impacts how you're feeling on a daily basis. And if this is relevant to you, it's definitely relevant to the many communities that you are connected to. All right, our last polling question. So this is associated to the slide that is up, and it's based on the 3 dimensions that were mentioned in the research around, you know, the top 3 that contribute to employee well-being. So of the top 3 dimensions contributing to employee well-being, which factor makes the biggest difference to your health and happiness at work? So is it personal support? Is it a sense of purpose? Or is it meaningful connection? Personal support, a sense of purpose, or meaningful connections. Which one is the most relevant to your health and happiness at work? And think about your most recent experience. You know, what's really been weighing on you. It can kind of, it can be parallel to the last question. We're always moving in time. So how you're feeling at the moment, what's relevant to you at the moment. Okay. We have about 50 votes in. We can get a couple of more. We can get a really great view of how everyone is feeling. So what's relevant to you? Meaningful connection, personal support, sense of purpose. I'll give about 10 more seconds. Might be thinking through. Okay, we can end the poll there. All right, and so not surprising, I assumed this is what the answers would look like, a sense of purpose. We are in an entrepreneurship forum. Most of you are likely doing something you truly care about or are passionate about, so sense of purpose definitely aligns with that. Feeling every day that your work is meaningful and fulfilling because it actually aligns with your values. And so great to hear that many of you care about that and want to continue to support that factor of well-being in your workplace. All right, we can stop sharing the polls. Thank you for sharing the results and so much for your help, Parita. I so appreciate it. And now, without further ado, my favorite part of today is we are going to move on to our speaker stories. And this is what I called well-being wisdom, because for me, knowledge and wisdom, different things. We can learn things in school, we can hear about how experiences have affected people, but when we truly have experienced it and have had to learn how to deal with something, that is where all the wisdom comes in. So what greater way than to share from a personal perspective from two of my friends, but also really accomplished entrepreneurs, both Salima and Dylan. And so I'm going to hand it over to Salima to share. And our speakers are really going to go in today to talk about, the topic of well-being from their personal perspective as entrepreneurs and share their journey and lessons. And for those of you who have questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. We will address them. There'll be an opportunity for Q&A. And I'm looking forward to hearing that. All right, over to you, Salima.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Safia. So my story actually goes back to, let's say 2009, when I graduated from college and from McGill University, and I couldn't find a job in the economic crisis. I stayed in an attic in the Bronx, in New York City. I tried looking everywhere and couldn't find a job. And so I ended up deciding to figure out how can I provide more value? How can I do something good for the world if I couldn't find a job? So I decided to volunteer, and that took me to Brazil to volunteer at an orphanage. However, I didn't end up at the orphanage immediately. What happened was the nonprofit director was like, well, Salima, I want you to be in Rio de Janeiro and start a language school to help support the orphanage because we're struggling here. Our infrastructure is falling apart. We don't have long-term volunteers. We need more money. If you can start this language school, we'll give you the resources, have a donor, and just get it up and running. And so that way the proceeds from the school can support the orphanage. And so in Rio de Janeiro, I didn't speak much Portuguese. I was speaking Portuñol, and got this school started, got a bunch of volunteers from around the world together. Didn't know what I was doing at age 21, but managed to make it happen. And we were teaching all these different languages, as volunteers, and realized that our business model was failing because that wasn't the best strategy. We would have classes that sometimes only had one person or people weren't showing up. Then we pivoted, which is such an important process, and mental health is really, really key in that pivoting process as an entrepreneur. It's tough to accept that we were failing, but that also means that that challenge is an opportunity for reinvention. We ended up focusing on what we were good at, where we did have traction was, Portuguese for foreigners. We had the foreign students that were really, really interested in learning Portuguese and also supporting the orphanage. And that's when our business model shifted and took off. And we were able to start academic credit programs, homestays, extracurricular activities, all kinds of partnerships with Lonely Planet, et cetera. And the school became the top rated school in Rio de Janeiro, still exists today, became a for-profit actually from a nonprofit, and has a whole community. And that was a defining experience that really set the foundation for entrepreneurship in the very early stages of my career. I then ended up moving to Italy from Brazil. Love story there, it's in my book, but I ended up living in the south of Italy in a town called Reggio di Calabria, which is right across from Sicily. There was the mafia, there were bombs. It was a kind of crazy place to live, but no jobs. Again, 2009, I was now, turning 22 and just couldn't find a job. I tried cooking Italian food, but they didn't eat Caesar salad and fettuccine Alfredo there. I tried teaching English, but I didn't have a British accent. And after tons of rejection, I ended up fueling that into what can I do? And I went to the internet. My brother gave me some advice. Why don't you set up a profile on elance.com and start using your skills like languages, since I spoke some languages and could do translation work. I couldn't use my degree in international development. And I ended up starting it, turned into from a freelance translation, small gigs here and there, turned into a 6-figure translation business within just a few months to help businesses go global and help them translate their websites. We could work in HTML. We couldn't even afford translation software. So what we did instead was, and this was my partner and I were doing this together, we actually had human translators because the gig economy was just starting up. And so there were a lot of people that were sitting around the world also without a job and available to do translation work. And so that business really took off and did well, and was able to exit and sell the business a few years later. I wanted to actually, it wasn't trying to be an entrepreneur. My dream was to work at the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank and pursue a career in international development. So I went to grad school at Johns Hopkins in Bologna, Italy, moved back to Brazil to do some work at the China-Brazil Business Council, ended up in Washington, D.C. to finish graduate school here at Johns Hopkins. And after graduating, I had gotten this dream job, or what I thought was a dream job, at the Inter-American Development Bank, working in economic development. It studied economics and was traveling around Latin America, advising governments and monitoring and evaluating projects and visiting different sites and fields. And it was a whole different experience. And I learned a lot and it was exciting, but I also didn't feel that I was able to have the flexibility and creativity. I felt I was put into a box and often said no to, and I couldn't really be my true self, and I missed that life as an entrepreneur, which I didn't have the perspective prior, but after having those different experiences, I really started to appreciate the entrepreneurial lifestyle and being able to wake up excited and do something I love. I ended up exiting that job 3 years later and going back into entrepreneurship. And through actually storytelling and telling, I was very embarrassed about my translation business because it wasn't really anything that my colleagues or my classmates really understood or did. And I was embarrassed. It was really just myself telling a story in my head, which I also learned about through my therapist, that, sometimes we tell stories in our heads that aren't really true. And as an entrepreneur, it's so important to be vulnerable and share. And it was actually when I started sharing my story that a lot of opportunities started coming to me. And that's when I landed a job, a side hustle with Elance after telling my story and success with the translation business. They hired me. Now they're called Upwork, if many of you probably know this freelancing platform. And they were like, we want you to tell your story to entrepreneurs and go around and launch different WeWorks, WeWork, the co-working space, and teach entrepreneurs how to hire remote teams. Of course, in 2013, 2014, and even 2015, remote teams wasn't a huge thing. And so our startup education program failed. It was also a time when, after making that exit, I had co-founded a marketing agency. And that was also a failed experience when I got laid off from both those jobs. And so I now had made this big career transition out of international development into entrepreneurship, but I couldn't figure out, how do I unleash that entrepreneur within myself? How do I actually do that and be successful again? I no longer was in the crisis I was in back in 2009, but I was struggling to figure out, how do I start again? And if I'm so good at helping other entrepreneurs get started, how come I can't do that to myself? And it was interesting. A lot of other things happened that year. This very home that I'd recently got at the time had a bad fire. The building burnt down and I was displaced for almost 9 months. Got laid off from those 2 jobs. I had gotten divorced. There were so many traumatic experiences that happened to me within that period of time. I ended up booking a one-way trip to India. I spent a month there doing a lot of meditation, yoga, Ayurveda. Ended up later in Thailand and Bali, trying to really heal myself and understand, what is my purpose? Who am I going to become? It's not Salima in international development, but Salima as an entrepreneur is failing. What am I going to do? came back to Washington, D.C., actually got rejected at Toronto Pearson Airport. I couldn't get back into the States. I'm actually Canadian, and had struggles trying to get the visa to come back here. They let me in for 2 weeks as a tourist. And this is, I had my home here, couldn't access it. But I ended up, going on this, what I call 100 coffee challenge, and literally had 2 weeks to find a job with a visa. And so I was strategic and had coffee all over Washington, D.C., asking people for help. And it was really hard being vulnerable and asking people for help. But I realized that people were actually willing to help. And I landed 2 opportunities. One, which I ended up taking, was to help, figure out how to solve this food insecurity problem in Africa and the Middle East using hydroponics and different ways of growing food without using soil and very little water, which I ended up taking, which led to so many other opportunities. But yeah, that was a really, really hard time of my life when I realized the importance of mental health and being able to take care of ourselves, but also having the right support system, or what I call solidarity squad, in place. Having therapy, having a coach, having a circle of friends, having support groups where I could share, even before that LifeQuake happened, was so important, because I never really had that mental health support throughout my life. My family never really I'd experienced trauma earlier in my life. When my mother passed away at the age of 16, I never had a therapist until the age of 28 or 29. And so all of that healing that had to happen actually led me to unleash so much. When I came back and was able to do that work in hydroponics, I ended up, going into design thinking and innovation and starting another company. And a few years later was able to really identify, well, my dream is to help entrepreneurs. I want to help 10 million entrepreneurs succeed and grow their businesses. For a while, I was in that healing journey of 3 to 4 years, and personal development it takes a while. It's not something you can just hire a coach, a therapist, and then get healed within a couple months. It really takes a lot of self-awareness and deep work and a lot of really deep healing. And it's not just fixing or patching. It's a lot of rewiring or revisiting our lives and telling our stories in a different way. And I ended up, realizing during the pandemic, another crisis happened. I was able to navigate this one a lot better, and went back to, well, if I did this in 2009, I can also do this in 2020, and accepted that my previous business was failing, which can be really hard knowing when to let go. Seth Godin has a great book on that called The Dip. And I realized it was time to let go of my previous business and start my current business, Ripple Impact, where I was like, well, there must be a way to help entrepreneurs and monetize it and be successful. And it was really through helping entrepreneurs, not just with coaching and advising them, but realizing that they don't need to necessarily hire their own teams, and they might not have all the strategy to do that. But also just helping them with coaching wasn't enough. They needed designers, they needed marketing, they needed a lot of talent, and they didn't know where to start. And it was the chicken and egg problem most of us entrepreneurs deal with at the early stages. And it was then that I started Ripple Impact, where we were able to bring together designers, marketers, strategists, and a really awesome team. We were very small. We were 2 people 2 years ago, and we're now a team of almost 50 people, it's great to see some of our team members here in the audience as well. And yeah, that's what happened. It blew up, and now we're supporting several entrepreneurs, and we're the team behind the scenes supporting them and helping them grow their businesses. And in that process, I also launched my book, as I mentioned earlier, Innovation Starts with I, which has the story, has a lot of great tools and frameworks on really how to reinvent not just your business, but starting with yourself, because business reinvention is really all about personal reinvention. And that's my story.
All right, Safia, you happy for me to go? Fantastic. So I think, just thinking back on my life now, I think there were 2 main inflection points that I think really started the process to me becoming and falling in love with empathy and emotional intelligence. And the one was very young, at age 4, where I got a very rare skin disease called impetigo. And it would start on my skin like a mosquito bite, and it would open and open and open till it was like a festering welt. And some nights my mom would have to change my sheets because it was just so bad, and there was so much fluid coming from these welts. And that caused, because no one knew a lot about the illness, mothers wouldn't want their kids to play with me. So I started feeling this loneliness, and I started to feel like there was maybe something wrong with me. And then later on in life, I decided to make a decision to go from a Afrikaans primary school to an English high school. And I think as a teenager, that was quite a big decision, because all my friends carried on to another school and I went to this new school. And again, I felt this loneliness, having to reflect a lot inwardly, not knowing my space in the world. And I was very lucky to have an extremely supportive family, but I constantly wanted to understand more about these feelings. And I then moved, like fast forward many experiences, but ultimately in 2007, I started a business with very little cash flow and very big ambitions, and also a high court lawsuit from my previous employer. And it was at this point where I was working 100-hour weeks. I already had some staff, so I felt responsible for them. In our country, there are up to 6 dependents of each salary. And so this started building more and more anxiety. And I really was reflecting again, but trying to understand where was all this going, because the only thing I could do to solve the court case was make more sales and work harder. And so that led to a lot of anxiety. It led to definitely pre-burnout scenarios. And then I joined the Entrepreneurs Organization in 2012, and that really changed my life, because for the first time, it brought together the sense that you are not a work person, you are not a social person, you are not a family person, you're all of these people in one. And how do you take care of this person as one? And how do you also see how you impact others through what you do? And sort of through this process of sharing experiences with other entrepreneurs, I started to realize that people are not inherently bad. People are inherently looking after themselves first, and sometimes we become collateral damage because of that. And so my curiosity around understanding people more and more became bigger and bigger and bigger. And I then started to realize in my business, if I really wanted to make it work, I really needed to empower people. And I needed to empower them not just to realize their growth potential in the business, but to realize their growth potential in their entire life. And in an industry where we have massively high staff turnover, we were able to build a culture that really sort of cared for each other and cared for the person within the company, and try to understand how that person thinks, feels, and acts and shows up in the world, and what is their route to success. You know, we were all bound by a great vision and mission and values, but each of us, I started realizing, had a different way to getting there. And so my studies continued as well. I started studying the Enneagram. I became a team dynamics expert through my own healing process. I started to learn a lot about breath work, about mindfulness, about journaling, and I started passing that on to my staff and seeing how much growth they would get from that. And that really helped define my purpose in many of the other businesses that I've since started up, to live my purpose, which is I'm the breath that connects humans to leap into their highest self. And when I get that right in the companies that I create or that I work with, then operationally the business starts operating on such a high level that I can then focus on culture and strategy, which have become my passions. And so it's just, you know, Sadhguru has this amazing bit of wisdom where he says, you've got 2 choices in life. You can either be wounded, or you can learn from those wounds and become wise. And so my number one value in life is curiosity, and just to keep meeting people and keep impacting people's lives in a way where I can help them transition from their wounds to wisdom and then unlocking their potential in life. That's a quick summary of my story.
Wow. I feel like in 1 hour we've covered so much, but it's just such valuable information. Firstly, Salima, thank you so much for taking me on a journey of your exploration into where you started to where you are now. I haven't gone on the journey with you before, so that was really insightful. And Dylan, firstly, I love Sadhguru, so I love that we definitely resonate on the same philosophies. But also, the both of you were so vulnerable. And what I really heard come out of your stories is the fact that so much of your personal experience as a human being, the things that you go through, the things that you don't have control over, are also the parts that made you the successful entrepreneurs that you are today. If it wasn't without those trials and tribulations as a being, not just an entrepreneur, you actually wouldn't be the successful, like the high impact entrepreneurs that you are. So, thank you for bringing all of yourself to the conversation today. Now, we have about 7 minutes left, and I think the best use of our time would really be get to the Q&A. So, Purita, how would you best like to support?
I can read out the questions for you. Extremely sorry for that. I can read out the questions for y'all, and I think we have questions I slightly directed to a few of y'all, so we can also get through that. I think very firstly we had something for Salima coming in. Salima, how have you brought empathy into your company and made it a foundational value, considering it's both global and remote? And you have to deal with so many different cultures. But you've still managed to support every individual in a unique way. And Cheyenne speaks from personal experience, so would love some anecdotes here.
Thank you so much for that question. So I actually have a whole chapter on empathy in my book, and there's lots of tools on like what empathy is, what it's not, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. But what I can say from our experience is that really trying to connect with our team members on a human level. At the end of the day, we're humans. And when I interviewed Arianna Huffington for my book, we talked a lot about work-life integration. I think work-life balance is a thing of the past, but she really emphasized the importance of work-life integration. Since as entrepreneurs, it's hard to have boundaries because we really love what we do. For me, my mission is to help entrepreneurs as a personal mission, and that comes out in my work, that's executed through my work. And so when our life purpose is integrated into our business, it can be really tough to set those boundaries. And so I think that in the past, we said we had to have these really strict boundaries, but today that everything is sort of melded, we're working from home. Sure, it is important to have certain boundaries, but I also think that we can really learn how to invite our team members to bring their whole selves to work, because at the end of the day, you want people to feel that they're connected to the mission, that they're co-creating the vision with you. And it's not just the founder with the vision and people just below them executing, but rather we're all together very horizontally, very flat. I like to say our team's very, very, very flat. And we generally are working together towards the same mission. And there's a way to really connect your team members to feel intrinsically motivated by helping them, kind of like we kind of run like a bunch of small startups within Ripple Impact, since we're now a medium-sized business almost. And we're no longer a startup, but we do have different departments, which we give them the autonomy and the creativity and flexibility to create their own mini culture and their own, have their budget, have the ability to organize their own events and things. And we're also trying to move from an entirely remote team to a hybrid team. We've done some trips, we've done some retreats and regional retreats. We're hopefully going to have a global retreat very soon to bring everyone together. We've had, book tours. I've had even Cheyenne here has come, and I've met her in Dubai on a book tour. And it's been amazing to meet people in person, but I think we want to figure out how can we make that more of a practice where we can bring people together. We may not have physical offices, but how can we use that extra budget towards bringing everyone together, even if it's just once or twice a year? And I think that goes a very long way. It changes the connection we have with each other when we get to know each other in person. And if that's not possible, there's ways to do team building virtually. Just having some people dedicate time towards, whether it's fun Fridays, doing things as a team, exercising, yoga, meditation, cooking workshops, whatever it is, but really trying to connect with people on a human level is so key, so that they all feel included and that we're part of something bigger.
Yeah, Salima, thank you so much. I just wanted to really bring home the idea of work-life integration and what that means. We all belong to various communities in our lives. And I think that when we take the approach with our organizations and we treat people as if we're doing events or we're putting things in place to create a work life balance, or making people feel like they're included, when it comes from a feeling of I have to do this, it doesn't really work. The community that you build at work is the community. It's like a community of friends. Even with my clients, as much as I'm a coach, there's certain, I call them the community I'm meant to serve. They become a part of my community. And so if I don't treat them with the approach of like, you matter, and what matters to you matters to me as well, and how do we create a system where all of us feel like we are a part of something that matters, then all we're really doing is kind of creating these systems to try to check something off a box, and that never really works. So I love this idea of integration as opposed to balance, because your work is pretty much so much of your life now. We don't have boundaries at work after the pandemic. People have really not thought about that. So we have to integrate. So thanks for sharing that.
That's great to hear. I think Salima and Safia, and we have a lot of more questions coming in, but in the interest of time, I'm going to take one more, and we'll redirect these questions that you weren't able to answer later. We have a question from Julius. He says that I work with an organization in Uganda called Navkida Network Foundation with teenage mothers. Some of these teenage mothers have mental health problems. How can they get help?
I think let's take that one offline. That would require a little bit more digging. But I think you had one more question, Parita, at the beginning around anxiety, right?
Yes.
Could we direct that to Dylan?
Sure. Dylan, we have a question of how from Kevin of how can he overcome anxiety as a young entrepreneur who runs a startup company?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for asking the question. And I think that it's important to understand that anxiety is in all of us, and it's not necessarily always a bad thing. I think back to being a kid and the night before Christmas, and you have that anxiety of tomorrow's Christmas. I wonder what presents I'm going to get. And our bodies struggle to differentiate between good anxiety and bad anxiety. And it took me many years to learn actually about polarity and how polarity is a universal law of nature. And if I constantly am building something with loads and loads of excitement, then I fail to see what the cost is of that. And so let me explain that a little bit better. So let's say I just landed a massive contract and I'm an exuberant person. I'm super excited. I'm happy. I'm like got all this good energy in me. What I try to do now and what I didn't do in the past is I try and balance it out by saying, what is the cost of this? Okay, so I've got this great contract. It's amazing for all the reasons that a good contract could be amazing. But now I'm going to have to work more hours. I'm going to have to travel more. I'm not going to see my family as much. I'm not going to see my friends as much. And so slowly that starts bringing everything back into perspective. And that's really helped me to deal with anxiety. The other thing that's also helped me is Alan Watts has a philosophy that says, as humans, we have no real understanding that whether a decision we make today is going to be good or bad for us in the future, and whether a result is going to be good or bad for us in the future. So once I started learning that, and I learned to remove fear from decisions, you can really actually almost roll a dice. And if you are open enough to learning and open enough to healing, you can, off every decision, have the opportunity to learn and grow, whether that outcome is perceived by you to be good or bad, or it's perceived by the world to be good or bad. And along with that, I think in the early days, the things that really helped me was breath work. I struggled to do meditations. It was really hard for me to do meditations. Breath work really helped me a lot. I learned that as humans, we breathe way too shallow nowadays. So working on my breath work helped a lot. Journaling helped me a lot. And doing positive journaling every day. Gratitude journaling. What are 3 things that I'm grateful for? What is one big thing that I'm going to set out to achieve today? And getting all of that stuff on paper declutters your mind. And that also helped me to deal with anxiety.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Parita, if I can have 2 minutes, I just wanted to close off, but also respond to what Dylan said. You know, it's funny, when I was looking at that question, the first thing I said is attachment to expectations, right? If we're always thinking about the future and trying, and as an entrepreneur, and I work with many, you know, of course, you know, there's fears about, will I make payroll this month, right? Are we going to make our growth objectives? Like, you know, you have so many stresses on you. But if you're so focused and attached to the outcome in the future and you can't be present, you're not even able to take the next possible step that could get you towards that future goal. And so often what I say to clients is the only thing you have control over is the next step that you take in the direction of that. And if you can find a way to be present in that, and you will always flow forward in the way that you're meant to. And honestly, every single entrepreneur you ever speak to, there is always going to be a story where things felt like they were falling apart. But often it's in things falling apart that we actually rebuilt and actually found a way that was better than we even thought. We think we're geniuses sometimes and we have all the solutions, and often solutions find us in the hardest of times. So thank you for sharing that. I also want people to be aware there's a lot of science around how your emotions are stuck in your body. And so the idea behind breath work, right? We are constantly moving energy, and either that energy gets released or it gets stored in you. And so if you are feeling, issues in your gut, right? If you're noticing you're breathing heavily, if your heart's beating very fast, if your palms are getting sweaty, these are all emotions that are not getting expressed. So whether it's journaling, whether it's having a mentor at work, whether it's doing breath work, make sure that you have an outlet to literally the sponge of who you are, whether it's what you're taking in, experiences, you're taking in what the food you're ingesting, whatever it is, your body must release that. So find avenues to do that. And so thank you both so much. I can't wait to hear the feedback from today's session. I'm so grateful for all of you who attended and spent the time with us. We didn't get to the brainstorm, but I wanted you to walk away with one exercise. In the polling, we identified a sense of purpose as being the most important dimension to this group who attended today. I would love for all of you to be able to take home with you just thinking about that dimension, why it's important to you. The why is really important. And what is one thing that you think you could start implementing today within your organization that could start really shifting the culture to really be more of a place of meaning, progress, and fulfillment for not only you, but the community you belong to. Remember, when we're thinking about cultural shifts, we support quality of life. It's not just about a bandaged solution, it's about actually walking the way that we're talking. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, Salima. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you to the whole SAMCALP team. This has been such a pleasure. And I look forward to meeting you all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sathya, Dylan, and Salima. It was lovely listening to all of y'all, and I'm sure the audiences that had the chance to listen to some lovely personal stories, and will give them the opportunity to reflect and think about the ways that they'd like to create mental well-being for themselves. Really, Sankalp is happy to have all of y'all onboarded and would love for all of you to join the next sessions and keep sharing the impact that we tend to create constantly. Thank you everyone for joining in.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Ashish Kaushal, CEO of diversity staffing firm Hire Talent and the founder of Consciously Unbiased, a movement to build belonging in the workplace. Consciously Unbiased is all about amplifying the voices of impact makers and tapping into the power of the community to make real change happen. Today's topic is very special to me. Today's topic is about men as allies. We have a majority of a male panel today because I believe we have to stop talking about how to fix women. They don't need to be fixed. The systems do, and we have to talk about how many men show up in the workplace. After all, the majority of leadership positions are still held by men, so engaging more men is essential for advancing equality. We have some amazing leaders here to share the topics to share what they've learned and how they can support women in the workplace. We have special guest Henry Rowling. He's the founder of Flying Cars Innovation. Welcome, Henry.
Hi there, welcome.
Brad Johnson, professor of psychology for the U.S. Naval Academy and co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we have David Smith, associate professor of Carey Business School at Johns Hopkins University, and also co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace.
Thanks for including me.
Absolutely. And then Purvis Taylor, mental health advocate, life coach, wellness practitioner, author, and also a previous host in our Breaking the Bias podcast, if you guys are interested in checking that out later. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
And then Hira Ali, CEO of Advancing Your Potential and author of Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men lead through advocacy, as well as author of Her Way to the Top, a guide to smashing the glass ceiling. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'd love to start off with asking each of you how to tell us who you are in more detail and what you do and why the issue of men as allies is personally important to you. Hira, do you want to start?
Right, yes. Right, so first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm privileged to be the only woman on the table, in this table right now, but I think it's a welcoming change to have more men talk about gender equality than women. So as already introduced, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Advancing Your Potential. I'm also the author of 2 books, Her Way to the Top and Her Allies. And I'm very passionate about gender equality, racial equality, and all forms of equality. And I talk a lot about and write a lot about allyship and women in leadership and racially diverse leadership. And I'm also recently started proudly owning the title of an activist because I talk and speak about things that I care about.
I love that. Me. And we'll go back to that later because I want to know the difference between an ally and an advocate or an activist. And so we'll definitely talk about that later on. Purvis, you're next.
Well, I think to add on to what you already shared, I am the co-founder of Alchemic Solutions, which is a program that's based here in New York City that teaches young men of color how to develop and cultivate emotional intelligence. And I think as it relates to gender equality, I think awareness is the beginning of everything. If we can teach ourselves to be aware of ourselves, then we can progress to being aware of other issues that are plaguing others. So I think that's my contribution.
Absolutely. Welcome. And Henry?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm co-founder of Flying Cars Innovation. So we develop new marketing campaigns for startups and NGOs and brands that do good in the world. I'm someone, essentially, the reason I'm interested in this as a topic is I'm someone that's come from a privileged background. So I'm a white man from a middle-class family. And I see lots of other people who are facing kind of far greater barriers than I've had to face in my life, and just want to use my platform to do something about that. So in my sort of career, I've worked at charities that support disabled people, homeless people, refugees, and in general, I don't see men doing enough to further the cause of women's equality. So I want to use the platform that I've built from the privilege I've had to do something about that.
I love it. And David, welcome as well.
Hello, thanks, and great to be here with everybody. So I guess in addition, it would be helpful. I'm a sociologist, and I do all of my research in the area of gender, work, and family. So thinking about gender perspectives on careers in the workplace and how family intersects with that. And, you know, I think one of the things that, as Brad and I started collaborating together and doing this work, we noticed very early on were that these are often framed, these gender inequities are framed as women's issues, and women, so the solutions are often, from organizational perspectives, are often focused on women and fixing women, and not about the broader culture, the broader structure, and men, and how we can be part of the solution. So we love to reframe this as a leadership issue where we as men and women have a role and a function, a responsibility to be engaged in creating the kind of workplaces where we all want to work and thrive there. But I think also the personal connection I think is really important too, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about some maybe why these are things that are personally important to us as well.
Absolutely. And Brad, I'd love to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, my why. I am somebody, I'm a clinical psychologist who has spent his entire career researching mentoring relationships. And I, in all of that time, have seen the data. So part of it is scientific for me. I've seen the data showing that women just don't get the same level of mentoring. And even when they do, they often don't get sponsored. They don't get advocacy as part of their relationship the way that majority men do very naturally. So there's that kind of nerdly scientific part of me that got me into this work. But then there's the personal, like Dave, there are women that I care about, maybe most notably my sister, who's a Navy captain, very senior officer in the Navy. I talk to her frequently about things that happened to her in the workplace because she's a woman that have never happened to me, even though we're very similar in our leadership style. And so I attribute some of my awareness and empathy, honestly, to my sister's willingness to share some of her experience.
Yeah, and I think that's important. It's a lot of times change happens because you connect the mind and the heart, and it affects you or somebody you love. And if you focus on that, then you really make it resonate. Make it personal. What does allyship mean to you? So can we start off with you, Brad?
Yeah. So, I'm going to just put it in three big buckets, maybe in 1 minute here. And this just comes from all the research Dave and I have done that, for me, it is the interpersonal. It's how I show up in my relationships and hold myself accountable, and if we're talking about gender, how about just starting with learning how to listen more effectively? Apparently we men struggle with that. Then there's the public side, right? Really putting myself out there, more skin in the game now. It's not just holding myself accountable. I have to hold others accountable, and especially other men. Got to be willing to call things out. How about loudly advocating, for women? So there's that public piece. And the last bucket is really the systemic. This is harder even yet. Now I get to hold my own organization accountable and society accountable. I need to advocate. Someone mentioned advocacy here already, and boy, I got to become an advocate and ask questions about how my organization is missing it or getting it wrong, and how we need to improve so that this is a workplace that everyone can really show up and be authentic. So those are, for me, those are kind of the big three areas I like to focus on.
I love that. And those are manageable. Like if you break it into that, then it's more manageable than vague. So I love that. And David?
Yeah, just to build on, I think what Brad brought up there is, I think the language is important too, and remembering that, allyship is not about rescuing. This is not doing things for somebody. This is doing things with, right? So we need to learn to come alongside and think about, how do we do this collaboratively? How do we show up as partners in the workplace and do this together? And again, because I think we have as much to gain and to learn as men as do women in the workplace, and we can do that for all of us together. The other thing, I think the really important aspect to remember just from a societal perspective is that if we're ever going to get to gender equity in the workplace, and being a great ally in the workplace is one place to start, but we also have to remember we have to do this at home. And that, again, for those of us who are partnered with women, we know that women have historically done, up to 2 to 3 times as much of the domestic labor and unpaid labor in the work at home. The pandemic has certainly exacerbated that. And if, most of us tend to be in dual earner, dual career couples. And if we're going to survive, we've got to be supportive of our partner's career and do our fair share as allies at home and doing the caregiving and all of that. So I think, again, showing up as allies means being good collaborators, good partners, and that partnership can start at home.
I love that. And, it's one of the things that really resonated there was allyship isn't a favor, it's a strategic advantage, right?
Correct.
Henry?
So some really good points already made. I think for me, allyship is around using the kind of power and network, using your brain, your influence, essentially to advance women's equality in practical ways whenever you can. So for me, the practicality of what you do is really, really important. So theory is very important as well, but for me, it's kind of how you show up when you're caught off guard or there's a situation that arises really quickly. So thinking about my own personal experiences of working in offices, you know, from time to time, people say things and I haven't always been able to react in that moment in the way that I would have liked to, looking back retrospectively. So for me, what's really important is, as being an ally, is to think about when you haven't done as you would have liked to have done and try to do better each time. So when you've fallen down or not kind of represented yourself as well as you can do, then trying to sort of be better each time. But I'm all about those kind of practical ways that you can sort of support.
Yeah, and then you brought up a really good point about self-reflection, because a lot of times we'll be embarrassed that we did something that wasn't kosher, and then kind of sweep it under the rug rather than actually reflecting and fixing it in the future. You know, Purvis.
Wow, you guys have provided some great answers. I don't know what to say. No, but you guys have really provided some great, insightful answers. I think if I can add anything, I would say, like, you know, allyship for me is being intentional and active. You know, being an ally on purpose, right? And really utilizing my voice. So like in those instances, those moments where, say, for instance, a women counterpart of mine, organization wanted to hire me, but I wasn't available. And I recommended my friend. And I said, pay her what you're going to pay me, or if her quote is higher than mine, pay her that. You know, so like being active and utilizing my voice when necessary, and doing it on purpose because she deserves that. And so like it's for me, it's just, you know, the intentionality behind it all.
I love that. And it has results as well, right? So you have to make sure that it's having an impact. It's not just spoken about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So I realized I didn't add my personal whys. The reason why I'm going to begin with that, the reason why I decided to write this book was because having worked in different countries and with different people in different cultures, I'd seen a specific trend holding women back, and not just in women, also in men. I would see that many of them were well-intentioned and they wanted to do something good in this space, but they often didn't know what to do or how to do it. And I decided that, you know, this is it. I'm going to write a toolkit for men. I don't know what I was thinking, telling men what to do. But yeah, that's what I decided to do. And that's the reason why I wanted to write a book in which men, despite whatever level they're at, they can actually take small steps, small actions. They don't have to be major influencers. They can just take, you know, tiny steps in order to support women in their circle. And for me, allyship is people who can choose to challenge themselves first, because it all begins with them, with you, right? Change begins with you. And then they can move on to challenge others, because that's really, really important, specifically when we're talking about male allies. Calling out others is, I think, the most important part for me. And then challenging the organization culture, and finally challenging the organization institution. So I think these were the 4 parts, which I see, that's how my book is also being divided into 4 parts. Allies who can challenge themselves, challenge others, challenge organization culture, and then finally challenge the institution. But yes, as David said, they're not to be saviors. We don't want to be saved. We don't want to be rescued. We need people who are, you know, working collaboratively with us, alongside us, who are mentors, sponsors, advocates, but not saviors.
I love that you wrote a book on it, because I do think change can be overwhelming, and by breaking it down to small steps, sometimes that really helps us. Right, the intention might be there, but then we're not sure where to start. And so I think that's amazing. I'm going to give you another question. So achieving gender equality will only be successful when we all realize it's all of our fight. It's not just a women's issue. How can we bring more men together to tap into the power of the collective? So what's one step from your book, basically?
Having these conversations, inviting men to take part in these conversations, and I think also making them comfortable, telling them that it's all right to make mistakes. It's not all right to not acknowledge responsibility. Of course, you will make mistakes. I think you can't really escape that. But if you do make mistakes, know when to acknowledge your responsibility, apologize, and show genuine intention. And then I think that is my whole focus, is to get people and find out what is it that's holding them back, because I usually start my talks by asking men what is holding them back. So finding their viewpoint and then trying to address it. As a woman, I think we both need to come halfway in order to achieve gender equality. So I think that's important, having more and more conversations.
Love it. Anyone else like to add to that?
I would add that I think one big hurdle sometimes for men, us men, it can be zero-sum thinking too, especially if this is new for me, that, hey, if we men lose or include more women, somehow we're losing opportunity that belong to us, or we're losing positions that belong to us, so there can be this kind of erroneous thinking that for women to share more equally in the workplace, men have got to sacrifice and lose. And I think what those men miss is all of the research data showing that actually when you include more women, and especially include more women in genuine leadership positions, your company does better, your organization thrives, and actually there's more opportunity for everybody, right? The bottom line increases, there are more positions, more opportunity. So the growth mindset versus the zero-sum thinking, I think we can lose sight of that, and we can feel defensive in a way that can undermine the ally behavior.
Absolutely. I was actually going to say that. I was going to say more akin to, like, dominance is akin to lack as opposed to abundance. And I think for a lot of men in those positions, they think that there's not enough room for everyone. And so, like, that scarcity mindset,
Yes.
as he so eloquently stated, that has contributed to why we can't expand beyond that. And so when she really, it's really a mindset. It's really teaching them that dominance is not the way. And so, like, it's really about mindset.
Absolutely. And diversity of thought, honestly, is a strategic advantage, and groupthink is a way to sort of make your business less relevant. So I think that's something that we always have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, I think one of the other aspects, Purvis, you were touching on this, that we don't always understand, to shift that mindset, understand the benefits, right? That there's actually something in this for everybody. Everybody wins when we do this really well. And so we see, one of the ways to overcome some of the reluctance to engage or to be the kind of allies that we're looking for, active and really in doing the work, is we don't have the kinds of relationships with people who are different from us, right? So that we become better allies through understanding people's experiences. We develop empathy and really have our eyes open to what's going on around us. And often that's part of what gets in touch with that, back to that sense of personal motivation to do the work, right? To be a better ally is understanding, again, people who have been around you that are important to you, how they've experienced things in a way that is not just, it's not fair. And then again, most of us have that sense of fairness or justice to get involved and to do the work. And, but I think there's also as we begin to understand the benefits for not only our organization, but for ourselves as men, that we become better leaders. And it's through the kinds of relationships that we're having and the work that we're doing there that begins to expand this pie. And that's how we get past that zero-sum thinking.
Absolutely. Henry, you wrote an article or post on LinkedIn on how to be a better ally to women, and it got thousands of reactions. Any advice on how male leaders can find their real voice around allyship and social media and inspire other men to do the same thing?
Yeah, it was a really interesting process to go through. So I just wrote the LinkedIn post and wasn't really expecting it. I own a business, so I write content quite regularly, and it normally just does okay, but it doesn't go sort of viral. And this really did kind of go viral. It seemed to really resonate with people, and I think one of the reasons for that was the sort of scarcity of men talking about this kind of stuff online and social media. So I think kind of in the digital space, there's a kind of blurring between work, politics, personal brand building. It all gets quite messy for people, and they don't really kind of know how to react to that, other than sometimes hiding behind sort of corporate statements around diversity. And if people actually use their authentic voice to talk about these issues, it really resonates and cuts through. So I think thinking about the sort of digital space and finding your authentic voice and what you can say about a particular issue, there is a kind of fear that men have around saying the wrong thing and kind of getting a pile on, and people kind of, cancelling them and feeling really kind of scared about saying what they really feel around this. So I think the way that, so, you know, I don't see a lot of CEOs making particularly interesting statements around racial issues or disability issues or women's issues. They're very much kind of hiding behind a corporate cloak, and I feel like that's kind of one of the problems that stops an honest conversation about lots of things. So I think thinking about what your authentic voice is that you can add to a conversation is you really kind of need to think about when you learn the most about a particular issue. So you might revert to when something went well, but actually I think the best time to reflect on when you learn the most is when something's failed or when you've fallen down in a particular scenario, and being honest with yourself. So I think for digital spaces, if you've got something to say, you need to say it with that authenticity. So in the US, the gender pay gap is like 80%. So I think women get paid 80% of what men get paid, and it's something pretty similar for the UK. And if that angers you, which it should do, and I think most people, it would anger most people, then you really need to say that. Don't hide behind sort of corporate statements that you wheel out once a year for International Women's Day, which I think a lot of CEOs do. You need to say practically what you're going to do to fight against that 20% of free work, essentially, that you're expecting all of your female employees to do. And that's really important. And that is how you can kind of find your voice online, is to speak with passion and honesty, and talk about when you failed and how you can get better. So in my sort of working career, when I worked at businesses and organizations, I did quite a lot of hiring, and I didn't get all of those decisions right. And sometimes I made decisions that were based on my bias, and sometimes it was because of conflict avoidance or trying to get out of the situation that was difficult in terms of structural issues. I didn't get everything right. I try harder each day to be better, and that's my authentic position. It's not to kind of go online and say, hey, I'm great, I've done everything great all the time, because that's not realistic. Yeah. But then, social media encourages us to put our best foot, the best things. You put your best picture on Instagram, you put your best memories on Facebook, and that's not a true reflection of who we are.
Yeah, and I think we also need to sort of reward, and what you did was basically authentic. You combined authenticity with strength and vulnerability, right? And putting yourself out there. And I think that was really what resonated and helped. And I think that's something that we normally haven't rewarded men for, is being vulnerable. And that's been shown as a weakness. And I think that's not a weakness. It's actually a strength. And it gets people to go to war for you,
Yeah.
Hira, what is the most important first step men can take to advocate for women that you learned when you wrote Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men through advocacy? And to add to that, can you tell us the difference between advocacy and allyship?
Gosh, where do I start? There's so many steps, but of course the first step would be to challenge yourself. And I think the very first thing when you're challenging yourself is to educate yourself, because you can't change what you're not aware of. So I think it's important to not only do your research and read about it, but also go and expand your social circle and meet with people who are not like you. Because I can't believe the number of times I've had to tell men that just because women in your circle haven't vented out to you, haven't shared a grievance, or it hasn't happened to them, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It still exists. It exists with other groups of women, which you probably are not aware of. So I think expand your social circle. And also when you're educating yourself, I think it's important to look at challenges impacting women through an intersectional lens, because sometimes women can experience marginalization because of the multiple identities they own. So not stereotyping, not generalizing or assuming that just because she's a woman of color, so her experience is going to be very similar to another woman of color, which is not true, because as an Asian, brown, Muslim woman, my experience might be very different from a Black woman. So every experience is valid, every experience is unique. There's, you can't cluster, you can't generalize, you can't dilute the challenges of one group and say that, this is what all women are experiencing. So I think it's important to look at it from an intersectional lens, be it gender identity, be it sexuality, sexual orientation, disability, socioeconomic background, ethnicity, race, faith. So that's important. And allyship and advocacy. Well, you got me there because I'm just thinking, what is the difference between allyship and advocacy? But I think allyship is, from what I can see, allyship, you can be like a silent ally. You don't have to. I mean, in your own capacity, you can be an ally, and you can. Whether it's at home, whether it's with your friends, whether it's in your organization, you can be an ally in your own little area. But when you start advocating for it, when you start speaking out, when you start championing it, and you start talking about it, tweeting about it, sharing articles, writing, like Henry's written this post about it. So I think that's when allies become advocates, because they're not only silently being allies to women in their circle, but they're also actively advocating about it. So I think that's how I feel what the difference is. But I think over to the rest of the people.
Yeah, Dr. Johnson, do you have any thoughts around that? I know you talked about this in the past too.
I love the way Hero's talking about this, and it's funny. I haven't heard so much about advocacy separate. I realize you can do that, though. Hearing Hero say that has been helpful for me. I could be an advocate without doing any other ally stuff, and I think there's some real truth there. I think when Dave and I are having conversations with men, we sort of put this all on a continuum, right? And we want to be so inclusive. We want to invite men in, recognizing that they're somewhere on the continuum. There are men, let's be honest, who are apathetic. And we don't encounter that many of those guys, right? I just don't really even care about gender equity or diversity. It doesn't even register as significant. I find very few men are apathetic about this. But there are men who are, maybe just sticking their big toe in the water. And yeah, I realize there are some inequities. I'm trying to understand this. I have some awareness, but I'm really not sure what to do. And then you move a little farther on that continuum, and there are men who are a lot more active, right? These guys may call some things out in meetings when there's bias or sexism. These are men who are more deliberately and publicly mentoring and sponsoring women. So there are men on that kind of active phase of the continuum. And then you move to the far end, opposite of apathetic. And I think you start getting to advocacy, again, under this big umbrella, maybe of allyship. And those are the gentlemen who tend to really be leading on this. They lend their voice. You heard Henry is writing about this, online. So he's being more of an advocate. He's putting himself out there, I think, and also willing to put skin in the game when it comes to joining causes or lending my political capital and privilege to causes that I really value and that are important, that promote this. But I think to Hero's point, I'm convinced that you could do the advocacy piece without, necessarily being an ally in other ways. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyone else have thoughts around that?
I think one of the challenges here also, just to kind of call out maybe one of the elephants in the room, is that I think around allyship, we've seen the faux, fake, or performative allyship is one of the challenges that, when we see people being true advocates and co-conspirators, they're really living it, right? They're doing it, 24/7 every day, and we know that. Whereas performative allyship can be done by choice, right? When you want to do it, or when it's advantageous for you to do it, when it makes you look good, and it's really often very, it's just very cursory, and it can sound like a lot of nice talk, and there's really not a lot of action, and you're really probably not putting any skin in the game. And I think that was one of the things that, when Brad and I were doing some of the interviews with men for our book, Good Guys, that a lot of men talked about how they really felt like, when they were really being that advocate, that's when they were really putting some skin in the game. They felt a sense of maybe personal risk or professional risk. They felt vulnerable in those situations, and it's really interesting to see when when we can kind of sense that and feel that I'm really uncomfortable, I'm in a place where I'm uncomfortable, and then just getting okay, it's okay to be in this space, right? This is something I've got to learn to become more comfortable with, and doing that work and overcoming some of the things, the signals and the perceptions around us that we're worried about.
No, absolutely. And speaking of that, do you think we need to value and reward men for non-traditional behavior, such as being collaborative, and how this might help advance equality for all? Should we change the word masculinity to maybe leveraging your strengths for progress to get more men aboard?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because, one of the challenges here is that we don't want to reinforce, what we call the pedestal effect of, so when men do something right, and they get put up on a pedestal for doing what they should be doing. And,
Yeah.
and I completely agree with that. The challenge is that, just calling out negative behavior, right, all the time, it doesn't always lead to the kind of results that we're looking for. So sometimes having some positive reinforcement we know works really well. And so finding ways that, because sometimes I think as leaders, we're often doing things that we go, well, that's just who I am as a leader. It's the right thing to do for my people. And we don't necessarily understand the impact of it. We do it because it is the right thing. It's just who I am and who I am as a leader. But sometimes having one of our close colleagues or maybe one of our subordinates tell us that, hey, today when you did that, it really meant a lot to me, and here's why.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, wow, I had no idea the impact I was having. And so sometimes sharing some of that that reinforcing aspect, I think, is really helpful. But to your point about should we change, right? Should we change how we talk about masculinity or more traditional masculine behaviors? And I think absolutely. I think a lot of things as leaders, if we just keep it in a leadership perspective, a lot of things as leaders that we did or maybe were trained or socialized to do from a 20th century perspective are just not working in this 21st century, and they're not valued. And we know the research shows us that that's the case, and that we're losing, right? We're losing, as leaders, we're not as effective as we can be. You're not encouraging the right kind of performance. We're not attracting the right kind of talent in our organization. So it's just suboptimal. And I think the sooner we can get to more men understanding that, what's really valued and what's really making a difference, then that's what's going to change the workplace.
Absolutely.
And if I can, talking about appreciating men for being allies, I know there are a lot of controversial opinions on this, but I personally believe that because there's such few men doing it, I think you do need to recognize. I mean, I do. I always make them, I make videos. I put David and Brad in videos. I celebrate them. I celebrate the men in my life, my husband, my father, my brother, who I think it's important to recognize these efforts. Yes, this should be normalized. But because I think not many people are doing it, I think if we acknowledge it and recognize it and appreciate it, encourage it, we'll have more role models and we'll have more people doing it. So I personally believe that, yes, you should recognize those who are standing up as allies.
Great points. Dr. Johnson, what role do men play in gender equality in that movement? And then what's your response to be a man who argues this is versus sexism? Why do we sometimes see defensiveness around this topic?
Wow. Well, I can probably streamline my answer because my main thought about that, Ashish, is back to zero-sum thinking. When I hear the reverse sexism comment, I have to equate that in my own mind with defensiveness. That, hey, this is not fair to me. I'm going to lose. It can reflect a fundamental sense of defensiveness. And, beyond the zero-sum thinking, just missing all of the information about how we all thrive when we're more inclusive and we have more diversity and creativity on our teams. There's also an issue of privilege here. And I think you got to have Dave and I have taken to calling this the P word because men find privilege so aversive, when you bring that up. But you got to talk about the P word, right? And the irony here is that when I, as a majority cisgender white male, call things out, advocate for fairness and inclusion, on average, I take a bump up right, in my annual evaluations because I'm a gender champion. Wow, look at that guy. Look how terrific he is. When a woman does exactly the same thing, or any other minoritized group, on aggregate, they're going to take a hit, right? Because they're just pursuing their own best interests, or they're abrasive, or you name it. It's only when I really understand what Dave and I have taken to calling this, invisible backpack of privilege that I've been carrying around my whole life as a white male. I have not been aware, honestly, of the tailwinds I've had my whole life. Once I recognize I have this backpack and all this opportunity, then I get to actually use it. I get to start sharing it. I get to actually start changing the workplace. It can be a really powerful thing to become aware of my privilege. And especially when I'm aware that, hey, I'm not losing when I use this because my backpack constantly refills. As a white man, it never gets depleted. Once I have that kind of, epiphany taken to heart, I think I become really empowered to begin sharing that. And I think that's what can change men's attitudes and their behavior. But that getting to that awareness, I think, is a challenge.
No, absolutely. So do you think maybe our assumptions are wrong? Like we're assuming that power is finite. And so for me to get something, you have to lose it. And then the second thing is, there's probably a factor of guilt if I acknowledge that I had some sort of advantage, then you're taking away from my progress or whatever I've earned.
I think that's a big part of the defensiveness around privilege. Yes, whenever you bring up privilege, and it doesn't matter whether it's around gender or race or any other group, there's this immediate defensiveness that, hey, I worked hard, to get where I am. And I think, message back about that is, of course, you worked hard, but so did everybody else. And you just haven't had these constant headwinds. You haven't been aware of it because you've had the backpack and the tailwinds. It's only when I really grasp that. We are not diminishing you or your hard work. We're just pointing out your experience has been quite different and you just haven't been aware of that. So I think it's having, that kind of humble authenticity and maybe flash of insight that really begins to change hearts and behavior.
Yeah. And I don't think it takes away from capability. Like reality is I may have an old boys network and I got somewhere because that gave me a little bit of advantage, but if I wasn't capable, I still couldn't get there, but it did give me an advantage. And so we have to recognize that. Purvis, you wrote an article, as a Black man, I understand Will Smith's reaction, but that wasn't the way. Can you share your thoughts on men's roles as a protector of women and what you think is a better way forward?
Yes. So firstly, I was so grateful that the Griot reached out to me to write that piece. They wanted to get my opinion because I'd worked with them before and they knew that I was probably going to offer a completely different perspective than the other op-ed pieces that were out there. And, in writing it, I was thinking about, because, Will Smith kept saying that he wanted to protect Black women. And I was thinking around the word protection. And when we think about it, at the core of it, we're talking safety, right? Protecting someone from harm. And in one respect, physical harm, there is a need for protection in that sense. But when you expand it, there's also, safety of one's dignity, of one's pride, of one's humanity. And I think about that in terms of protecting women. Like it's not necessarily this rescuing, right? Which we've already covered because, no one's a savior. But I think it's about making sure that someone's dignity is still intact. And the way that we affirm one's dignity is to make sure that they get the same rights and privileges that we get, right? And so when I think about it, I teach men emotional intelligence, and at the core of it is the foundation of it is self-awareness. And then we get to self-management, then we get to social awareness, then we get to relationship management. Even within, Brad, to your point, even within your privilege, you've experienced some injustice, right? And if you can tap into that injustice and recognize that there are people who experience that injustice you've experienced all the time, right? we can cultivate that empathy, right? And then once we get to the social awareness aspect, that's where we develop compassion. Compassion is action. That's how we manage the relationship, is through compassion. And one of the things I always say is that a person who is committed to their healing journey, so to be emotionally intelligent means that you have to be introspective and reflect over your life and think about your choices and how you've shown up to now, right? And think about your fragilities, your frailties, your traumas, all those things, right? So when you're thinking about your healing journey, any person who is committed to being on a healing journey, it would hurt them to see someone else in pain or in flux, right? So healed people heal people, right? And so we have to teach men. One of the things I try to teach men is to be committed to your healing journey. That's why I wrote the book Heal Forward. Heal with the future in mind, but you can only heal if you're helping others to heal as well. So we have to get men to be committed and intentional on their healing journeys.
I love that perspective.
Yep.
Anyone else add to that?
I think Purvis said it all. Oh, go ahead, Hira.
Sorry, Brad, you go ahead.
No. Yeah.
No, I think, as a person belonging to a racially diverse group and who ticks many boxes, I think what Purvis said, it really hit the nail. You really do need to heal yourself, because a lot of us are carrying past trauma of injustices and, the way they've been treated, and discrimination and interpersonal prejudice, and all these things has affected us. And there's a thing known as acculturative stress, which I've recently been talking about, which a lot of people don't know, but people from racially diverse groups, marginalized groups, even women, because they have been diminished and trivialized and debased in such a long time, they have an acculturative stress where they have to adapt to the values of a dominant group. For example, if I'm the only woman in the room or the only woman of color. And that is a lot of stress. That's a lot of anxiety. And if you put in actual lived experiences in that, then that can really create havoc in a person's life. So I think what Purvis says is, I completely relate to that. It's important for you to heal, because if you're not healing, then you will be reacting at everything. But when you are healed, then you'll be able to, and you heal by helping others and reaching out to others. So I think, yes, that definitely resonated.
Yeah. I was also thinking, like, do you guys see the Oprah interview with him prior to the event? Right. It's almost like he was trying to fix his trauma of not being able to protect his mom by instilling more trauma, and that doesn't really justify like the response, because then we never get out of the cycle.
Yeah. And that's why it's so important for us to heal and be committed and intentional about it. Men in particular, is because that's my, what I specialize in. We don't have a lot of times we're not introspective. We don't have the language, and we also don't have the accountability. And to your point earlier, we don't understand, vulnerability is truly a strength, and vulnerability, it's a risk as well, because it's an invitation for feedback, right? That's really what vulnerability is. It's an invitation to feedback. And I think if we're honest, I'll be honest, I've been afraid of feedback.
Oh, absolutely. Because then if you don't like the response, then it makes you feel really bad. Right?
Absolutely. And I think, and then that becomes shameful, and then that becomes, and then we tuck and hide, and then we just put on the masculine face, or whatever that is,
Yeah.
Yeah. And one follow on to that, Purvis, Dave and I find it so interesting that the men who tend to get really good feedback, to your feedback point, tend to be those men who respond to it really effectively.
Absolutely.
They welcome it. And even if they've really gotten it wrong, they show gratitude for that and say, thank you. Wow, I had no idea. They might even be authentic enough to say, that's really painful for me to hear. I had no idea that I was blowing it like that. And this is a little hard for me. Could I come back to you, maybe in a day or so, and continue this conversation? Because I know I need to get better. And let me just also thank you for trusting me enough to share that, because I know that wasn't easy. Men who tend to do that are those guys who really have this cluster of confidants around them, who trust them enough to continue giving them the feedback.
Absolutely. and they're also on their healing journeys as well.
So are you kind of saying our strengths are like, or what we perceive strengths are sort of routed in insecurity on some level? Like me being machismo or whatever, I'm just like, it's a way to sort of mask something else that I'm not really sure about.
Yeah, it can, because I think, you know, this kind of goes full circle, right? To make myself vulnerable and to really be humble and to accept that, you know, be open to this kind of feedback, you know, you're acknowledging that I think one of the challenges there is that people feel like they're accepting that risk and the risk of what they're seeing happen around them, especially for more senior people, CEOs, for example, back to the cancel culture, right? Of that I'm going to get canceled if I'm that vulnerable, I'm that open and that honest and humble about this. But I think what we find is that the reality is that it's something different, right? That when men are putting themselves out there, and this is part of who they are as leaders, as people, that we are on that journey, that healing journey, as Purvis was talking about, that people will meet us there. They'll meet us where we are, and they really, I think, appreciate that authenticity.
Absolutely.
So going back to the cancel culture issue, in this environment, leaders really are afraid to make mistakes and saying things wrong. They don't have permission to be honest, even if the intent is there. And that really does affect allyship. And so how do we give them the space to learn and not be perfect, but actually just push the movement forward?
I think as a woman, I would say that if a man has made a mistake or said something accidentally which was sexist or racist or, you know, transphobic, homophobic, whatever it is, but that person is did it because of lack of awareness and is genuinely apologetic and is acknowledging responsibility, saying sorry and ready to move on and not repeat the mistake. I think that genuineness does come across, and it's going to really help the person. Of course, if you are resorting to half-hearted cover-ups and making excuses and defending yourself and being dismissive, then that might backfire. That might go in a very wrong direction. But if you are genuine, if you're authentic, if you're vulnerable, people most of the time are able to recognize that, and hopefully you will not be cancelled. But yes, I think, given the environment that we are in, it's difficult to say what can get you into trouble. But again, I would say authenticity, vulnerability, acknowledging responsibility, these are the keys. If you can do that, then hopefully everything is going to be okay. And you will be accepted even for your mistakes, and you will be forgiven.
Absolutely. We all have biases. It's part of being human. Our collective biases can show up in systems that contribute to gender inequalities. How can we become more self-aware and start to interrupt our own biases? Like, what's one action step you guys do to sort of shortcut that decision-making or stop the decision-making shortcut process?
I think in terms of biases, it's important that you kind of speak to people outside of your echo chamber is really important. So social media allows you to build really kind of unhealthy echo chambers of people who just agree with you. And I think, Twitter and even LinkedIn allows you to just kind of connect with people who think the same way as you, and that's really unhealthy in some ways, because you're not being you can avoid people whose opinions you don't like. So I think we all hold biases, and sometimes they're overt, and people are not capable of moving beyond them. To speak to people, listen to what they say. So you can speak to people and kind of switch off, but really kind of listen to what they say, get content from outside of your echo chamber, and understand. I think one of the issues with sort of men's fear of cancelling and that kind of thing is men are not used to being uncomfortable. They're not used to white men are not used to walking into a room and it being full of people who are not the same as them. And even talking about allyship and women's issues online, not everyone's going to agree with you and they're going to come back at you. But you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you're going to change anything, because
Absolutely.
If you don't do that, then nothing will change at all, and you can build these kind of walls around yourself. So getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is incredibly important, and that's one of the things that I put on this LinkedIn post was, get into spaces where you are the only person of a certain type. So last year, I mentored through a network called Like-Minded Females, a really brilliant mentoring network. And it was mostly women mentoring women. I can't even remember how I came across this network, but they asked me to mentor, and I was a bit like, am I allowed to? Can I do it? Like, is this okay? Anyway, it was okay. And it was a really kind of great experience. So you have to get outside of your echo chamber and read deeply, read different perspectives. And then when you're faced with stuff you're uncertain about, lean into it and not run away. But I think most of the time men run away from those situations. So if I put a post online around intersectional issues, around women's issues, I know that 90% of the people that interact with that are going to be either women or people of color. There'll be no white men that interact with that post because they'll be like, oh, that's not for me. I'm not really interested in that. So yeah. That's how I think you can confront your own biases.
I love that. Anyone else want to add to that?
I think that if we're talking about gender, just one add-on, I was nodding my head to everything Henry said, but I one subtle thing that I've had to learn slowly, and I've had to kind of work at this, are some of the more subtle forms of sexism that I think we can miss, and especially as men, because we don't receive it as much. So, how about benevolent sexism, right? All of that stuff that sounds chivalrous, it sounds positive, it sounds protective on the surface. Like, hey, we shouldn't consider Hira for that promotion because, she has kids. Well, that sounds positive, right? But no, it's not. I'm making all kinds of assumptions about her. I don't know what she wants, but I should take the time to check with her. Hey, can I put you forward for this? Are you even interested? But too often we default to the benevolent sexism. And I think when people hear it, they don't pick up on the fact that this is one of those death by 1,000 cuts women experience every day. It undermines them, right? It takes away their autonomy. And so it's not just the egregious sexism and bias I need to look for. I need to educate myself, to Henry's point, about some of the more subtle kinds of things. And I see that as being maybe the next step and the next challenge.
Absolutely.
I think one other thing we can do, and I think one of the ways I think about this is how do I put it into action every day, and certainly from my background as a sociologist, I think about the language aspect of it, and certainly we find biased language, right, in lots of different ways. And as you learn that something is biased, is then the hard part there is, it's like, well, how am I going to change that for myself? Because that sounds like a lot of work, and it is, and it's really, just try to, for example, if you always go into a meeting and you refer to large groups of people as just generically guys, which has become so culturally common in lots of different settings, and everybody's like, well, yeah, I didn't mean to privilege the men in the room. I wasn't really I was referring to the women, everybody in the room in that way. It's like, well, but it's not really all that inclusive of language. Could you use a different term, a different way to address people so that everybody felt included, and you're in the way that you did that? You'll find yourself, as you begin to work on that, catching yourself, and you probably will make the mistake of continuing to use the word over and over again, but you'll start to catch yourself, and it almost becomes frustrating in some ways, until you get to the point where it's like, now I'm actually thinking far enough in advance where I'm actually changing it. I'm thinking about it. All right, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say this instead, and now I change it. And now that's the first practice, right, in terms of changing behavior in a direction that we're looking for. And it takes time, especially I think the older we are, the more time we've spent in one particular culture, around one set of workplace experiences. It's hard to change these behaviors that we've used for a long time.
No, absolutely. I love that. And it's almost kind of where we were going to end this with too. So I think you kind of rolled us right into that. So consciously unbiased, we talk about microprogressions, and they're basically small action steps that you can do to change the culture or an environment within an organization. And so I'd love to hear one small action step that can lead to a big impact over time that men can take to support women at work. And I'll give you an example of a microprogression that I learned early on in when COVID started, was that we were doing these Zoom calls, and I'd always want to get my idea across, so I'd cut people off and talk over them, right? And what does that do? So if you're a minority, it went and sends a subconscious signal that you're not important to me and your ideas aren't, because I was so busy trying to barf my ideas onto you. And so one small action step I do is now I listen, digest what you're asking for, and then respond to the question you're asking for, rather than pushing something that you don't really care about. So that's an example of microprogression.
Thank you.
I like that. That's very good. Active listening, which is what that is, right? Active listening on purpose, and listening to what is said and what is not said. And I think, I try to cultivate that in my CEO clients often, is to listen to what's not being said, listen to the body language, listen to the tone of voice, right? Just being intentional about your leadership, being intentional about listening, because people, believe it or not, people can tell how you're listening to them. So that is a great micro progression.
Love that.
I would add to that and say that I'm a huge fan of surveys and polls. I love to do surveys and polls every now and then to capture experiences of people and find out what exactly it is that they want. So I would say go and talk to women, either through surveys, polls, or have actual conversations rather than assuming what women want and what they don't want. Find out from them what is it that want, what is it that they want. And once they do share their grievances, or once they do vent out, don't dismiss them, and don't treat bias as a dirty word, except that we are all biased, because if we are dismissing that, we're dismissing science. The brain functionality is designed in such a way that we all develop. We all have a biases. As a woman, I have biases against other women too. But what we do need to do, there's no button that you can consciously press and stop the bias. You have to actually question yourself all the time and take a step back, because we've grown up with deeply entrenched biases. So I think if we can consciously take a step back and see what is it that we're doing wrong, and question ourselves, what assumptions am I making on the basis of a person's gender, race, ethnicity, faith, or any other protected characteristic? I think that would really help.
I love the way you put that. I've never heard it said that way before, especially about the bias piece and questioning science. I'm going to use that if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll keep mine really short. I'm going to hit the sponsorship piece. My micro progression, if you happen to be a male and you happen to be a male with any seniority, it's not enough to be nice to women and to mentor them that way. You need to talk about talented women when they're not even in the room. Tell other people why they're rock stars, why they should be considered. Tell them about their great performance. This requires more skin in the game and risk on your part, but you need to step up and do that.
Love that.
Right.
And on the note of gender equity starts at home. If you're not sure if you're partnered with a woman, you're not sure if you're doing your fair share and being a great ally at home, go home tonight and do your domestic audit and ask. And when she tells you, here's places you could be stepping up your game, time to go take a macro progression and step it up big time, and then do the same thing at work, right? And when it's your turn to take the kids to the doctor or stay home with the sick kids or something like that, don't slink out the back door quietly, leave loudly, leave so it normalizes it for everybody, junior men and for the women, so it's not so stigmatizing for them.
Absolutely.
And I will say something different. So buy from female-owned businesses. So women don't want more mentoring. They don't want more kind of unsolicited advice. They want you to buy from their business if they're a business owner. So buy from female-owned businesses.
Love it. But thank you all so much. It's so enlightening, and we're honored to have you today.
don't shout? Who's shouting? I am not shouting, but I cannot tolerate the way you people behave, right? All of you have no consideration for me. I'm such an important person. 10 o'clock, I've got a board meeting, I've got to be there on time. And here you people raise up such petty things. And then you say, don't shout. What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? Understand the way that you provoke me, and you don't have any consideration for me. What do you think I should behave as?
What is this, yeah? All the time telling me don't cry, don't cry. Obviously, I cry, right? Look at the way you behave. Look at this. Even I have to go for work. I'm getting delayed. Oh my God, this unreasonable behavior. It's too much. I'm not able to deal with it. I don't know what to do about it.
Okay. Taken you a little by surprise, but this is reality. There was this very famous book by John Gray, which says, Why Men Shout and Women Cry. It's one of a lot of books written by him, which are very, very useful at a practical level. And I have read it more than once. I have quoted from it. I have used it for helping, counselees and all that I've done. So at one point, when I was talking to somebody like this, it just struck me that I should also, try and see if I can convey that message in a more of an interactive manner, knowing how many of us nowadays read books. So I thought, let me put it in a more interactive and a more visual form. So that's why I took up this topic. Now, if you observed these two quick clips that you saw, first it was me, the man. Then it was Seema, the woman. What do you think happened? What do you think are the emotions? Dissatisfaction, irritation, being let down, feeling unwanted. The emotions were exactly the same to the man and to the woman. But did you see the outburst? Did you see the typical reaction, a male reaction and a female reaction? So what happens is that the women say, why do these men shout all the time? Can't they control their emotions? Why do they have to be so loud and brash and angry all the time? And surprisingly, I have so many men who come and say, I can't even carry out a decent argument with my wife. Anything I say and she breaks down and starts crying. That is her weapon. Now she starts crying, what am I supposed to do? I have to leave the place and go away. I have to stop the argument. Wonderful, isn't it? See how she uses crying as a tool to get the way that she wants. I can't even raise my voice. I can't say anything because she's got this wonderful tool, no? Breaking down, crying, whining. Now this is what I want to discuss today. Right. Firstly, let us understand that a lot of women feel men do not have emotions. I want to clear that myth. Men have as much emotions as women. This has been proven by research and surveys and whatever it is. You don't have to take my word for it. A fact like the soldier who sacrifices his life for the sake of his country. It is a purely emotional act. I will go to the extreme of giving up my life for my country. A man who slogs away to glory, works in a horrible job for years and years because he feels only then he will be able to give a good education to his children. He is governed by his emotions. A person who wants to achieve, by achieving career-wise, even a person who wants to win over the love of his girlfriend, It is purely an emotional act which makes him go out of the way, promise her the moon, do anything for her. These are all emotions, right? So let us understand that men have as much emotions as women do. The only thing is the expression of those emotions comes out in a different way. I would not even say wrong way, I would say a different way. So there are innumerable instances, for example, where a man is so busy with his work, 24/7, he is at work, in office, or even when he comes home, he's on the laptop or he's on the mobile. And the family, particularly the wife, feels this person is so indifferent. This person doesn't love his family members. This person only thinks of his work. Now you ask the man, and like I mentioned a minute back, he says, I do it because I love my family. If I did not have a wife and children, I could stay in a one room or rough it out somewhere, and whatever I earn, I would have been very happy. But I've got this responsibility. I have to provide, I have to get a good house, I have to provide basic amenities, I have to give a good education to my children, I have to give them so many things, no? I love them so much that the only way to be able to fulfill what I want to do with them is to work harder and harder and harder. It's a highly competitive world out there, dude. You don't know. Unless you are on your toes and perpetually struggling, you will be left out. So that is what I do. So what I was saying is that the expression of love is in a different manner. And that is what they don't understand. Similarly, men who claim that my wife is perpetually nagging me, she's always correcting me, she's always making demands on me. She breaks down and she cries, she sulks. She points out so many fingers at me and she says, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. Doesn't she understand what I am going through? But now if you look at it from the feminine perspective, why is she doing it? Because she loves him. If she did not care, she would have said, okay, he is the provider. He goes to office, he works, he earns money and he gets the money and I enjoy myself. I will spend my time with my parents, my friends, my children. She could have given up, isn't it? Why is it that she doesn't give up? Because that is her way of expressing love. You are my life partner. I love you. I want to have a good, harmonious life with you. And that is why I am constantly behind you, telling you. Even a simple thing like, a wife telling the husband, don't smoke or don't eat rich food. Or, doctor was saying that your sugar levels are high, so don't eat sugar. To the man, it may appear as though she's perpetually nagging me and she's behind my back and she hates me so much that she doesn't let me live in peace. I come back home and all the time, this is what she is behind me. But to the woman, it is her way of expressing her love. The other factor, which I've spoken of earlier, but I want to reiterate the same point, is generally men are left-brained and women are right-brained. Mostly, not all. Now, a left-brained person is a person who is logical, sequential, analytical, mathematical, critical. These are the traits of a left-brained person. A right-brained person is emotional, intuitive, interpersonal, creative, literary. Now, when a person is right-brained, the habits, the behavior, the interests, the talents are different from a person who is left-brained. Nature has made, probably with some wisdom, that men should be left brain and women should be right brain, because only then they complement each other. Now it is up to us whether to use this complement. When you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, they attract each other. Imagine if both were North Poles. Imagine if a man gets married to a man or a woman gets married to a woman. Of course, now it is accepted and permissible and all that, but there's a very, very interesting thing. I know a lot of same-sex couples, right? Inevitably, one of them plays the male role and one of them plays the female role. Starting from the way their demeanor, their dressing, their expressions, their way of talking, the profession that they choose are typically male and female. So even though physically they belong to the same gender, they again attract each other and they live with each other and they love each other because they complement each other. This is what I want you to understand. There is a beauty in that, difference. The French always say that, men and women are different. Long live the difference. Life would have been very boring if men started behaving the way women do, and if women started behaving the way men do. And that is what John Gray points out to us and says that women expect their men to behave, to react, to respond the way they would have done in that situation. And the man expects his woman to react, respond, behave in the way he would have done it. And when that does not happen, men shout and women cry. And there is no winner or loser in this game. Just because a man generally ends up shouting, it does not mean that he wins the argument or he gets the upper hand. Sometimes the person who's crying gets the upper hand. Anyway, this is not a ding-dong battle. This is not a court of law where we are trying to prove one is right, the other is wrong or something. But this is what we have to accept in order to have more harmony between the, the genders, right? Okay. Now, why are men left brain and why are women right brain? This is another very interesting aspect. It is partly because of genetics, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a geneticist, but it is a lot to do with the learned phenomenon. Men have been cavemen from prehistoric days. The hunter, the gatherer, and the protector. Women, right from the beginning of history, have been the nurturer, the caregiver, the lover. It is so ingrained through generations and generations of our ancestors that we cannot give it up. Even in a world today, in the 21st century, in metropolitan cities, women are playing as great a role as men professionally. You'll have women CEOs, you'll have women engineers, you'll have women surgeons, you'll have women playing all sorts of roles which traditionally were restricted to men just a couple of generations back. But has that changed the demeanor? Has that changed the approach or attitude or the emoting and the relationship? No. A woman who is a highly qualified person, holding a very, very strong career position and whatever it is, when it comes down to family, when it comes down to personal level, she still behaves the same way as her grandmother or great-grandmother did. And the same thing with the man. Let's say here is this man, who has a partner who is not only doing as well as him, maybe doing better. Maybe she is the main breadwinner. She's the one in the limelight. He acknowledges that. But because he's relegated to playing this role. There are men, for example, who are nowadays I come across who are doing a lot of cooking or taking care of children, which traditionally men never did. So you have this man who says, okay, you are busy, I'll take care of the baby. Or you are tied down with something else, I'll cook the food. So they are taking on feminine roles, right? But their demeanor, their expression, their behavior is not changing. When it comes to behavior which involves emotions, they still behave the way. Now, this is not going to change in the near future. If it has not changed in thousands of years, please don't have hope that it will change overnight or within this generation or even within the next generation. What we can do is, as far as the next generation is concerned, teach them a little more. Teach them to understand. I have a small little incident ingrained in my mind that I must have been 5 or 6 years old. I was running and playing. I fell down. And I saw small red spots on my knee. Some thing had grazed my knee and little blood was coming out. The moment I saw that, I thought I'm dying. And I let out a big shriek and I started bawling, crying. My father came running out and said, what happened? What happened? I pointed my knees. He went down and looked at my knees. He took his hand and brushed it aside so those red spots disappeared. And he said, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying away to glory? Nothing has happened to you. I said, no, I'm dying. He said, no, you're not dying at all. Nothing is happening to you. Go wash your knees and this and that, and then go and play do whatever you want. And he said, don't cry like a girl, he said. At that age, daddy is the ultimate. He is the end all and be all. Whatever he says is the absolute truth, right? So this great daddy told this little 5-year-old fellow, that is me, don't cry like a girl. But daddy never told me how to cry like a boy. So what did I do after that? Anytime I had something disturbing me, I would make sure that I don't cry. And because of that, what happened? Emotions started getting suppressed, suffocated, stifled, till I came to adolescence. And when I realized that I'm a big boy, I have power, I have control, I have strength, I used to bring out my irritation, my disappointments by shouting. And daddy never said, don't shout like a boy. In fact, I vaguely even remember if mommy would complain saying, look at your son, how he is behaving. Why is he so uncouth? Why does he shout? Daddy would probably laugh and say, oh, he's a boy, forget it. He'll get over it. So directly or indirectly, that thing was propagated. That it is okay for you to shout, but it is not okay for you to cry. Now, all the girls sitting out there who are listening to this program, go back into your childhood. When you were a small child, and if somebody did something to you, and if you picked up your fist and started boxing that person, what would your parents say? You're a girl. Don't behave like this. What's wrong with you? Even if you shouted, they would have said the same thing to you. That is how that indoctrination came in. But when you cried, what happened? Oh, my poor baby. Come here, sit in my lap. Don't worry, Mama is here. No, we'll take care of you. So time and again, it was reinforced to the boys that you shout And it was reinforced to the girls that you cry. Now, when you are 20 or 40 or 60, can you change so easily your entire basic demeanor? No, you can't. In fact, as I was mentioning to you about a girl, protecting herself or hitting or whatever it is, boys and men are made to believe that they are physically stronger than women. In many cases, it is true. A woman is built in a slightly smaller frame and a little more delicate demeanor and all that, but it is not always the case. I think yesterday or day before, what's that girl's name? Nikat, from a small town in Nizamabad, is now on the way to becoming the world boxing champion. So do you still think that girls are weaker than boys? If any roadside Romeo wants to tease her and she gives one box and that fellow will go flying 10 feet into the air. Okay, now you may say, no, she is one exceptional girl. But if you read her interviews, there's something very significant. She said that my parents, though my father was also a sportsman, and though he encouraged his daughter for sports, but he said not boxing. Both father and mother said, if you do boxing and somebody hits your face, and if there is a mark on your face or your face gets disfigured, then nobody will marry you. Imagine telling that to a little girl who's aspiring to become a great sportswoman. Have you ever heard a parent or a coach telling a boy, don't get into boxing because if somebody hits you and your face gets disfigured, then no girl will marry you? See the irony of the situation. I'm very proud of the fact that here is an Indian girl who, went against what was indoctrinated into her and has achieved something. Now, she's a good role model. Before her, Mary Kom was also a great role model. So many of them. But like I said, they are exceptions because the others succumb. And once you succumb and once you're made to believe that you're not physically strong and you cannot protect yourself and you should not protect yourself, the only way that it comes out is in the form of frustration, crying, whatever it is. It goes right up to the, extent where the girl grows up, becomes a mother. And now she is supposed to be all the time that great sacrificial mother. Whatever else she may do, she has to give first priority to children. One excellent example is this great lady called Indra Nooyi. She was the CEO and even the chairman of PepsiCo. PepsiCo is one of the maybe top 50 organizations in the whole world. Indra Nooyi, a girl born and brought up in India and in Chennai, migrated to USA. Her parents didn't go. She went over there and went up the corporate ladder. And eventually, as I said, she became the CEO of PepsiCo. At the same time, she married and she had 2 daughters. While she was going up the ladder in the corporate world, she was also bringing up 2 little girls who eventually became 2 teenagers. How did she balance? How she balanced is one thing, but the pressures that she was under, not only from others, but even from her own self. Am I justifying my role as a mother? She has a very understanding and a very supportive husband. Despite that, she was always made to feel doubt and question that whatever I am doing, am I justifying my role as a mother or not? In fact, her mother gave her a very interesting piece of advice. She said, you go to office, do your work, come back home, and when you park your car in the garage, leave your crown in the garage. What is that crown? The crown is CEO, chairman, whatever she was. She said, leave that crown in the garage and then come inside as a wife and mother. Have you ever come across an upwardly mobile or a successful man being given that advice by his elders? Leave your crown in the garage and come back to being a husband and a father. This is where we need to work on. We need to work with children. There's a lot that can be done. The children who have not yet come to that stage where the gender differences become very obvious. The 4-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, both boys and girls, can we help them to understand that while you belong to one gender, and you should be proud of your gender, you should be proud that you are a boy or you are a girl, nothing wrong with that. At the same time, you need to understand the other genders. And that includes more so particularly the boys. I remember, I think it was the first Independence Day message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave from Red Fort. And he raised a very interesting point. He said, we are so protective, so possessive about our daughters. We keep asking our daughters, "Tum kahan gayi thi? Kiske saath gayi thi? Where were you? Why did you come late?" But he said, we never ask our sons, "Tum kahan gaye the? Kiske saath gaye the? Kyun gaye the? Kyun late aaya?" When we are encouraging the boys to start feeling that way, what do you expect will happen when they grow up? We have been doing this one generation after another. At least now, can we put a break to it? You cannot change grown-up men, you cannot change grown-up women. Men will continue to shout. Women will continue to cry and say, "Kya karun? Maa hu na." Typical Bollywood dialogue. So there's not much we can do about it. But there's a lot that we can do with regard to the next generation. This men crying and women, men shouting and women crying, as I said, is not genetic. It is an inbuilt thing which comes out of indoctrination. It is based on the upbringing. It is based on the lessons and examples that are taught. It is based on the role modeling that we do with our children. Children growing up, particularly boys, watch their father shouting and their mother crying. And nobody seems to be bothered. Nobody points out and says, this is wrong. Why can't mommy shout and daddy cry? So what happens? He grows up thinking this is what life is all about. This is one strong message which I would like each one of you to please spread this little message after today to whichever adults who are concerned about the next generation. Please start changing that outlook, the demeanor, the attitude of both boys and girls. Don't tell a girl that you cannot do boxing because somebody will hit you and your face will get disfigured and then nobody will marry you. You're pulling down the self-esteem of the child. Don't tell a boy that, yeah, boys will be boys, it's okay, he will get all right. Let him shout, let him get into brawls or whatever. That's not fair. So please take this message with you. And I need that 1 minute break as always. Seema has got something very interesting to share with you today. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, today you can see all of us wearing, I don't know if you can see it, yeah, Banjara Right Forever t-shirts when you walk into Banjara. All of us, including Ali, to each one of us here in the staff. And why we are doing this is because today we are all going to Manthan. So it's picnic time, it's team bonding time, team building time for us. And yeah, we are going there only with open minds. We don't know what Ali has planned for us there. But yeah, the whole idea is to be together, eat together, and we'll stay the night over there. And yeah, we will do certain activities and stuff to know each other better. We work here together, but yeah, those nice moments, the personal journeys. So it'll be nice sharing with each other. And yes, really looking forward and really, really excited. So we'll be shutting down Banjara at 3 o'clock today. We'll be closing office. And we'll all be going there. And yeah, that's the plan. And we'll stay the night. Tomorrow, our friend Asra, she's opening a kennel called Off Leash in Manthan. So tomorrow is the inaugural. She's invited everybody, all the dog parents and dog lovers to come and spend the day there. So that's another thing we're looking forward to. So that's what's happening here. And of course, as usual, the place is bustling. Banjara is bustling with our new babies coming in, DCS 23. We had a very nice program last Saturday, and they were here and we interacted. It was nice, and every day we have, many of you coming here for inquiring about the program as well as for admission. So yes, admissions are going on in at full speed. So do come. 25th June is when we officially start, but don't even wait till then if you're planning to take this up or you have somebody in mind who wants to take it up, because we've already started the entire process of rapport building and meeting up. So do reach out for DCS 23, and all other programs as usual are there on the website. So all right, that's what's going on in Banjara. Thought we'll keep you posted.
Manish just showed you a poster of an interesting program that I'm doing. Can't really call it a program because it involves 5 minutes of your time every day for the next 3 weeks. But if you're interested in something like that, do get in touch with Anis or any of our people in the office. It's a very simple thing of how to enrich your life through the thought and the experience of death. Don't get scared. I'm not going to ask you to do something like PUBG or something that you jump over the roof or something like that. It's just at the thought process. And as I said, 5 minutes of your day. These are the little unusual things that we keep doing all the time, just to keep ourselves occupied and to do. So we've got this break in between the DCS 22, which ended, and DCS 23, which is going to start next month. So I thought, let me use that time. Okay, so now Anis is going to show me which are the comments and questions that have come up. So Vidya says, why is it so tough to make the men express his emotions? It is not at all tough, Vidya. Men express their emotions immediately. You say something and he gets provoked and he starts shouting. That is expression of emotions. What we need to do is not to make the men express emotions, but to express it in a different manner. There's a lot on that. I don't want to take the time of all the viewers today, but in a very simple form, I will tell you, do not get into arguments. If he's shouting, you don't start shouting. Be assertive, accept his behavior for the moment, keep quiet. He will calm down. He cannot be angry all the time. He cannot be shouting all the time. When he is back to a good mood, that is the time you bring up this question of, next time when you're angry, next time when you're upset, next time when you're irritated, can you tell me in a different manner? You will get results and I will respond much better to you. Start with that. Sheila says, tough to understand what men are thinking. Sheila, take a survey of men. 9 out of 10 will tell you it is tough to understand what women are thinking. I can never understand. And even if they understand other women, they generally don't understand their own wife. So it is a ping pong battle. Both of them can keep on complaining. Now, my question is, when you say tough to understand what men are thinking, it is tough. It is not impossible. So, what efforts have you made to understand what men are thinking? Have you spoken to men of different ages? I mentioned to you, you go younger and younger. If you are a grown-up adult and your partner and your peers are people of your age, go lower down. Maybe talk to a man who's 25, 20, 15, 10. You will get an idea about what the male person thinks when he's 10, when he's 15, when he's 20, when he's 25. And from there, a pattern evolves. And then work with the men who are important to you. Vidya says, why is it that certain men don't understand that these are wife's way of expressing love? Rather, they just complain that you talk to me only when you need some household products, and they doubt that we are in relationship with somebody else. That is a very, very sad situation. Be it a man or be it a woman, if you doubt without any concrete evidence, yes, there are people who get into relationships and that has to be dealt with by the spouse. I'm not talking, those are very rare, and whatever happens, that's a very serious situation which has to be dealt with. But if there is a man, as you gave this example, who perpetually thinks that his wife is in relationship, you know what, it has nothing to do with his wife. It has nothing to do with his relationship with his wife. It is his own feeling of insecurity. It is his low self-esteem. It is his loneliness. It is his feeling of being isolated. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he hits out by making some accusations and saying this is what it is. Okay. The same way as you said that, okay, you said that why is that how much Yes, we are back again. So sorry for the rukawat. Technology sometimes also behaves like human beings, throws tantrums. At least it doesn't shout or cry, but it makes life miserable for us. I was answering Vidya's question. Why is that however much a man shouts, it is expected that the woman should keep quiet? Now, when you say expected, who brought in that expectation? Please go back and reflect. It was your mother, your grandmother, your teachers. So many people told you that you are a girl and you should not shout. If they themselves have indoctrinated this into you in your innocent and vulnerable years, obviously it becomes part of your personality. And that was never done to your husband or your brother or any other male member of the family or in the class, right? Now, that is what I want us to understand that we are doing. And that's the reason why I said before we closed for the break that please work with the smaller men before the men become men, when they're still boys, when they still listen to you, when they look up to you, when they have this great regard and respect for women and for mothers and for elder sisters and all that. That is the time to help them to understand. If we start now, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will be creating a generation of equality. Saraf Saab says, women's bearing capacity is inherently more than that of men. That's why men are in a hard condition to digest something done by women, whether she be his wife, daughter, friend. Yes, same thing I will tell to all of you, including Mr. Saraf, that when you say bearing capacity, where has this bearing capacity come from? Why is it that a soldier's capacity to bear physical pain, even when he is shot and he's got a bullet in his leg, he still moves forward and he still continues to fight? If you or I were to have a bullet in our leg, we'll just collapse. Now, this bearing capacity of the soldier is not genetic. It is not inborn. He was trained in that manner. He was indoctrinated into that manner. He was motivated into that. Both body and mind was told that you are a soldier. You have to defend the nation. You have to do this and that. And that is what made him a hero when he has to face adversity. The same thing applies. Women shout and cry, Sheila says, while men only shout largely. It is a fact. That's the reason why I brought up this topic. But it is how you shout and how you cry which is important. In fact, since men hardly cry and definitely not, in front of their spouse or somebody, I've also come across, unfortunately, one odd, in a rare instance here and there, she tolerates, she accepts, she somehow, carries on, she gets fed up. And she says, more, I am going to take things in my control. And the moment she announces that, this man breaks down, starts crying. And the woman is so overwhelmed that she feels that nothing can be sweeter than this, that my man is crying and asking for forgiveness. And everything gets deleted and she goes back to be what she was. Please be aware of that. Roshan says, very lucky to get a life partner who never ever shouted at me and never did I cry. Fantastic. Congratulations to Roshan. And I also feel that while the partner may have had a good upbringing, hats off to his parents and elders, at the same time, it is also how the wife behaves with the man which makes a difference. What is needed in these circumstances is assertiveness. neither being aggressive nor being possessive. I mean, giving away easily and becoming submissive. Assertiveness wins the day against people who unnecessarily lose their temper and who shout. Surekha says, how can we help our counselees help them behave in ways that their love and care reaches the partner? Here, one thing is very important, Surekha. You have to deal with in two different ways when it comes to a male and when it comes to a female. By the time this counselee has come to you, the person has grown up in a lot of indoctrination of behaviors and attitudes and is also experiencing certain things, right? So we have to deal with the men differently and the women differently. With the men, if it can be made to understand that I understand your anger, I understand that you are very frustrated and you are pushed to a corner and that is why you shout or that is why you get so angry, but do you get results? If you do not get results, would you like to try out a different way instead of shouting at your partner or creating that ruckus? Would you like to try? With a female, you have to tell her that whatever the person is doing to you, do not get provoked either way. Don't break down and cry and show your vulnerability, and do not start countering and shouting and arguing. Be assertive. We have to teach women assertiveness. And that assertiveness, believe me, is directly connected to self-esteem. Innumerable Indian women suffer from low self-esteem because of the way they have been brought up. I am not capable. I am a girl, my own dreams. I have to listen first to my father, then to my husband, and then to my son. We have to break that. Any girl who has good self-esteem and who is assertive can easily handle a father, a husband, a brother, a son who tends to get angry and shout. Over a period of time, the change can be brought in. Conclusion is seeking help or counseling. Don't wait till it comes to that exhaustion stage, and where you get so frustrated that you may actually do something which is very impulsive. Do it while you feel that things are a little better. This is another thing which I have experienced with so many people. Let's say you have this man who keeps shouting all the time, and the wife is very submissive. You know what she thinks? No, if I am nice to him, then he will stop shouting. If I don't argue, if I don't present my viewpoint, and if I accept his anger and do as he tells me to do, even though I don't want to do that, slowly he will realize what a good partner I am, and he will start being nice to me. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. You have to take it as early as possible. And this includes what Surekha has asked, handle unresolved feelings from the past. This is something which, as you know, you will recall that I have been constantly striving on. Take this man-woman situation where the man shouts, the woman cries, whatever it is. Somebody has also mentioned the man always doubts his wife whether she is having other relationships. All this is based from the past. It starts in early childhood. And a lot of things from our childhood need to be resolved. Even if it is not currently an issue of shouting or crying or whatever it is, but a lot needs to be resolved. Our education system does nothing to help us learn life skills, to build up our emotional intelligence. But it's never too late. Even now it works. And this is something very, very heartening when Sheila says, being politely assertive has been working for me. I think we should give an applause to Sheila for not only believing in it, but practicing it. She's used a very nice phrase, politely assertive. Yes, I know you're angry. I know you've got meetings and you're very stressed out and you're a very important person. At the same time, I think we need to resolve this. I don't feel that I am going to give in at this stage. I need to do this. In whatever manner, whatever words, whatever expressions, but politely assertive can really go a very long way to help people. So these are some of the very, very important things. As I said, number one, we need to keep feeling frustrated because the woman cries all the time, or the woman is feeling frustrated because the man shouts all the time. It is not impossible, but it is tough to handle it, to deal with it, to try to slowly bring about a change to the extent that it is possible. Don't expect miracles. Don't expect overnight change from the person. But I can assure you that 10%, 20%, 30% more harmonious relationship goes a long way in making you feel contented. And it sets the ball rolling for better and better and better relationship. At the same time, look at the younger generation and see what we can do. Let us not be so selfish that we work only for our needs. We owe it to the next generation that we have to leave a good world behind them. There's so much talk going on about global warming, about wars and whatever we have been doing, the way we are destroying the world in so many ways. I am equally concerned about the way we are destroying the younger generation at an emotional level. I have told this a number of times and I repeat again that emotional intelligence can be built up at any time. And what are the first two pillars of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness. Yes, right now I am getting angry, I'm getting irritated, I'm feeling very disappointed, cheated. Awareness. The second pillar is managing the emotions. Now that I know that I am provoked, I am angry, I am feeling very restless. How do I manage? Which is the best way to manage my emotion? Roshan says, keep giving love and one is bound to get back love. No shouting and crying will happen. You're very lucky if you keep giving love and you do get back love. It doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have heard that little proverb that, you pick up a street dog and you nurture it, feed it, take care of it. Take care of all his needs. He looks up to you and says, you're taking such good care of me. You must be God. You pick up a little kitten and take care of it, feed it, groom it, protect it, do everything. The kitten looks at you and says, you are taking such good care of me. I must be God. Remember that some of us are dogs, some of us are cats. So you have to take that chance. Sureka says, how can we work towards better emotional autonomy, which prevents us from developing dependency? Yes, Sureka. Since we live in family, since we have to interact with people, I would suggest that we don't work towards developing or, working from, the dependency, work towards what I always call as interdependency. It's the same way as there may be a family where the man goes out to work and earns the salary and the livelihood, and the woman takes care of the house and the kitchen and the children. They are not dependent on each other. They are interdependent. They are complementing each other, and men and women complement each other in 100 different ways. So learn to enjoy that aspect of it. That is what is needed It can be done. It requires some time and effort, and it can be done if you decide on the next Saturday's topic, that is, don't grow old. I'll be seeing you next Saturday, where we will be talking about how, while the numbers pile up, you ensure that you remain young till the last day of your life. So have a nice, wonderful week. I shall see you next Saturday. Bye-bye.
Recently, I decided to do a crazy experiment with the IELTS test. I went down to Dublin, about 2 hours from where I live, and I did the real IELTS test because I wanted to test something that has been bothering me for many, many years. Do me a favor, don't skip ahead and look at the results, all right? Don't skip ahead and look and think, oh, you got that result. Well, you know, a native English speaker who teaches IELTS for a living should be getting a band 9. So, you know, it's kind of like Lewis Hamilton doing the driving test and passing the driving test. It is not such a big deal because this is my job. Instead, what I decided to do was this experiment. So the IELTS test is divided into 4 parts: listening, reading, speaking, and writing. What I decided to do was, for 2 parts of the test, go and look at the most popular advice, the most popular tips and tricks for that part of the test, and follow that blindly. And for the other 2 parts, I looked up the common advice, the most popular tips and tricks for those 2 parts of the test, and decided to do the exact opposite. So don't follow the advice, do the opposite. And then let's see what the scores should be. So let's check out what happened. So starting off with the listening test, the 2 most common tips that you see on popular blogs and YouTube videos are, number 1, really focus on keywords. So when you're looking at the questions, focus in on the keywords. The keywords will reveal the correct answer to you. And the second tip is skip ahead. When you finish a section, go straight away and read the questions and try and find those keywords. So it's a very keyword driven way of doing the listening test. And this is the most popular advice out there. It's not the advice that we give at IELTS Advantage, but it's certainly the advice that millions of people use every test day. So for the listening part, I followed the gurus, just did exactly what they said. And I had to abandon that strategy after the first section, because I found it nearly impossible to focus on what I was doing. A huge part of listening is focusing and being able to focus on the question and focus on the listening at the same time. And you really have to do 3 things. You need to read, listen, and think, and decide the correct answer all at the same time. And I think that I got the first question wrong, because I was really focusing on keywords and then skipping ahead and trying to think about what is happening next, instead of really just doing what I should be doing, which is looking at the question and waiting for the listening and thinking about it more holistically. So I think that I got the first question wrong, and it was an extremely simple question. It was a registration number, a number plate on a car. And I think I got that wrong, because what I was doing was really focusing on keywords and thinking about what was coming next. And what that did was it stopped me actually getting this really simple answer. Like, the first question in the listening test is the easiest one. And I think I got that wrong. And I paid a lot of money for this test and this, this experiment. And I was thinking to myself after section 1, I better abandon this strategy of focusing on the keywords and then skipping ahead, because my mind was going blank. I couldn't think straight and I couldn't focus on what I was doing. So here's the result. I ended up getting a band 9 for the listening test, but if I had have maintained that strategy, I definitely would have got much lower than a 9. And really, to be honest, I didn't want to embarrass myself. So I followed the common popular guru thinking, and I think I got the first question wrong, and I abandoned that, and I would not recommend that to anybody, because you really just lose focus, and my mind was going blank and I couldn't really understand what was going on, and that's as a native English speaker. So I did get a band 9, but it was only because I abandoned the strategy after the first section. So a pretty good start, a band 9 so far, but it was quite shocking how difficult I found the first section, and the first section is the easiest section. Moving on to reading, the 3 most common things that you will see online about reading, the popular tips and tricks are skimming, scanning, and keywords. So all you have to do is skim the text, scan the text, look at keywords in the questions, and then magically you're going to find the correct answer. This is all kind of designed to trick your way into getting the correct answer somehow, and to focus on doing it as quickly as possible. It's really about time management, that advice. And I totally disagree with that advice, because it is not a time management test. It is a reading test. So what I did instead was basically the opposite of that. I didn't do any skimming. I didn't do any scanning. I did no keyword highlighting or anything like that. What I did was carefully read the text, like really, really carefully read it. Then I went to the questions, and I basically applied the strategies that I teach for each of the different types of questions, thought about them very deeply, read very carefully, no skimming, no scanning, really thinking about the correct answer to each question. And I believe I got 100%, all of them correct. I got a band 9, as you can see up here, by following exactly the opposite of what the gurus teach. And not only that, I got it all done in about 20 minutes. Now, that is not bragging. Anyone who is a native English speaker should be able to get a band 9 in reading by doing that. But if I was skimming, scanning keywords, I think I would have messed it up, because a lot of the questions, skimming is a waste of time. A lot of the questions, looking for keywords is a waste of time. So by focusing on time management, I actually would have wasted a lot of time, ironically, because good time management is not really about time management tips. It is about becoming better at reading and reading carefully and deciding the correct answer based on your understanding of the text and your understanding of the questions. And all of that skimming, scanning, keywords, that kind of gets in the way of it. Now, some of the strategies that I use do deploy some of those things, but in a very limited way, not answering every question in that way. So doing the complete opposite of the gurus, band 9. The next one was speaking. So I did the opposite of what I was supposed to do in speaking, the opposite of what the top tips and tricks. So again, what I did, what are the most common, most popular tips and tricks for speaking? They are, for part one, memorize answers. You're going to get questions about your job. You're going to get questions about where you live in your home. So memorize some answers. I didn't do that. Use idioms and phrasal verbs and things like that. I didn't use one single idiom the entire time. I was told to use idioms, didn't use them at all. Use a very high level vocabulary. Didn't use high level vocabulary. What I did was just answer the questions in as simple language as possible and only use high level vocabulary when I absolutely had to, when there was no simple way of saying it. But, you know, where are you from? I'm from the place that I'm from. I didn't say I reside or I dwell in, like, I wasn't using really high level words when I could use simple words. Complex grammar, didn't really focus on using the most complex grammar, the most complex sentences, or the most complex tenses I could think of. If they asked me about the past, I used the past tense. If they asked me what I thought about the future, I would say, like, I think they might be doing this in the future, or I said Elon Musk has big plans for this. Like, I wasn't using really complex standardized grammar that you'll see online. Number 5, I was told in part 2, using these popular strategies, you must focus on the bullet points in part 2. You must address each of the bullet points. If you don't talk about the bullet points, you will not get a high score. I didn't even look at the bullet points. I just talked about the stuff at the top, the topic at the top. And I just talked naturally about that. And I don't know if I used the bullet points or not, but I didn't really consider them. And then the 6th popular piece of advice is part 3 is very formal, it's very academic, so you should use lots of academic words and talk about it in that kind of formal academic way. I talked about it in a really informal, non-academic, very friendly, conversational way. So I did exactly the opposite of the advice, and I got a band 9. So there's a lot of people out there that will tell you if you don't use idioms, you'll get a low score. That is completely false based on, you know, my experience doing the real test. And at IELTS Advantage, we've got like 12 ex-examiners who would agree with me on that. So who is right? Is your YouTube guru right, or is the actual examiner right? A lot of people will say if you miss a bullet point, you will get a low score. A lot of people say if you don't use high-level vocabulary and complex grammar, you will get a low score. This is completely untrue. And this was not because I'm a native English speaker and somehow my pronunciation was so magnificent or that I, got a really high score. It's not done on pronunciation alone. It's not done on fluency alone. It's not done on grammar alone. It's not done on vocabulary alone. In order to get a band 9, you need to be a band 9 for everything. And if you are lacking in 2 of those things, then you're going to get at least an 8.5. That didn't happen. Writing was the most interesting part. So I have seen other YouTubers, IELTS YouTubers going and doing the real test and getting 6.5, getting 7, 7.5 in the writing, and then blaming the examiner and blaming the writing or blaming the test and all sorts of things. I don't think that's right. I think that's probably because their methods are not very effective. If you are a native English speaker and you're getting 6.57 in the IELTS test, then you're doing something seriously wrong. And that's what I did. What I did was I did a few things that are popular advice, and I believe that they're seriously wrong. So what did I do? I used high-level ideas. So very common advice, very popular advice about the writing test is make sure your ideas are very high level, whatever that means. They're impressive. They would really impress the examiner. Number 2, make sure that you're vocabulary is very, very high level, as complex and as high level and as many C2 and C1 words as possible. Never repeat a word. Always vary your language as much as possible. That's very common advice. Number 3, make sure that your ideas are impressive, that they impress the examiner in some way, that the examiner will look at it and think, these are really impressive ideas. And number 4, make sure that your grammar is very complex, that you use many different structures, that you use like things like conditionals and multiple different conditionals, and you use multiple different types of tense and complex structures and everything. This made writing the essay really difficult because a few problems came up. Number 1, it took me a long time to try and think of high-level ideas, and I wasted a lot of time. Before I knew it, like 8 minutes had gone by, and I was still thinking, like, well, what is a really high-level idea? Then when I started writing, what I noticed was there were certain keywords that I didn't know how to vary. So one of the keywords was hobby. Now, there's only a few ways that but it was some people like high-tech hobbies, some people like low-tech hobbies. So the whole thing was about hobbies. So all I was doing while I was writing, instead of thinking, how do I write a clear essay? What I was doing was thinking, how do I change hobbies? Which really isn't that important. The examiner is testing your writing and clear communication in writing. They're not testing how many different variations of the word hobby can you put down. So that made my job really, really difficult. For part 1, I was trying to think of something that would impress the examiner. So I was trying to think of something that would be really interesting. It was write a letter to your boss about the dress code. So to impress the examiner, I wrote that I was working in a restaurant called Hooters. Don't know if you know this, but Hooters is like a restaurant where all the ladies wear very skimpy outfits. So I pretended to be a Hooters girl and complain about my outfit, and the men were harassing me and everything. I thought that was funny, impressed the examiner that way. And I tried to use really complex grammar. So what I was doing was actually deleting good, simple sentences with really effective, simple grammar in it and trying to make it more complex. So everything that I did by following the common advice, the popular advice, that made my job much more difficult. And I got a band 8. So I should have got a band 9, but because my job was made so much more difficult, I was a full band below where I really should be. And that's something that you should really think about. You probably deserve a much higher band than you are currently getting. But if you are doing even one of those things, you're not bad at writing. You're just making your life more difficult by following popular advice on YouTube and on blogs that doesn't really help you get a high score. Because what you should be doing is, instead of thinking of high-level ideas, try and think of simple ideas. Simple ideas are easy to write about, easy to think about, easy to explain, easy to think of examples for. High-level vocabulary actually lowers your vocabulary score because you're trying to think of ways of varying your vocabulary and making it more complex and making your job more difficult, and probably your writing less clear. Impressive ideas, it's just an extra thing that you need to think about. You're running out of time. You don't have time to check your work because you were spending all that time trying to think of impressive ideas. And you're probably making grammar mistakes because you're making your grammar more complex. So have a think about that. By following the advice and listening, I nearly messed up my listening test. By doing the opposite, I got a band 9 in reading in 20 minutes. By doing the opposite in speaking, I got a band 9. By doing what the gurus tell you to do, or most of the gurus, not all of them, there's some good coaches and trainers online, not criticizing all of them. I know you guys think that I'm overly critical, But the reason why I'm overly critical is I spent €200 plus €100 getting my writing rechecked. So that's €300 in test fees. I spent €160 on a hotel. I spent €50 on food, breakfast and dinner, because I had to go down and stay there. Spent another €20 on petrol. I took half a day off work. That cost me probably about €500. So close to €1,000 in just doing this test. And I know that you guys spend an equivalent amount of money, and it makes it even worse for you guys, because if you don't get the scores that you need, that means that you can't go and work in that country of your dreams and achieve and earn the money that you deserve. It's easy for me. All I had to do was drive up the road and I'm back into my big house, working in my nice job, getting paid what I deserve. Most people doing the test, when they follow this advice, don't have that choice. What they are told is, you failed the test. Your scores are lower than you hoped for. We're not going to tell you why. And what people normally do, what their normal reaction to that is, I'm dumb, I'm stupid. I need to go and do more tips and tricks, make things more complex, more impressive ideas, learn more idioms. And then they go and fail again. Okay, I need to find another guru and learn even more tips and tricks and hacks and shortcuts, and then they fail again. This is why I get so passionate about this, because we get emails every single day from students saying, I failed because they followed this advice, this common advice. If this common advice can make a native English speaker fail the test by getting a band 8 in writing, and doing the exact opposite leads to a band 9, that might make you think. And if you think, oh, my expertise as an IELTS teacher and as a native English speaker and as, you know, an educated person from Ireland, that means that, you know, of course you would have got a band 9. Go and look at other IELTS experts from native English speakers who've done the test for real. They're not getting band 9 and everything. So makes you think, doesn't it? So hopefully you find this interesting. If you did and you have questions about how do I actually get the scores that I need, well, you just follow exactly what examiners should show you or would advise you to do, which is do the opposite to most of the stuff you see online. Why is it popular? Because that's what you guys want. You want tips and tricks. What you need is something completely different. If you want something completely different, feel free to get in touch with us and we will help you out as much as we can. Thank you very much. Hope that you find that interesting. Special thanks to the people at the IELTS Test Center. They were amazing. They made me feel really comfortable, really professional. They did their best to reduce nerves amongst the other candidates and things like that. And it was really, really professional. I'll probably make a follow-up video on what it was like to do the computer-based test. If you want that or any other videos in the future, feel free to subscribe or unsubscribe if you don't like the channel, and feel free to give the video a like or a dislike if you didn't think that this video was helpful. Thanks very much and hope to hear from you soon. Bye bye.
Hello and welcome to Shelley Carney Life Coach. It's our Friday happy hour chat, and I'm your host, Shelley Carney, along with my bestie, Toby Younis. Today we're going to talk about active listening. How does it make you feel when somebody really listens to you? I believe you cannot move forward in any relationship unless both people feel they've been heard.
Toby and I want to provide value to our community, and we hope you enjoy the videos we create. We appreciate you being here to engage with us. To help us in return, you can share your ideas and appreciation by clicking on the thumbs up like button, subscribing, clicking on the bell to receive notifications, and writing a positive comment. Then share our videos with your family and friends so we can grow the channel and reach more wonderful people in the future. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for joining us today. Again, I'm Shelley Carney. I'm a podcasting and live streaming host, coach, and consultant, personal development expert, an interviewer, an author, a presenter, an introvert, and a 9 on the Enneagram. I always include that because it can kind of sometimes inform you about a person's personality traits. And we're going to focus a little bit today on interviewer, what it takes to be a good interviewer and to actively listen. Are you paying attention or actively listening? And what's the difference? Do you know the difference?
So I'd like to believe that actively listening ensures that you're engaged in the conversation, as opposed to sometimes like you're sitting in class.
Mhm.
When you're sitting in class and you have a recorder with you, digital recorder, that's participating in a kind of non-committed sense. You may not be ready to engage in the conversation. So if you get called upon, for example, the professor says, "Hey, Toby, what exactly do I mean by a composite?" And if you weren't actively listening, you were just kind of,
there.
You may not get it, but if you're actively listening, you're engaged in your side of the conversation. So every once in a while, somebody will ask me, "What do you find most interesting? What do you find most attractive about a woman?" And my response has always been, I like the idea that she can hold up her end of the conversation. And part of that holding up your end of the conversation is actively listening.
Yes. Now, another way of looking at that, when you brought up taking classes, is if, for instance, I'm taking a training with somebody, if I am actively taking notes, even if it's just a recorded video, if I'm actively taking notes and planning on putting things into action that they're explaining to me, then I believe that's a more active listening rather than a passive listening of just, hearing what they say, but not planning to take action on it. But why should we listen? What's in it for me if I listen to other people? We can build our relationships and deepen that bond. We can increase our empathy for others when we hear their side of the story. We enhance our own understanding and people understand us better. And we can learn and develop knowledge. So if they tell me something and I don't know anything about, for instance, when Toby tells his stories about Vietnam, that is not in any way anything that ever happened to me in my life. It's totally new. So listening to his stories informs me, educates me. I get to understand and learn about what it was like for a young man to be in Vietnam during the conflict there. Helps us to solve problems. If we go in already knowing that guy's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about, we're not going to listen to him. We're not going to be able to solve the problem between us. If we come in with an open mind and truly actively listen, then we actually have a chance of solving that problem. And then we inspire positive feelings. When I am listened to. I feel like I'm validated. I feel appreciated. I feel heard and acknowledged. And we can do that for the other person, and we back and forth raise our vibration together.
So is this a good time to interject my sentient sales course?
The whole course?
No, just to talk about what
Sure,
it
go
was.
ahead.
So there was a period in
If you want to
time.
go to full screen when you're talking, that would be good too.
Okay, let me do that. So there was a period in time where, when I was in Washington, D.C., I was helping other contractors learn how to sell to the federal government. And over a period of about 3 or 4 years, I developed something called a sentient sales course and sentient sales technique. And basically, the sentient sales technique said that when you went in to make a sale, that you did as little talking as possible, that you asked open-ended questions and allowed your prospective customer to speak. And not only did it work as a sales technique, I discovered, quite accidentally actually, that it worked as a relationship development technique. So you could meet someone in a train station. You'd start talking. The more you listen to them, the more attached they become to you in kind of a pseudo-emotional way, right? They just want to hear more of your stories, yet you haven't told any of your stories. You've just asked questions about them. So that's why I called it sentient sales, because it works on that side of the individual. The more you listen to an individual, the more they become kind of connected to you. And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to tell your war stories. You don't have to tell your success stories. You don't have to do anything. You just have to ask them about them. And the more you do that, the more connected they become to you.
That's right. People's favorite subject is themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what Dale Carnegie said in his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Mhm.
Is the most popular person at the party that everybody likes so much is the one who just went around and asked everybody questions
Mhm.
about themselves and
Yeah.
then listened.
So Dale Carnegie and I are like that.
Yeah. So next slide. Are you actively listening? Robert Baden-Powell said, if you make listening and observation your occupation, you will gain much more than you can by talk.
That's a great quote.
Yeah, I thought so.
If you make listening and observation your occupation rather than sales or live streaming, it's an interest. It's a good quote. I like it.
That's right. You can learn a lot. How to listen. So we're going to go over these one by one, but let's, this is what's coming up. We're going to talk about how to eliminate distractions, physical engagement, how to be physically engaged in the conversation, how to give reflective feedback, how to put aside judgment so you can have an open conversation, and how to share similar experiences and why we want to do those things.
So this picture that you selected from Pexels, it's interesting because I've seen that young woman a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. So whoever that photographer is,
Her
that's like
friend is a photographer.
yeah, apparently. But the other thing I just noticed is they're wearing exactly the same coat, reflecting one another.
It's
I wonder
true.
if that was intentional.
Yeah. Are you actively listening? Malcolm Forbes said the art of conversation lies in listening. And if Malcolm Forbes says that, then you know it's pretty
Good enough
important.
for me. Yeah. I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's pretty. These are people who are highly regarded in their respective industries.
Mhm.
So you have to accept the fact that they probably do a lot more listening and talking, as part of what made them successful.
Exactly. Well, and a big part of leadership is being able to listen to the people around you and
Mhm.
take that information and put it to use. First, eliminate distractions. So as you can see, this young woman sitting at a table waiting to have that conversation. She doesn't have a phone or device out, so she's put away all her devices, cleared her mind. She isn't trying to read the paper or study or look out the window, and she's cleared her mind. She's ready for a conversation. She has allowed the time necessary. When somebody wants to talk to you, make sure you ask them, how long of a conversation would you like to have, or how much time do you need? And then set that time aside so that you're not in a rush to get away, or you're distracted because you have another appointment coming up. Find a quiet space so that you don't have a lot of noise interrupting your conversation, and get comfortable. Use the bathroom, make sure you're not super hungry or super thirsty. Be ready to be present.
I was I'm going to do this because I thought that was a good idea. I was having a meeting with my good friend Janet, and we were going to meet at a local restaurant, one that's in Corrales, which is where we often meet. It's not a formal place; it's a very informal, casual restaurant. And they've implemented social distancing things, so you can't. The tables are not close to one another, so it really wasn't noisy, as you actually in comparison to how it usually is, right? Pre-pandemic and hopefully post-pandemic. I look forward to going back to when it's just a noisy place, And as usual, I got there a little bit earlier, and she was walking up, and I saw her. And usually what I do is I ask her if she'd like some coffee or something to eat. So I put away my stuff, and the last thing that I was doing was I was putting away my phone. And she said, "Oh, you don't have to put that away." And I said, "Yes, I do. This is your time." And she just smiled and said, "Thank you." Because we all know that the phone or the mobile phone has changed the manner in which we interact with others, because we put it right there in front of us.
Right.
My phone has a setting that enables me to turn it over on its face, and it interprets that as "Don't bug me," "Don't leave me alone. I don't want to hear from you. Do not disturb." Yeah. And I find that very handy, because the last thing I want to do, I think it was Frank Sinatra that when asked once, what I can't remember the question, but what is it that you don't do on a date? And his response was, "You don't look at your watch and you don't yawn." That was his thing.
Right.
I added to that, and you don't pick up your phone.
Right.
And if necessary, you put your phone in your pocket. So don't look at your watch, don't yawn, and leave your phone alone.
Right.
So it doesn't even have to be a date, just a conversation.
And that's just showing respect and caring for the other person.
Yeah.
Are you actively listening? M. Scott Peck said, "You cannot truly listen to anyone and do anything else at the same time." So, good thing to remember. Especially sometimes for parents, we need to think about that, because our kids pick up cues from what we're doing. And if we're trying to be on the computer or play with our phones or a tablet or doing something else, and they have something important to talk about, then it's time to put that to the side, at least for a few minutes, and just look at them and let them talk, because that's training them to do the same thing if you want to talk to them. If they grow up seeing you looking at a device or doing another job while they're trying to talk to you, then they'll get the idea that, oh, that's what humans do. That's what people do. That's what I should do. And then when they're a teenager and they won't listen to you because they're playing with their phone, you can remember that you helped to teach them that.
Yeah, it's kind of your fault.
Well, and and I don't blame people because these things happen, but just keep it in mind.
Slides.
Yeah. Next is physical engagement. You want to face the speaker. This is really helpful to engage your body in whatever primary activity you are engaged in. Is face the speaker. That's going to put your body into the conversation. Eye contact. Look into their eyes as they're talking whenever possible. Lean in when you're listening closely. Sometimes I even turn my head if I'm not hearing them well. I turn my head to make sure that my ears can pick up all the sounds that are coming my way. Nod and smile to let them know you are listening and paying attention to what they're saying. and that you are encouraging them to continue with their talking. If you disengage suddenly, they might stop talking and wonder what's happening. Why did you look away? Or if you stopped nodding and smiling, they might think, did I say something that upset you? You know, so continue to nod and smile if you want them to continue to talk. Voice your agreement by, yeah. You know, just to let them know you're there, especially if you're on the phone. You're going to want to do that because they might think nobody's there. Did my phone cut out? If you're not making any sounds. Also, just that extra little bit of encouragement to keep them going. And then touch people when appropriate, mostly on the arm and shoulder like this. Would be good if you are having a conversation where you're giving them support, they're feeling sad or down in any way. That extra little physical touch can help them to feel more comfortable sharing more openly. Peter Drucker said the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. Body language makes up more than 80% of our communication. So that's one of the reasons you want to be very focused in looking at the person, so you can even subconsciously pick up those facial cues that you might otherwise miss if you're looking away. Putting something in between you. It's like, for instance, if you're watching a television program, but you're also scrolling at the same time, you're going to miss a lot of the nuance of the program. I know that I've done that. You know, if I'm watching a program and suddenly I get a text and I start messing around with the text, I've totally forgotten everything that I just saw presented. So the same thing happens when we're having an interaction. You want to be looking at the person and in the moment so that you can pick up those cues that you might not have otherwise noticed if you were looking away.
In one of the schools that I attended in my career, there was a whole section on, do you want me to open up the screen here? Don't mind me. There was a whole section on how to use a conversation with an individual as a complete exercise in intelligence gathering, from recalling making notes afterwards, recalling the clothes they wore, how they were sitting, how their face looked, what their expressions were, not just what they were saying, how they were moving their hands, whether or not they kept their hands in their pockets, right? Whether they smoked at the time, right? So it literally was an exercise in collecting intelligence on the individual. And I brought that into the sentient sales technique as a method. I didn't call it collecting intelligence, basically analyzing the individual, going beyond just what you're hearing and using what you're seeing or even smelling. You could always, you know, when you walked into the office of someone who was a smoker, you could smell that, you know, and you wanted to make sure you didn't say anything offensive, even though you weren't a smoker. So it was a complete analysis of the individual and an important part of this listening process, because it's absorbing a lot of other things, but not just what you're hearing. So, and you have 5 senses, you know, so you might as well use as many of them as you can. You mentioned touch, right? I don't expect that you're going to go up and taste them, but maybe they could offer you a Tootsie Roll Pop or something. I don't know.
Reflective feedback is next. This is basically, you're not listening to somebody so that you can formulate your reply or what you would do in that situation or give advice. You're listening to understand. You're listening to learn. You're listening to get their information. And in doing that, one of the things we can do is offer that reflective feedback of repeating back what they've said, paraphrasing, saying it in a different way. So what I'm hearing you say is this, is that correct? check for clarification. Ask for those clarifying questions like, I didn't understand what you said there. You said you started work when you were 21, and what year was that? You can do those clarifying questions just to help you get that information straight in your mind, what they're talking about. Additionally, it's a great opportunity to empathize with somebody, and you could give them feedback such as, that must have been really hard, or I see what you're saying. I hear that. I can understand what you're talking about. Just that empathy without saying, I know exactly how you feel, because of course nobody knows exactly how anybody feels except for themselves. But to empathize is just to give them that support that they're looking for so that they'll continue to speak.
So one of the techniques that I've used in that case is when I can't empathize, if I don't have a similar experience and I'm not able to empathize with the individual, I want to reflect back to them that although I can't empathize, you're telling your story in such a way that I can feel, you're making me feel something, right? And it's not quite empathy, but it is like, that's such a good story. You touched in something inside of me. And I think that's a good way to reflect when they've had an experience that you can't even imagine. You've just never had that kind of thing. I've noticed on Clubhouse where people get up to tell their stories, some of them, I can't empathize. I didn't lead that kind of life. But you think to yourself that that story is so well told that you can see how it changed them, how it made them better, and how they seem to have recovered from it. Then, and that creates a good feeling. A sense of good feeling.
Ralph Nichols said, the most basic of all human needs is to understand and be understood. The best way to understand people is to listen to them.
Wow. Another great quote.
Yeah.
You want to go next one?
Next, we want to talk about putting aside judgment. When you come into a conversation already judging the situation, judging the person, judging their character, judging what they will probably say and what you will probably say, if you've got that mapped out in your mind, then you're not open to having an honest exchange of information. You don't want to come into a conversation judging the person. And this happens a lot with parents and kids. I remember as my son got to be an adult, we had a conversation one day, and I was he was trying to make me feel guilty about something in sort of a passive aggressive way. And I said, I tell you what, from now on, when we have a conversation, I won't judge you and you don't judge me. And let's just go from here. And that really freed some things up for us, that when he wasn't feeling judged, he didn't feel the need to then judge other people. So judge not lest you be judged. And when you come to a conversation without judging somebody or judging what they're going to say, or maybe some action they took that was a mistake. Well, if you can say, well, we all make mistakes, and this is where we go from here. Trust can grow when you allow them to be themselves without feeling judged. Your relationships can deepen. Your happiness increases because you're open to receiving happiness, and you're open to having a better relationship, and they are happier that they're not being judged. And then honesty comes easier when when you know that you can come to that person and say, this and this and this happened, and they just listen to you, and then they say, okay, and then what? Or I see, and they're very neutral or even open to receiving what you're saying. Then you feel like, okay, I can be really honest with this person, and it improves your relationship.
Very nice.
Bryant H. McGill said, one of the most sincere forms of respect is actually listening to what another has to say. And I agree. Respect is super important, especially in marriage and partnerships. And that means, again, putting things aside and focusing on your partner when they're talking and giving them that respect.
Mm. Do you feel like I listened to you enough?
Yeah. I'd let you know.
Yeah, you would.
Share similar experience. You don't want to do this like too quickly. Let that person, explain their entire experience before you jump in and say, "Oh, well, that happened to me," or "That happened to my brother," because then you're sort of jumping into their story and taking it over. You don't want to hijack somebody's conversation, somebody's story. You want them to be able to tell their whole story, and then you can show understanding and empathy by saying, "Oh, I hear what you're saying, and something similar happened to me when I was that age, and I made a mistake, and I didn't do it any better than you did." So that would reduce their shame and guilt, knowing that you accept them as they are. You're not judging them. You also had a similar experience and made similar decisions and similar mistakes. Then they feel like they are being understood, and it strengthens that bond and reinforces the learning. So for instance, this perhaps is a mother and daughter or grandmother and granddaughter. If the younger one came to the older one and said, I had this bad thing happen, maybe the boyfriend broke up with her or whatever happened, something bad happened, and the mother or grandmother listened to her and then said, when I was your age, something similar happened, and here's how I handled it, and here's what I thought and felt and did. Then the younger one could learn from that and see maybe a path forward, whereas before they may have felt like, life will never be better again. And when they hear, oh, they went through the same thing and look at them now, they're doing great. So we can have that reinforcement of learning and hope for the future.
So I actually have mixed emotions about this one.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is I feel like social media has had an impact on that kind of structure, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media. And I know people who do, and it upsets me that they do. Not upsets, I'm not gonna, there's part of me that wants to say, don't talk about that on social media. But one of the reasons is, one of the things that I've noticed about social media is when we're not together like this, where if I'm telling you something, you start empathizing or at least being aware of what I'm talking about, you can respond to it without saying, respond to it in a way that enables you to say, you know what, I went through that same experience. And not saying, oh, well, here's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
one up you.
Right. I think that's what happens on social media. And because it's on social media, no one says, I went through a similar experience. Here's what I did.
Right.
Right. Hoping that they could reinforce that. And sometimes it doesn't do any good to do that. But and it's a lot easier to do when you're face to face. On social media, it's easier to say, really? Well, here's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then what did you call it? One up your story, do a one up your story, level up your story, so that now your story becomes more important than whatever pain the person is experiencing.
Right.
Now, again, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media.
Right.
If you have a problem, call me.
Yeah. Let's
talk about it. And I promise you what's not going to happen is I'm not going to one up you.
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that I had a similar experience, and here's what I did if you're open to that advice.
Right.
So social media has an impact on this.
Yeah, I would save things like technical things, like I was trying to learn how to do such and such, and I bought this piece of software and it's not working, and I need some help. That's great. That's great. Share that stuff on social media because people can can honestly help you with things of that nature. But if it's something personal, like I'm going through a divorce or my kid's on drugs or things of that nature, then you're going to want to talk one-on-one with somebody that's a coach or a therapist or a best friend or a parent or a sibling or whatever. You're going to want to talk that through one-on-one. Putting things out on social media is good if you want advice. If you don't want advice, don't put it out there.
Yeah, that's it basically.
Yeah.
So back 2 slides.
Active listening marks you as a leader. As you saw, Malcolm Forbes and some of the other names that we discussed, Peter Drucker, and they focus a lot on listening, because when you listen to the people around you, you can take all their ideas and all their stories, combine them into universal truths, and that can inform the way you live. It attracts others to you, right? We talked about Dale Carnegie, go to a party and ask everybody about themselves, and they get to talk about themselves. They remember you as the person they like the most. It attracts people. Creates authority. When you listen to people, it gives you this status of perhaps a coach or a mentor or a parent, or the person who is the one that everybody comes to when they have problems. You are the guru, right? Gives you that authority. It demonstrates a growth mindset when you are open to listening without judging. You say, well, I don't know anything about that. Why don't you share your experience with me? And you just let the person talk. That demonstrates that you're ready to listen and learn. It encourages others to share their story with you. When you don't interrupt them, when you let them speak and you continue to encourage them with your body language, they will continue to flow with their story, and you'll get to learn a lot more about them. And it offers that opportunity to learn. Again, they may have some bits of information that you didn't know anything about, and it could spark something in your mind that helps you in the future to grow your business or have better relationships or whatever it is.
So I am actively listening to your presentation, but I regret the fact that we're not going to get the opportunity to discuss how well drawn that paramecium on the whiteboard is.
Well, as you can see, that teacher is listening to that student. So I have a free gift for you for watching today's video. It's all about conducting interviews. Since we're talking today about being an active listener and working on your listening skills, one of the great ways to practice listening is by interviewing others. So this is an excellent companion to this presentation. It's an ebook. It's your free gift, and it teaches you to master the art of successful interviewing. And that link for this ebook is in the description box of the video.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That was, I got to tell you that this is the result of the fact that Shelley and I did a presentation on interviewing top 10 interview tips on Tuesday. And between Tuesday and today, Shelley took that and transcribed it. It's not an exact transcription, but took the best out of that presentation and turned it into a download. So I strongly recommend that you download this. And I know at the end, she probably put a link to that presentation.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I put a different link.
Oh, you did?
Put a link for them to contact us.
Oh, okay.
So that they can learn more.
No, that makes sense. So yeah, that link is in the description box below.
Yeah. Active listeners are great podcast hosts. So if you want to be a great podcast host, you want to practice your listening skills and your interview skills. They're dynamic interviewers, meaning they hold up their end of the conversation so that it's not just the interview guest who's doing all the talking. They are giving that extra fulfilling material that keeps it flowing like a conversation. They're inspired writers because when you listen to others, you're able to write from different viewpoints. You can be much more creative in your writing. They're productive team members because they listen to what their role is and what their goals are, and they act on that information because they've listened well. And they're highly paid coaches because a coach is very much about listening and asking questions and getting more information and getting that person to talk so that they can pull out the answers themselves. And that conversation is the tool for doing that.
So I'm going to leave this slide up rather than opening up because I have a comment to make on it. And that is, when I was in my career in Washington, one of the things that people would hire me to do is write white papers and case studies for them, because white papers and case studies were the marketing tools that some of these high-tech companies that were marketing to the government required. And everyone perceived them as really difficult to do. Like it would take them months to do it. And the reputation I had was that I could go from zero to having a completely published white paper in 30 days, which may sound like a lot, but when you're talking about the technical level white papers that the government expected. And my routine for that was to ask them to give me 10 people that worked on the project team. And make it a variety of people, from leaders to line workers to implementers, etc. And basically, I would interview them as if they were on my podcast. Not that there were podcasts back then, but it was that conversation. Because I'd record every one of them, I would have them transcribed, and it was my conversation with them, the interaction between them and me, and the transcript that was the basis for creating the white paper. And it wasn't, the white paper wasn't just a set of quotes from them; it was actually a storyline that came from the transcript, and I would add where I needed to, but. The important thing about that was you could not do that if you were not actively listening to the individual and what they were talking about, not only for the purpose, because I knew the 10 questions that I would want to ask each of these individuals, but I also knew that they were going to say something that was going to cause me to ask another question. And the reason I recorded them, and usually if I could, I'd record them on a video camera. And this was back in the days where we used tape, videotape. Because what it enabled me to do was not worry about making notes. And the less time I can spend making notes and paying attention to them, the more valuable that is to me. So if they allowed me to record them, and literally I don't ever recall somebody saying no, I don't want, are we going to do this on camera? Yes, we're going to do this on camera. It's for my purposes, right? It just makes my job easier. I'll say yes. But it was so that I could see them, not just hear them, and not interrupt myself making notes. I literally have, me in my notebooks. That was a period in time where I did not fill notebooks with these conversations. I just watched and listened and asked questions, and it was an amazing experience. And it's something that became a skill, that you can take into whatever you're doing in the future. So, like us now.
Yeah, that's right. So I invite you to connect with us and schedule a free consulting call to define your social media goals, assess your specific needs, clarify your best options. These are our links, which are also in the description box below the video: messagesandmethods.com, shellycarney.com, tunis.com. Those have all of our links. Those are just our pages with our links so that you can choose what you want to do or what method you want to use to reach out when you get there. If you want to email, or if you want to call or text or write to us, or whatever it is you prefer to do, reach out on social media, however you like to connect. And we hope that you'll do that.
And as we mentioned earlier, you've got that ebook that Shelly's offering you. Make sure you go pull that down. And then once you've gone through the ebook, go back and follow the links that Shelly has set up for you in that ebook to get more information. So here's something nice for you. Brian says.
Well, thank you, Brian, for being here. And please do share with your family and friends.
So, okay. And
thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you, and we hope that you got something valuable from this conversation. And we will be back tonight at 7 o'clock for AGK Gaming. And again next week for the podcasting and live streaming channel. And if you missed last Tuesday, go back and watch that, because we do give those 10 interviewing tips through video. So check that out as well. Thanks for being here. And for Shelley Carney Life Coach, happy hour on Friday. I am your host, Shelley Carney.
And we'll see you guys. My name is Toby Younis. I'm her co-host. I'm her button pusher. I handle all the technology here, folks. But we will see you tonight on AGK Gaming. We look forward to that. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll start with some Drawful and end up in Among Us.
Yeah.